the prize. To be the best, you gotta beat the best. The stories of a legend in the making. To beat the best, to be the best. Yeah, of a legend in the making. History in the making.
It's the day 2 of the round 2 in the iQOO BMPS 2024, and final 3 games left in the hands of group number 1 and 2. I'm going to be hosting Castro Necro. John alongside with me on the panel, it will be Snehentra and Necro Streamani. And knowing the fact that still a lot of these known names that they're on the latter half of the board, especially like iQOO Soul, Inferno Squad, even Team Captain, now that's really starting to add on that pressure.
Yeah, definitely. But you literally called my entire name.
I know, right?
I mean, the first time somebody just literally spelled it correctly. But hey, coming back to the topic, yes, definitely a lot of teams are still facing the consequences of what actually happened yesterday. The performance is not expected from specifically for the big names like iQOO Soul and Inferno Squad, bringing down the momentum from round 1 to round 2. But I believe they have went down in the drawing board. They will be rectifying their mistakes and will be coming back stronger into these 3 games.
Now, that's the crazy part, though. We never would expect these type of teams to be there down in the slumbers, but still knowing the fact that what they're capable of, we can't sort of expect that big comeback, right? Moving the conversation on towards even Team Insane. Day 1 is supposed to be Team Insane's, but for some reason, they were not able to perform.
Yeah, I really thought after getting some good amount of finishes, even that Miramar match, if you remember, they had the circle, they had the compound. All they were supposed to do was to defend it, but they failed it completely. Even the same things happened with rival Apex, I would say, because they were also a team who were showing a lot of promises that they can also acquire a lot more finishes and placement points and can even top the table.
Yeah, and let's be honest, right? The team that we thought might just struggle is going to be Hero Xtreme Godlike.
Exactly.
But still at the top of the overall standings, we thought this team's going to be struggling with that communication, with all the aspects that are there inside of the game. But still, the synergy yesterday felt on point.
Yeah, it is very evident right now that players of Godlike, they're putting the trust on their new IGL Punk, and even Punk is stepping up their game and finding the good positions. Not only that, he's also engaging the fight on a first hand. He's not backing away from it.
That's the important point that you just brought up, right? The trust between the players. It really feels like, yes, even the IGL himself is trusting the players as well and taking them inside of the firefights, knowing the fact that Godlike is supposed to be the powerhouse, but now it's being utilized to the right potential. The same conversation can be said for NUMENxFOREVER too. This team now seems much more confident in their approach. With the way they played yesterday, we all expected them to perform the same way, and they actually did too as well. But what are all these teams fighting for? And that's going to be the prize pool, which is 2 crore rupees for the iQOO BMPS 2024, and the champion team will be getting 75 lakhs in their hands.
That's a lot of amount, but also there are individual rewards that we are talking about. There is a big chunk of prize pool that you get to be the winner, but the iQOO MVP of the tournament, that is going to be really important because the MVP will be decided throughout the tournament. It's not just the grand finals.
Exactly. You cannot really forget there's so many newer names rising up to the occasion, and especially looking at the individual accolades too. You've got the iQOO MVP of the tournament getting 4 lakhs, the in-game leader getting 2 lakhs, an emerging star getting 1 lakh, and not just that, even the fan favorite player getting 50,000 rupees.
I wonder who's going to be the fan favorite player, but also the MVP of the finals and the survivor of finals will be getting Hero Xtreme bikes. The MVP of finals will be getting the 160 R4V, and the survivor of the finals will be getting a 125R. Both are actually very, very cool bikes.
I know, right? I just love the color scheme on those bikes as well. And when you speak about the specifications, even that's going to keep on adding up on the things, right? The bikes are perfect. The players are going to be riding them back to their boot camps or their homes. But now let's move on towards the point structure, right? As we know, once again, the newer point structure, teams are adapting onto it. Some of the teams have already done a great job adapting. Some of the teams still struggling, but I'm pretty sure as the time keeps on passing by, they will do much more of a better job. So let's move on towards the point distribution. First placing team inside of the game will be getting 10 placement points. The second one will be getting 6. The third one will be getting 5. And the fourth one will only be getting 4. And it's going to keep on descending downwards until you look at the best possible part about the points distribution, and that's going to be 1 point for each finish.
You know what I feel like? That this point system, this point structure has changed the playstyle, that's for sure. The aggressive teams, they're stepping up forward, finding finishes, and they are going up higher. But the IGLs, those who had the passive approach beforehand, before this point structure came into the question, they are struggling right now. I would keep Jelly one of the examples because he has been a very promising idol in the past events, but we'll get back to it later on. Talking about today's match schedule, we have got Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok to start off with.
Exactly, and Group 2 is going to be the one to kick the day off, considering yesterday they were the one to play the latter 3 games. But yeah, moving back towards that conversation, even Revenant Esports has to be a prime example of that. They're playing way too passive, and that's one of the main reasons why they're not really able to accumulate a lot of those points, and they're struggling way too much. Knowing the fact that this is a point structure that really allows you to be aggressive and claim those elimination points if you're not really going to be having a lot of those elimination points, and even if you do end up winning the chicken dinner, you're barely going to have any points in your hands, maybe 13, 14 points. So that's why you need to add on those elimination points to give you that extra top off.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the examples, I would say, a new team, Angry Swan Esports, they are coming in the equation and they are doing so good. They have adapted to this entire format so nicely. And I really believe the teams those are struggling, they should learn from them. It's never too late to learn from the beginners.
And you know what? Speaking about the overall standings, Angry Swans, Godlike, even NUMENxFOREVER, let's move on to the overall standings and see how the picture's looking like so far for this entire group number 2. As you look at the overall standings, Godlike's going to be at the top, Angry Swans on the 2nd spot. You've also got Honored RIVALZ right there next to him with 31 points. Even CG's right there with 30 points. GENxFM, the Fearless Marathas with 28, and NUMENxFOREVER, another known banner with 28 points.
Followed by that, we've also got THW. What a wonderful chicken in that they took in the map of Sanhok. I still remember the game that they played. WSB, they're also on that roll. They're also on the way to the top. But followed by that, Rivals Apex, Silly Esports. I'm really disappointed by the performance of Silly Esports, if you ask me, because I really expected them to play in a much more aggressive manner, which they did not.
Yeah, but still, 21 points in the span of 3 games, I would still say that's more than sufficient, knowing the fact that they're going to have more games to be played today, and if they do get the same average rolling up today as well, that's going to be 42 points in total. So if Silly Esports, they're going to have somewhere around 42 points, they easily make the cut in the top 48.
Yeah. Followed by that, even Carpediem. Team Lolzz's performance after Vikendi, they dropped down drastically, but they're still retaining themselves in the top 16. So that's really good thing to say. RTGxIND, they are also trying to go up top. Followed by Team Legacy. Team Insane had a bad day because we expected them to pop off pretty well.
Exactly. For Team Insane, I'm not sure what's going to be the one to save the day, but they need to pop off. One thing is for sure. The same thing can be said for Dragon Esports, even iQOO Soul with just 10 points right there. You've also got Hyper Rush with only 7 points accumulated. Team Captain, a team that played so well in the round 1, especially on the week 1 itself. Now look at them on a big struggling phase. And you speak of Team Captain, you've got Revenant Esports right there around the corner on 29th spot with just 6 points accumulated in the span of 3 games. That means they've only gotten the average of 2 points per game.
It's going to be a big task for the boys of Revenant. 30 points minimum is what they need in today's 3 games to maybe qualify for the top 48.
That's the crazy part, though. We do not even know the cutoff. We never know. Maybe it can go up to 35. Maybe it can go down to 25. You never know what the cutoff is going to be. So just to be on the safer side of things, I would still say they need 35 points in total in the overall standing. So today's day has to be an absolute banger.
Are you somehow copying my prediction in my head? Are you reading my mind?
No, I'm not. Maybe I am, though. Sometimes I am quite capable of doing that.
Because I had this prediction that the cutoff is going to be 35 or 36, and now you're telling 35.
No, listen, my prediction was always around 28 to 30. That's going to be the cutoff. That's what I think. But 35 seems a little bit too much, knowing the fact that you've only got 6 games to play. And just look at these 2 groups. We're seeing so many teams choking. Even iQOO Soul is one of those.
Yeah, I mean, the silly mistakes that they did yesterday, I was very upset with that.
Yeah, but still, we're speaking about iQOO Soul, though. For some reason, there's always this assurity that, yes, they can qualify, they can easily move on forward. It's iQOO Soul, man. We know what they're capable of. It's an absolute champion lineup. You talk about Manya, Knuckle, all these guys, they're capable of pulling off the best shenanigans inside of the lobby. So for some reason, I have this assurity that iQOO Soul can easily move on forward. And also at the start of the day, we made our predictions. So here are the caster prediction. I went with WSB.
I went with CG because somehow I felt like, yes, they had a very good match, the first one that they had previously, but the next 2 matches, they literally crumbled down. There would be some reasons. I would say they were unfortunate in some situations, Carnival Gaming, that's why they could not reign on top. but today it can be the day. Hector, he has done wonders in the past few matches and the weeks that they have played in this BMPS, and today can be one of their day as well.
Maisie went with iQOO Soul. Interesting. Now, for iQOO Soul to perform, it's quite evident they need to do so. They do not have any other option. So iQOO Soul, if they perform, they move on forward. If they don't, well, they get eliminated from the tournament. Even Spiro went with Team Insane. Team Insane is quite the consistent performer. Yes, yesterday's day wasn't too great, but still, we're speaking to Team Insane over here. It's another known banner, and they can easily move on forward. For Revenant Esports, though, it is going to be a tough day in the office.
Yeah, but I remember one thing. Yesterday, Maisie predicted Hero Xtreme Godlike to be the table toppers, and they were the table toppers. Is it going to work this time as well?
Trust me when I say this, today iQOO Soul will dominate.
Okay.
For some reason, I've got this itchy feeling in my heart, and I just know that they're going to dominate. Because we're speaking of iQOO Soul, man. Let's be honest, right? No matter how much they struggle in the span of first 3 games, they're always going to make that comeback. We've seen so many of those moments and glimpses that these guys are capable of brilliant stuff. And we have seen that a lot of the times in the past as well.
Somehow I feel like the Soul fans will be very happy with you, Necro. This feeling, I believe everybody has this kind of intention that yes, our team will qualify, our team will dominate.
Here's the crazy part though. I'm not even sugarcoating things. iQOO Soul is actually a solid lineup. No one can disagree with that fact, right? They have shown us a lot of those glimpses of brilliance, and we all have seen them perform in the past round itself, even inside of the round 1 itself. In the week 2, they were performing so well. Especially that game of Vikendi was so mesmerizing. It was so hypnotizing. We saw them just going through the lobby like a hot knife through butter. But let's move on to the first game of the day. This is where things are going to be unfolded in a better fashion.
Yeah, but talking about the matchup, the teams those are going to play. Team Lolzzz, Blind Rippers, IMPRNT Esports, Team Dragons, GLITCHxREBORN. A lot of names out there. Even NUMENxFOREVER will be looking forward to get some more points. They got 28 points in total in the past 3 games they played yesterday. And right now in the next 3 games, I really believe that Oasis will be trying to get at least more than 30 points to safeguard their position in the top 48.
Hands down. I mean, you've still got a few more names like Blind Rippers over here in the playing field. And knowing the fact that you've also got Team Lolzzz, INS is also on the struggling side of things. And speaking of INS too, right? I mean, K47 has been the main playmaker for this entire playing 4. But now it's time for the latter team as well to step things up. Even for GLITCHxREBORN, yes, they're doing decent in the overall standings, but not so good.
INS needs to figure out how Team Lolzzz is playing as well. As a unit, Team Lolzzz, we saw at the previous rounds that Mudit was stepping up solely. He was trying to pull the things off for his team side. But right now, in the first, like round 2's first match itself, the map of Vikendi, you saw everybody stepping up in that particular match. Team Lolzzz got 14 eliminations, and that's too high.
Indeed, for Team Lolzzz, especially even that game of Vikendi, as you mentioned, right, with the way they were performing, the only reason why they lost that game of Vikendi is because they were distracted on RTGxIND that was making a push against them, and that's where even the players of Angry Swan just pounced on top of the opportunity. They claimed that chicken dinner, so that was brilliant from the side of Angry Swans. But in general, the teams that are there already in the top 4, top 5, we know they can easily qualify. They do not even need a lot of points to assure their spot in the upcoming round, but it's all about the teams on the latter half of the board. If they fail, it's done for. You know, there's not a lot of chances given to them. Final 3 chances in their hands. If they're not able to perform in these final 3 chances, they're done for. But something that's going to help you perform is also going to be our iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from 18,999. If you move on towards Google and search for iQOO Z9S, you might just be one of the lucky winners to get your hands on the iQOO Z9 Pro device, and 15 of those are being given away.
I guess I should try my luck sometimes, but I don't know. Are you willing to get a deal with this white one? I heard you all want to take this one away.
Listen, it's mine, okay? Do not even dare to put your eyes onto it.
We can bid out, come on.
No, I'm not bidding. I'm just going to take it. It's mine.
Oh,
it's already booked.
I won the white.
But you know what? Listen, shenanigans apart. Let's focus on the serious stuff over here. Game 1's about to roll up on the screen. Which team do you think is going to be the one to seal the chicken dinner?
I think it's going to be WSB somehow, because their Erangel has been pretty strong in the round 1.
Yeah, indeed. For WSB, one thing is for sure, things are looking pretty much in line at check. Even they did quite decent yesterday, knowing the fact that they had 20 finish points in the span of just 3 games, by the way. So that's pretty insane if you speak about it. And WSB's always been a powerhouse. Omega's addition has just added on even more. But if you ask me for my prediction, I think so it's going to be Team Insane, man. Erangel and Team Insane, it's the old relationship. No one can steal it away.
Until and unless somebody comes in as an obstacle to block their role. But is it going to be in that way? Because I believe WSB, the mistakes that they did in the previous last map of Erangel, they are not going to do it same, and this time they're going to all out. But we have to see how things turn around because our first map of Erangel is already ready, and we're going to move it all in way.
As the plane flight path starts all the way from Severny towards down south Fairpier. And once again, this plane flight path is heavily tilted to the left side of the map. Now, if you try and speak about a few drop collisions, maybe towards Yasna Poliana, there's definitely a big chance. But if you want to move in towards Norupnoi and Milta Power, now that's going to be a tough stretch. You would need to drop in towards the pit stops, get your hands on the basic weaponry, get your hands on the vehicle, and then move in towards your primary drop location.
And talking about this flight path, I really believe the teams going towards the areas of Lipovka and Miltapao might be contesting for those vehicles. And just remembering what happened yesterday, Team Legacy and LOC faced the consequences of the vehicle clash in which LOC lost 2 of their players. And I really don't want any team to lose players on an early load like that.
Especially speaking of Godlike too, dropping in towards Severny. They found themselves a decent spot to play with. Severny once again occupied. Godlike right next to the players of RTGxIND too. So even that's going to be a bit of that threat Godlike needs to evade and deal with. Angry Swans dropping towards Georgia Pool area, looking pretty okay. GLITCHxREBORN as well, moving towards that same vicinity. One thing is for sure, we're going to have a big trifecta of death towards Georgia Pool itself. Even Team Insane dropping in towards that Gatka area, so they might just have a smooth sailing for themselves. Rival Apex too, just moving down south of Quarry. So even they're going to have a smooth sailing. NUMENxFOREVER dropping in towards Primorx and Fairpier. So no issues over there as well. If you speak about a few drop collisions, we're not really able to come up with any of those. WSB dropping towards Pochinki, no one's going to be contesting them for now.
Even the last days, Erangel was smooth for WSB. They did not have any collisions, but later on, we saw iQOO rotating towards that side, and they had a rotational clash in which Ronnie was compromised. But talking about even Hero Extreme Godlike, they have the same drop of Severny, which helped them back that 14 finishes chicken dinner in the last game itself. So they are looking forward with that same strategy, and even the circle seems to be similar to what we saw yesterday. So probably Hero Extreme Godlike will be looking forward to bag another chicken dinner to seal the deal for themselves for round 3.
Indeed. INS on the screen, and once again, K47 has been the main performing player. We have been mentioning the same thing over and over again. Osiris as well as right there. Ghosty. It's quite a solid lineup, I'm not going to lie, but still, team synergy is something that feels like it can lack, especially in the 4-on-4 duels, and that's something Team INS needs to work with. Provide the cover fire in time, be there as a nice unit cavalry.
The one thing is that this team was not made long time ago. It was just made before BMPS. The synergy issues, it's quite visible. But again, they need to work it out. Because you're among the pro teams. You're among the 128 pro teams, and now you're in the top 64 as well. So from here, if you want to carry on, you need to put your A game. And something similar also IMPRNT Esports did in the previous match that they played yesterday in the map of Miramar, where they got beautiful winner-winner chicken dinner to grab a lot more points. And still now, they are having total of 16 points in total. They will be looking forward to bag at least 20 to 25 points out of all these 3 games.
Pretty much. Speaking of IMPRNT Esports, yesterday with the way they kicked things off, especially getting that chicken dinner is something we never saw coming from IMPRNT Esports. It was quite solid, but still they've only gotten 16 points in the overall standings, by the way, in 3 games. If they move on with that same average, they can easily qualify as well for the upcoming stage. And IMPRNT Esports, it's a returning banner too. We saw this team in the BGS 2024. They were doing quite phenomenal for themselves. Yes, it's an unfortunate factor that they did not really move in deep in that tournament, but they did showcase a lot of those glimpses of brilliance, and we know what they're capable of. And we want to see them replicate the same stuff today as well.
Completely. But for team captain, Necro, you can see them having the split around the pancake area, a farm. I really want them to step up because they have got a lot more potential. You're going to agree with this as well. I mean, they have got the gunpowder, they have got that experience, I would say, because the way they have played in the round 1 does give us a gist about that. They can do it. It's not very tough for them to qualify to round 3. But one thing is for sure, that they need to be consistent. But because only having 7 points in 3 games is not what they desired. But from here, if they can grab up 30 points, a good day to themselves, they can qualify for round 3 very easily.
Hands down. And I'm not going to lie, it's quite a peaceful start for today's day. I thought especially teams like iQOO Seoul, INS, Team Captain, Inferno squad struggling. Someone has to go for the target, right? Especially iQOO Seoul. If you get rid of the competition as early as possible inside of the tournament, later on you don't have to worry a lot. But for iQOO Seoul, still it's going to be smooth sailing off the red from that school area. So it's all good in the hood. For Team Captain as well, a team that can prove to be a big threat inside of the lobby. Unfortunately, I'm not sure what exactly happened in the first 3 games, but even they can pull off an insane comeback. Inferno squad, these are the grand finalists we're speaking of. And for Inferno squad, it shouldn't be that tough day in the office, right? They've already done it once in the past. They can easily move on forward to the grand finals of the tournament. But that's what I'm saying, dude. The newer faces, they should have went for a bit of that target, especially against the known names that are there down in the slumbers, struggling to qualify.
Are you somehow trying to tell that Angry Swan should get more angry?
Hands down.
And go all in against maybe Hero Extreme, Godlike.
I mean, just imagine, right? Let's speak about the newer names that are already doing pretty good. We've got Team Lolzzz, IMPRNT Esports, GLITCHxREBORN, right? And even Angry Swans that are doing pretty good. If any of these teams do decide to drop clash either against iQOO Seoul, Team INS, Team Captain, or Inferno squad, imagine one game will be wasted. And that's the exact thing you would want. You would want to get rid of your competition off the rip like that in the tournament, right?
Exactly. If I were a player as well, I would have done the same. But I don't know. They don't want to take any risks because I believe they want to play the safer game. Firstly, they want to qualify for the next round. They want to make sure that, yes, we are qualifying for round number 3.
Maybe it's going to happen in the last game.
Oh, I also really think that. Sanhok will be very interesting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, imagine a lot of these teams will have the confirmation that, yes, they're not going to qualify anymore. So, yeah, just move on and target. That would be super fun to watch, right?
Nothing to lose, all to gain. But before going away, I want to see how Team Lolzzz actually play this map of Erangel, because in yesterday's match, they got trapped in the Water City. They were unable to just outperform the players of Numen who were there gatekeeping them. So it was a tough job for them to enter the circle and they could not make it. But this time again, almost a similar circle. Hoping that it might be in the ending in the areas of ruins once again. And if it does so, we might be facing some similar consequences. And maybe Hero Extreme Godlike again coming up from the northern side can cause a little bit of havoc in the areas of Everest.
Yeah, and speaking of Team Lolzzz once again, they've only got 19 points so far in the overall standings. Now, to be on the safer side of things, they need somewhere around 35, right? 15 more points or 20 more points just to be on the overall calculation. They can be good. And what just happened? iQOO Seoul. Hold on, they just lost out on one player. Someone picked off that one player from the side of iQOO Seoul, and that was Team Lolzzz. They kicked things off in a great manner. For iQOO Seoul, it's quite a bad start. One man not in the game anymore, and that too, Manya.
Oh my god, that's really brutal. But even Angry Swan, they've lost one of their players as well. So top 2 teams, almost, like I can say, out of those top 2 teams, Angry Swan, they have faced one early casualty. But for iQOO Seoul, I mean, this team has the capability to step up and find finishes, also being 3-man. I don't really think that Mania's demise will be causing any problem to the lineup in the confidence, but we can get a replay of what happened with it, took Mania down, and even he wouldn't be expecting it because he was there scouting the areas.
And once again, this is not the first time that has happened to the iQOO Seoul lineup. Mania was picked out yesterday as well, individually like that. It's not the first time this has happened. So something needs to be figured out over here. Mania, I do understand he wants to go for the scouting duties, but if he overextends too much, the enemy lines are always ready with their crosses trained, wanting to take you down. And every single team at this point in time, they're going to be super desperate. They're not going to let you go. If they get the knockout, they will definitely go for the confirmation. And speaking of knocking stuff, you've got DeVay kicking things off in a great manner. Angry Swans, they started things off with just a 3-man squad, but DeVay once again strikes down another player too. Single-handedly taking down 2 players, making sure that the opposition, they're not even going to be a competition anymore. Still, Voldemort is constantly just spamming around the corner as he turns around and strikes another player's down. This is Angry Swans, and the opponents, they don't even stand a chance.
Voldemort is barely surviving on a single pixel HP, but even playing 3-man, they were stepped up front. He got 3 frags in his name, but eventually, what a flawless vibe it is for the side of Angry Swan Esports. But Team Dragons, again, an early exit. It's going to hurt them bad, and probably out of 4 matches that they have played, only 3 points.
With just a 3-man squad. This is what you call icing on top of the cake. Buttery smooth glide. Angry Swan's not even breaking a sweat in that duel. DeVay finding the opener. Then the second man pushes up, gets a nice 2-piece in his hands. What is the opponent supposed to do? One last man against the 3 players of Angry Swans. It's the battle of the DBS. You can't do anything at that point in time. For Team Lolzzz, hold on. Struggles still there. They're facing off against iQOO Seoul. It's quite a formidable banner. You need to be careful. And knowing the fact that iQOO Seoul now, there's going to be a lot of that pressure surmounting on top of them. They need to be careful. With just a 3-man squad, iQOO Seoul, they've got a lot to live up to.
But INS creating a pressure on the players of Team Lolzzz was something that they were not expecting. But as Kunal went above the ridge, he was there in the radars of INS and he got shot down. But important factor is that INS, again, they have got a beautiful position. Even in the previous map of Erangel that they played yesterday, they also had a similar position like this to play along with and find good finishes. But talking about good finishes, we've also got the iQOO Z9 S series, beautiful looking device in this price segment of 18,999, having a 5,500 mAh battery so you can play games for a longer period of time.
I know, right? The specifications on this device, they're pretty nice, pocket-friendly too. Looking at the price and what you're getting, one thing is for sure, it is definitely worth it. But yeah, moving back towards the game and the conversation, Rim, and looking at how Angry Swans kick things off, it's definitely quite a delight to watch this team in action. Team Dragons not even standing a chance. For iQOO Seoul, they lost out on 1-man Manya. We've only seen 2 fights so far, and one of those fights was just an individual blow, that's it. It's been quite a peaceful start other than that.
IMPRNT Esports and Blind Rippers, they're just hovering around the areas of Potato Hill, gathering all the information, trying to find out, are they going to take the fight or not? But IMPRNT Esports, so this new drive-by system is working pretty fine for almost all the teams, as we have seen. At first, at one time, like beforehand, the players used to drop utils inside the smoke to find the openings and then push it. But right now we see the players driving the buggies and the cars through the smoke to find the knockouts. And eventually the cars again being used to find the information about the opponent team. Where are they heading? Are they even stopping or not? And similar things were done. But doesn't it seem like it's a peaceful Erangel that we are seeing right now?
Indeed it is. Quite a slower start. And I think so. What plays a big factor is that they've only got 3 final chances to qualify. Yes, teams like Hero Xtreme, Godlike, Angry Swans, even NUMENxFOREVER, maybe you can say they've already moved on forward and pretty much qualified. So if they won, they can go for the extra bit risk. But still other teams that are still there in the mid-pack, there's a big sword hanging on top of their necks. Team Lolzzz, IMPRNT Esports, GLITCHxREBORN, RTGxIND, even Team Insane, Blind Rippers. The names can keep on going on and on till the bottom. So all these teams, there's still a lot to lose. And they do not want to be on the losing side of the spectrum, right?
Definitely. But you know what I think, Necro, that the teams that we are seeing even on top, like Angry Swan Esports, Hero Xtreme, Godlike, NUMENxFOREVER, they're going to play this Erangel very safe and sound, so that they get the majority of the points out, and then they can force fights in the next map of Miramar and Sanhok, which might just benefit them through the finishes and can gain them some points. But they don't want to take the risk in the very first match itself, because I still think that 1 or 2 bad matches can completely shift down the momentum of these teams.
Speaking of momentum, and the only team that's got the momentum, you can say, is Godlike and Angry Swans. These are the only 2 teams that have got the momentum inside of this game. The rest of the team still looking to find it. iQOO Seoul could have definitely been one of those if they would have gotten a positive trade in their hands. But unfortunately, that's not the case. 0 points in the hand so far with just a 3-man squad. It just keeps on adding on the difficulties even more. But for some reason, there's always this assurity that I have for them. As a viewer, as a commentator, you know what the players are capable of.
Oh,
they can easily qualify. And yeah, the zone shift this time, it's going to move in towards that water city. Every single team who was stacked in towards that ruins area, they will be in good shoes. But if you were towards that Gatka area, now it's time to move and you're screwed.
Exactly. I really feel bad for Rivals Apex out there. They're so far behind in the Gatka area itself. But if they want to enter the circle, it's not just 1, 2, or 3 teams. You can see Team Captain, Team Insane. I will think that WSB will be rotating towards the western side as well, but it's a good chance for iQOO Seoul to maybe capitalize on some couple of finishes. But it's almost the same repetition of the circle that we saw yesterday. Doesn't it feel like?
Yeah, pretty much. I just want to figure out, how is Rival Apex going to rotate? That's my question. They're in quite the tricky spot for now. And look at Ruins area. The teams are in a big world of trouble. And you speak about someone being in trouble, that's going to be NUMENxFOREVER for now, considering Mafia's knocked out in the open. He's not going to stand a chance to survive anymore. Lolzzz, even he was taking too many shots upon himself, but you got to give it to Lolzzz. What a knock that was. Tracing the man out of a moving vehicle like that, it was brilliant. Incredible indeed. And now for Team Lolzzz, they've already found the momentum inside of the fight, as they can keep on striking down the players NUMENxFOREVER even more.
Team Numen, they are just taking multiple fights with INS as well as Team Lolzzz. Kunal has been taken down from the side of Team Lolzzz, but you can see the artillery attack coming up from the side of Numen Esports. Trying to find out the openings, but Sanchit, they have shifted back to find the grounds, but Team Insane tries to chime into this fight. Afu, his gun goes for a reload, but Adway, he was barely surviving and gets taken down instantly by Spy OP.
Yeah, for Team INS, once again, this fight's not looking that great, as it's going to be a third party from Inferno squad, as they claim the last man who was right there around the corner. For Team Insane, it's an unwanted help, but hey, still it's something that can keep them rolling in the game, right?
Oh my god, a similar thing that happened yesterday. INS, they could not hold their ground. Insane, they have capitalized one of the greatest spots inside the circle, but little did they expect that even Inferno squad would love to chime in from the side of Water City. The next circle shift will definitely be very, very important for all these teams. But right now, the main concerning team in this entire equation will be NUMENxFOREVER. Because one side it's Team Lolzzz, another side it will be Team Insane now.
Our official mobility partner is Xtreme 125R. If the players had their hands on this vehicle, maybe rotations would have been much easier. But once again, moving back to the game, even for Blind Rippers, things are not looking too smooth. Knowing the fact that they're also taking a fight themselves and a few casualties. Heavy blows inflicted. And Blind Rippers, unfortunately, is actually colliding against the formidable force of Godlike. And Godlike themselves, they have been in a top-notch form recently. You can't really face off against a team that is already qualified for Blind Rippers. It's not a positive fight. They should just back away from this. For Godlike, if they get the confirmation, Blind Rippers would know who they're facing off against. And here comes the confirmation. Godlike's position now known as Blind Rippers on the run, and Blind Rippers do not want to face off against the force of Godlike. They just want to back away, but Zuxy's out in the open. He can't go anywhere. He's trapped.
Admino, he don't want to take any risk going in the open areas without a vehicle, but Godlike, they are not backing off. They want to engage. They want to find the openings. This is a good chance for Zuxy to find an opening. He would have got a chance, but Admino is just too better. Godlike gets a second finish in their name, while the other two players of Blind Rippers decided to flee away from the spot to just survive for a little bit longer and gain points. But the next circle shift, again, it goes down to the areas of ruins down south. iQOO Seoul sitting in the death center of the circle.
Yeah, iQOO Seoul, they've got the smack center, and if iQOO Seoul gets away with the chicken dinner, the big sword, it might just be avoided. But there's still going to be the hammer they need to take care of. They would not just qualify with this one single chicken dinner. They need consistent performance throughout the board. Blind Rippers is on the run. as they backed away from that fight, evading the tracks of Godlike. But Godlike is someone that's not going to let him go like that. They would constantly want to punish them. IMPRNT Esports, even they found themselves a bit of that spot outside of the zone. Voldemort gets knocked out from Angry Swats. It's not looking that smooth sail, but GLITCHxREBORN, even they're facing some casualties. GLITCHxREBORN, they do reply back against the players of Angry Swans, as even DeVay falls down. Both these teams facing the casualty on the equal side of things. The only positive trade GLITCHxREBORN has is the man advantage. And even Pratik, he's on the run, but he wants to get the isolated man of team captains. Or maybe not. He just wants to run away and find himself a comfy spot.
Team captain, they were much interested in this one finish that was fleeing away Pratik. He has dealt a bit of damage, and even his vehicle is almost about to get smoked up. But team captain, they do have a really great position of the western corridor. They will be looking forward to hold it tight. A lot of teams still trying to enter the circle through that area. GLITCHxREBORN, RTGxIND, they will be on a run, but Wicked gets taken down. RTGxIND, they're finding the openings, and if somehow they can manage to get another knockout against GLITCHxREBORN, this can be very vital for them.
It indeed can be. And RTGxIND right now from the high ground is just peppering down shots. But even they need to make it inside of the zone, Necros. That's the big problem. How can they? In the front, it's the players of GLITCHxREBORN being the Guardian Angels. And RTGxIND, the only way they can breach in is by striking down the entire team. But for now, it's Godlike versus facing off against the players of Blind Rippers. As Blind Rippers themselves, they have been ripped apart time and time in this fight. And once again, they do collapse. Within a blink of an eye, the entirety of Blind Rippers, they come crashing down.
But this is a bad idea. Pratik from afar. Of Angry Swan Esports, he's taking multiple shots in the direction of Godlike. They need to enter the circle. It's not that far away, but the teams rotating alongside them can cause a lot of trouble. IMPRNT Esports going up front. Admino tries to take down one, but Pratik from a different area, he gets Roriko down. Now IMPRNT Esports, they might be facing some backlashes.
They indeed might be. Godlike is on a roll, unstoppable spree. RTGxIND, they need to rip through the players of GLITCHxREBORN. That's the only way they can find a smooth sailing inside of the zone. But there's also a third party by team captains. What can you do? RTGxIND is out in the open. This is not a great spot at all. But look at the zone shift. It's once again going to shift right on top of the players of iQOO Seoul as they're in the prime spot. They're looking unstoppable. If iQOO Seoul keep on playing in that same spot, there's a high chance they might just get away with the chicken dinner if they're uncontested. RTGxIND is constantly taking shots against GLITCHxREBORN, as now GLITCHxREBORN is starting to crumble. And it's RTGxIND we're speaking of. In these type of firefights, they're supposed to be the one to come out on top. Even Team Captain wants to take the advantage, and that's why they're stepping inside of the playing field. As Team Captains, they find the opening knockout against RTGxIND. It's a trifecta of death, where GLITCHxREBORN is trying to fight for survival, but even Team Captain stepping in. Now it just gets even tougher.
Oh my god, LeBron, he could have got that finish, but no, it's not. Lobster with a beautiful reflex shot ends the run of GLITCHxREBORN in this particular match of Erangel, but Team Captain right in front of them. RTGxIND, they need to patch themselves up. They need to get the revival done off Radon. But will they get the chance? That's the bigger picture. The artillery attack from the side of Team Captain. As they've lost two of the players, they might be just fleeing away from this position. They wanted to go and get those free finishes, but instead, they lost two of their players, which can cost them in the later part of the game.
Oh, they spot him out. He's there in the open. Team Captain, RTGxIND, it's such a wicked standoff. You never know who's going to be the one instantly to get back in the action and come out on top. But eventually, Devil, he's going to run over Radion. It's such an awkward standoff, but it is RTGxIND to break it off.
Oh my god, 8 finishes already in their name, and even Radon will be getting the revival. There is no doubt in that. But look at this. IMPRNT Esports are being hammered by the players of Hero Extreme. Godlike, Madrek, he has been taken down. Maxis, he has been taken down as well. Now Ninja OP has to do a big job in getting both the revivals, but he's getting shots from both the sides. Not only from Hero Extreme Godlike, but from iQOO Seoul as well.
As expected, Godlike is dominating the playing field. Considering they've already made the cut, now they can go for plays like these and move on aggressively inside of the game. Utilities being tossed from Godlike. as they do want to find a few more knockout against the players of IMPRNT Esports. The only thing they're scared of are the backlines. They cannot really make the moves like that. WSB2 is going to be another formidable force, still up and alive. Backs against the wall as the wall of death is going to start a move. Even Rival Apes is right next to him. For Godlike, Admino is going to be the casualty as the man falls down. But still, Godlike is a 3-man strong squad. With these 3 players, Godlike, they're looking to take a fight against Rival Apes as another player gets knocked out, but still Pasha is trying his best to keep his team in the race. But eventually, Rival Apes, even Pasha falls down, and IMPRNT Esports, they will wipe out the entirety of Rival Apes.
Oh, it is done by iQOO Soul, but even Maxis gets taken down by Sim's beautiful nade. Both the Goliaths, they are on a roll to get all the finishes in their name. Hero Xtreme Godlike, they've got 8 in their name already. Even iQOO Soul seems to be chiming in. They might have got just 1 knockout, but still, Simp, he's got what he wanted. But Team Lolzzz, they're creating the pressure. 2 of the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike have been knocked out. But Jonathan, he's walking as a medic, patching his teams up so that they can go up front and take the battle. But Team Insane, they're coming up from the behind lines, and it can cause a lot of havoc for the side of Hero Xtreme Godlike, and now they're out.
It's an absolute pandemonium. Chaotic affairs in the final few moments. Who's getting shot at from where? It's really tough to tell. It's even iQOO Soul stepping in the fight. Even Insane is now wanting to be a part of the fight. Even the players of WSP want a piece of the pie. Even Inferno squad, they've spread themselves out so much. Even they're taking shots. Man, the shots are flying across the board from all the different directions. And it's tough to keep track of what's exactly happening in the elimination feed. But one thing is for sure, iQOO Soul, they're playing this game to win the chicken dinner. They do not really have a lot of elimination points so far. With just 1 secured, they want to win the game in general. They've got a decent spot to play with as well. But if they do miss out on this chicken dinner, it's going to hurt them a lot in the overall standings. And they cannot afford to have that hurt.
But is it possible, Necro? You see the players of Team Lolzzz right in front of them. Ronnie wants to drive by on them, but it was not a great decision. Ninja has been taken down. Knuckle and Ronnie has to save the day, and Team Lolzzz, they're down and out with a total of 7 points. As iQOO Soul find themselves with 4 finishes in total. And now their eyes, they're stuck on the players of WSB, but Inferno squad split, Necro. It seems so magnificent in the circle.
It indeed is magnificent, but look at this! It's iQOO Soul's reckoning force that they're constantly striking the lobby. With just a 2-man squad, they were still dishing out a lot of damage, but unfortunately for iQOO Soul, the man gets knocked out. Hold on, he can't be back upon his feet. iQOO Soul's lifeline relies on this game. There's so much value that this game holds for iQOO Soul. They cannot lose this. They need it in the bag. It's Inferno squad in their way, and right next to him is also WSP, and iQOO Soul is constantly peppering shots against him. Right now, it's all about claiming the points, and they're trying their best to stay safe for as long as possible, but their back's against the wall, Necros. What can they do?
Jatan is just being a pure menace for the side of WSB. Even Senator gets taken now. Inferno squad, they are back in form, and Jatan is going up close and personal, trying to find out the last player. Omega has been spotted. WSB, they're down and out. Inferno squad gets 8 finishes in their name, and it's now down to the top 3 teams, while iQOO Soul, they have to face these consequences. One of the players of Inferno squad needs to get taken down as they're in top 2.
Inferno squad, they have been playing incredibly well, and they're also looking pretty unstoppable. Even they needed this game desperately, but they performed when it matters the most. A beautiful nade from PMWIGL. He's there in the front lines, and yes, now it's going to be the unstoppable force of the players of Inferno squad, and they strike down the players of iQOO Soul and claim that chicken dinner.
What a beautiful match it was for the boys of Inferno squad, but even iQOO Soul, they came in the top 2, so it's a good one for them as well. But this was the comeback we wanted from the teams, those who were lying in the bottom. Inferno squad, 10 finishes. That means a 20-pointer game for these boys.
iQOO Soul now has 20 points in the overall standings. Inferno squad, even a banger performance from them. The bottom 2 teams that were there in the overall standings as the known names. Now, once again, they're going to rise up to the occasion in the overall standings. And this means even the cutoff is going to increase.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Now the cutoff is going to be really interesting for sure. But look at this. NUMENxFOREVER got taken down early. Angry Swan got taken down early. They did not get a lot of points, creating the chance for the teams in the middle to climb up the ladder. But Hero Xtreme Godlike, Necro, they still got so many points from this particular match.
They indeed did. Godlike was on a roll, let's be honest. They were on a spree, eliminating teams left, right, and center. First one on the target was Blind Rippers. Then later on, they moved on forward, and they even third-partied a few games. They went off against list a few more names that were there right next to him. Even WSB they were taking a fight against. Even the players of Rival Apex they were fighting against. There were a lot of these fights that Godlike was taking at the same time, and that's why they could not really come out on top, and they crumbled. But once again, we're speaking of Godlike, and this team has already made the cut in the overall standing, so it's all good in the hood. For them, this game did not even hold any value. But the real value was for a few names like iQOO Soul, as we spoke about, Inferno Squad, and even for team captains. Now, team captains third party the entire likes of RTGxIND, but still they lost that third party.
Exactly, even they lost 2 players that made them flee away from that spot. But talking about dip down performance, I would like to bring Team Insane as well. They were in a good spot, they could have got a lot more finishes, but they failed to do so.
Yeah, for Team Insane, one thing is for sure, consistency is something they like to move in with. But now the first game left outside of their hands, I'm not sure how the adjustment's going to look like. But you really got to give it to the players of Inferno Squad, man.
Yeah.
Quite the opportunistic bunch, knowing the fact that, yes, now they've got the zone advantage. With the way they spread themselves out, they had the most amount of control in the final few moments.
Exactly. It was a similar spot that if I believe it was done by Team Lolzzz in the previous match that they played, they would have got a chicken in as well. But right now, I would say Inferno Squad did the exact fine job. They did not have any teams to go for the backstab or come from the backside area. So they were quite clear, okay, we don't have any teams in the backlines. We can go up front, take the Spider Hill control. And they played in a 4-man split. Not just 2-2, but 4 players were there in 4 different directions.
And here's the exact point I'm trying to make, right? Since this PMWI Jails additions came forward for Inferno Squad, this team has been playing so good. Consistent performers over and over again. Yes, the first 3 games weren't exactly good, but look at this. 20 points in one single game. Now that's going to require everything that was left.
They got 5 points in the first 3 games and now 20 in just one match, making it to 25 points, almost close to the top 3, top 4 spot in their particular group itself. But followed by that, RTGxIND also made a really great game for themselves, 13 points in total they will be walking away with. They will be also looking forward to qualify for the round 3 very easily. I don't think they will have any problems with that. But Team Insane, that is where the problem is lying.
I mean, for Inferno Squad, these 20 points, it pretty much covered up for whatever they left yesterday. They were not able to play that great, but then if you get a banger performance like this, it's going to cover up for all the flaws that you had one day ago. And that's what Inferno Squad did. Performing so well. You've also got GLITCHxREBORN on the latter half of the board. Of course, they were stuck in a big third party between team captains, RTGxIND. Inferno Squad was also there a little bit far away in that action. But as we saw, that third party came in from the side of team captains. LeBron was the only man standing for GLITCHxREBORN, and not a lot could have been done in that scenario.
Exactly. But overall, it was a great game for a lot of teams, but still, Team Lolzzz also could not make it up to the end circle. They got taken down by the players of iQOO Soul. The positioning, I felt like it was not that great for our Team Lolzzz to hold on when you know there is a team coming from behind areas. iQOO Soul did great, and even Knuckle was doing pretty amazing. I
mean, you can still say Team Lolzzz is doing quite decent in the overall standings, right? They don't really need a lot of points. Even if they do get 5 points per game, they're still easily going to make the cut in the overall standings. The big game was required for Team INS, iQOO Soul, Team Captains, Inferno Squad, from which iQOO Soul and Inferno Squad have already made the cut. We're still waiting for Team Captains and INS to make the cut now. With the way Inferno Squad played, it was flawless. Whatever they were lacking yesterday, today it's being filled up to the brim. And now for Inferno Squad, from here on out, they're also going to have the momentum. And one thing is for sure, with these many amount of points, they can easily move on. With that being said, let's move on to a short break for now.
Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, gonna make way for the mega task. Fully loaded, go the ammo. Keep getting bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. Move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Xtreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Xtreme.
मम्मी का फोन है, एक मिनट।
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63.
Ouch. I'm not doing this.
300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर। अबे बंद करो बे, आँख में छुप रहा है। कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
After a wonderful match of Erangel, we are back for the second match itself. And joining alongside me is going to be my man Johnny. So, the first match went so havoc that we saw Inferno squad stepping up front and bagging this chicken. Now, what are your thoughts about it?
I mean, it was an important one for them indeed. I mean, they were almost on the last position in terms of their group, and this winner chicken dinner gets them into a fighting position. And of course, if you start off the day on a good note, you still have 2 more matches to try and solidify yourself within that top 48 bracket, and it is going to be important for Inferno squad to now have a consistent performance on the next map of Miramar. If they pull that off, then their position inside of round 3, it is going to be safe. Otherwise, it's still up for grabs for the other teams to secure.
That's for sure. Even Team Insane, they were trying to step up, but this game again faltered for themselves. They could not manage a lot more points, but Team Insane has been very consistent in the map of Miramar, but have to see how it goes for them.
Exactly, and it is going to be interesting to see how they develop this consistency. But if you want to be consistent in your matches, check out the iQOO Z9S series starting at 18,999. And of course, if you go on to Google and search for the iQOO Z9S, you can stand a chance of winning an iQOO Z9S Pro for yourselves. 15 of those are going to be given out. You could be the lucky one, but talking about luck, I think a little bit of luck was involved inside of the game because how chaotic things got.
Yeah, I would say the luck favored iQOO Soul as well. The positioning, the compound that they were holding, the circle prevailed on over it for a longer period of time, till the final circle, if I'm not wrong. But the entire positioning that they got, then they came in the second position, I believe this circle favored them in a very big manner. And iQOO Soul stepping up, they didn't have a lot more finishes to play along with, but still the amount of points that they have collected from this match should be enough to boost their confidence for the next couple of matches.
Exactly, I think they've done the job already. They had 10 points from 3 games they played yesterday. They have 10 points from this particular match. And of course, we are going to move forward and have a look at the overall ranking as well. And I think the discussion for the day, and in fact the discussion for tomorrow and day after, will always be what the cutoff is going to look like. Right now, I think all of us agree it's going to be somewhere between 20 to 25 points because it is the top 48 that move forward. But I want to know your thoughts. What do you think? Is it going to be 25, more than that, less than that?
Hey, I and Necro were discussing. I had my thoughts of 35 points as the cutoff marker. And it can go up high. You know, the bottom teams, they're stepping up. Inferno squad jumping up. iQOO Soul also getting a lot more points. Team Insane still in the middle out there, but they have climbed up a good position. They are in the 14th spot with a total of 21 points on board. But the jump that RTGxIND also had in the overall standings, it's really great.
Yeah, it is great indeed, and it's going to be interesting to see how they make it happen. RTGIND, if they can be consistent enough. I mean, they're almost on the other side, and now it's just about having that one extra good game for yourself. But we move on to the second page of this leaderboard right now, and again, one big team that everyone is going to be worried about is Revenant Esports. Things aren't looking that great for them, but they still have 3 more matches remaining in the later half of the day, and we will have to see how Revenant tries to make a comeback, if they can actually pull it off. It's not going to be easy at all. And in terms of the teams from this group, GLITCHREBORN, I believe we saw them there, just a smidge away from that qualification marker. If they can secure 10 points in the upcoming match, then I think even GLITCHREBORN will have an opportunity to move forward. But it all comes down to the next game and what they do in the next match.
I still feel like a lot of teams have their chance to qualify for the top 48.
Yeah, very true.
But they need only one good match. A good match like what Inferno squad did just right now in the map of Erangel. You do it in the map of Miramar, or you do it in the map of Sanhok, but you need one good chicken dinner to make yourself qualify for the top 40.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, one good chicken dinner, even if it is there with like 6 or 7 eliminations, it puts you in a very comfortable position, right? But it can't be the last game. It can't be the last game you play in round 2, because after that you don't really have any opportunities to try and make that extra bit of push to try and get a safety cushion into work with as well, because the other teams are going to be playing after you. And I think because of that, it needs to happen for the teams that are looking to make a comeback, especially for this particular group, which is Group 2. I think it needs to happen in this upcoming being of Miramar. If they miss the opportunity on Miramar, then it's already all over.
Yeah, we are already anticipating a lot of chaos in the map of Sanhok itself, because a lot of teams, those who have kind of considered themselves that, yes, we're not going to qualify, they might spoil the game for the top teams in the map of Sanhok. And we know Sanhok has always been a map where you see a lot of early contentions, a lot of casualties being dealt by the teams. So that can be one of the key factors where the other bottom teams will be looking forward to. But talking about the matchup, again, IMPRNT Esports, they had a good run in the previous days. Miramar, they got a chicken dinner. Can they do it once again? Because they are in a desperate need of it. Yeah,
Inferno squad, I think, again, after the chicken dinner, though, it's not another big win that they need. They need 10 to 12 points to get themselves in a very comfortable position. And when I say very comfortable, I mean very comfortable, right? So, in order to get themselves that cushion, just go for an early fight, try to see if you can secure 2-3 early points inside of this game, and then you can just go all passive play for placement, get a few points this match, get a few points on that last game of Sanhok. And as you were talking about Sanhok and teams at the bottom looking to create that chaos, it's not just them, it's the teams at the top that you have to worry about as well. Teams that have already secured 30 plus points, 35 plus points, because worst case scenario, the cutoff goes to 35, right? Worst case scenario. And any team that has already crossed that benchmark, they can look to cause a lot of trouble for the teams in the middle pack in particular. I mean, take out the competition where they're already being beaten down. What could be easier than that?
Oh my god, I am having some clues of what you're talking about. What if we see Angry Swan Esports going up ahead and taking fight, because they is like an unstoppable force at this point?
That is true. I mean, the man is just on fire and he's been very consistent. And in terms of Angry Swans, I think that extra bit of firepower that they need sometimes comes in the form of Perigord, because whenever he's there, we have seen them sort of not just take fights but play for survival as well. And one problem with Angry Swans that I've noticed is sometimes they are just so focused on fighting that even though they have those finish points, they struggle with placement. But let's see how this game of Miramar is going to turn out for these teams.
The map of Golden Sand is already underway as the flight path is starting from the eastern side and ending in the western part of the map, just above the Valdemar area. Looking towards this flight path, Johnny, what do you think? Where can we expect the drop collisions?
I think the most obvious options are going to be Monte Nuevo, San Martin, just a little bit north of Truck Stop. The vehicle spawns are going to be targeted for sure. Los Leones, it's going to be very difficult to expect an early fight over there. It's a massive city, so even if there is a drop clash that takes place towards Los Leones, teams have the opportunity to divulge and diverge away from the immediate threat. Chumacera, Minas del Valle, I think common drop spots for the teams that are struggling, but it's going to be very difficult to see or in fact execute an early fight in a situation like this when you're playing your second last game. Too much of a risk. But look at this, El Azhar. It seems like that is the position that is going to be a little crowded in the early stage of the game, as we have IMPRNT Esports going for a split drop along with the players of RIVALZ who are there with them.
Oh my god, probably this is not a great spot that they will be anticipating, that RIVALZ Apex will be coming in the contention. But what I think, Johnny, is that they are there to secure the vehicles and move up north towards Toria Humara, maybe Campo Milita. I'm not quite sure. But if they want to engage, that's a different story.
But talking about stories, look at what is happening right now towards Hacienda del Patron. We have the players of iQOO Seoul taking an exit and heading towards San Martin, Hacienda. And along with them go the players of Team Hero Xtreme Godlike. This is going to be an interesting early fight. The players of iQOO Seoul are grouped up together, and Hero Xtreme Godlike did start off with a split drop. But I think after scouting for information and realizing that iQOO Seoul might have those weapons early upon themselves, Admino does join the rest of his teammates, but they have information to work with now as to where this team that they are competing against has gone.
You know, at the starting of the day, I was discussing with Necro that we might be seeing Hero Xtreme Godlike going for a drop clash against iQOO Seoul, but he said that, no, I don't think he's going to do it. But it seems like Manya is interested for the drop clash rather than Hero Xtreme Godlike, because they have went on to their drop location. But talking about the circle, it is going in the northwestern side, keeping Crater Fields and El Pozo in a very doable spot. But iQOO Seoul They secure the Golden Mirado and they're moving up north towards La Cobreria because again, this is a circle of their home terrain.
Exactly, but I think for Hero Xtreme Godlike, what they've tried to do is block those rotation pathways because they also had the read that iQOO is going to go for those early vehicles. Their primary drop, as you mentioned, it was denied to them because of the flight path, and here we have it in the Golden Mirado. They are moving out towards the northwestern quadrant of the map. And it is down. The ball is in the court of Hero Xtreme Godlike, whether they want to chase them, pick an early fight, or they just let them be. And I think iQOO, they've been given the freedom to rotate towards Crater Fields and La Cobreira, have that comfortable start into the early game. And this might actually cause a lot of trouble for the other teams, because Miramar has been their map for a long time. That La Cobreira position, especially in northwestern circles, they do extremely well for themselves, the players of iQOO. But let's see how the rest of the game is going to turn out. In the meanwhile, switching perspectives, we have the players of Team Lolzzz on our screens. Present towards the Los Leones city, quite comfortable, completely unbothered. There is no one around them. And Team Lolzzz as well is another interesting name, right? New set of players with a man who is loved by the community. And they've done quite decent for themselves. I mean, their journey from round 1 to round 2 was very intense. They did manage to make it through to round 2. And even in round 2 yesterday was overall a very decent day. 19 points in 3 games. Not too bad, to be honest.
Out of those 19, 14 points, they just got from one particular map of Vikendi.
Yeah.
And that was really great performance by the boys of Team Lolzzz. And as a unit, they're trying to step up. And that's where the main focus lies. If you play as a team, if you play as a complete unit, you can literally clinch through any round that you're playing in this BMPS, and that's where the difference between INS and Team Lolzzz rise.
Yeah.
We have seen K47 stepping up only solo in terms of fights. He's getting the openings, he's trying to find out the early values, though there are some experienced players like Ghosty and all, but they could not step up like what he was doing. But if they can play up as a team, if they can coordinate a fight properly, I believe even INS had the potential to breach through round 3.
Well, let's see though. Will they succeed right now in this game itself? Are we going to see the struggles of INS continue? It's a big name, as you mentioned. I mean, the level of the caliber of the players that they have. We've seen them play the finals of a lot of officials in the past, but this time the journey is a little bit shaky. But Inferno squad on our screens, the winners of the previous match, and of course, Jatin. The performance towards the ends, the clutch to close out the match was absolutely incredible. Becomes the iQOO MVP of the previous match with 5 finishes secured, 569 damage dished out, 1 headshot connected, a survival time of 16 minutes 29 seconds, but that is okay.
He did a fantabulous job. He went up close, wiped the entirety of WSB, and among the top 5 players, you also see Goten from the side of Inferno squad, so you can have a gist about how Inferno squad literally dominated the first map itself. On the other perspective, the players of RTGxIND are also coming in the picture. Reeb and Lobster with 3 finishes respectively. And even Lolzzz stepping up with 3 finishes. So it was a great match specifically for RTGxIND and for Team Inferno squad.
Yeah. Both the teams looking to make a comeback. Inferno squad were a little bit further away from that qualification marker. But after the win on the map of Erangel, they have a comfortable position to work with now. Much better than before, of course. INS on the other side, as we were talking about them, the struggles do continue, but they are also trying their level best to bring themselves into a fighting position. One good game right now can change everything, and all of these teams that are struggling in this group are hoping to have that one game on this map of Miramar. It's an important one for sure for everyone. WSB. Now, this is a team that is playing in their own comfort zone. There is absolutely no slowing them down. The aggression we witnessed from them in round 1 was absolutely incredible. And it seems like even in round 2, they are going to continue with the same strategy. Just take on anyone who dares step in front of you. Finish numbers are looking quite good for the side of WSB, to be honest. 20 finishes at the start of the day. Only 3 placement points, though.
That is where the problem lies.
I don't think it's a problem. It's still the early rounds of the tournament. I think they are just confident in their skills and they're showcasing their firepower.
Hey, but WSB has always been a team with a lot of gunpowder in total.
Yeah.
You've got Zeref, you've got so many good players out there who has the potential to go up front and take battle. And right now, the addition of Omega helping them out to find some good spots for themselves inside the circle. But we're going to come back to it later. Right now, this can be a brutal heart attack for K47. Please don't go on top. GLITCHxREBORN, they have all the sounds in the world. K47 is going to be flashed out completely. Vishu, he gets the knockout and might be getting the confirmation as well because there is literally no support for him.
Yeah. Man moved up in a pickup truck as well. That's one of the slowest moving vehicles on this map. So, yeah, big trouble there for INS. And this is what we were worried about as well, right? I mean, a lot of experience on these players, but they're way too slow with their movement. In the meanwhile, we have the finish secured by Vishu. As you mentioned, GLITCHREBORN off to a decent start in this game.
INS wanted to go and take the dead center of the circle, and this position they know. In Miramar, you need to play through the ridges. If you have the topographic advantage, you always remain on a very good spot to find a lot more finishes, which eventually earn you points in total to climb up the ladder. But little did they expect at GLITCHxREBORN, they were just too quick in that decision making. But after this casualty, probably INS, they will be looking forward to back off from that spot, maybe stay in the areas of Trailer Park and the top side of northern part of El Pozo. Have to see how it goes because GLITCHxREBORN, they are not willing to give up that position at all.
Well, let's see. Yeah, that high ground advantage, it is a big one that can change their game and, of course, grant them an opportunity to secure a lot of finish points in this matchup. But if the circle moves away from them, then it's going to be a big challenge to drop down from that high ground advantage. So GLITCHREBORN, they have to be careful about that. Need to have a backup option to work with.
I've seen it multiple times happening. Teams holding on to the top, and when the circle shifts away, they try to move down. And that's where they become an easy prey for the other teams around the corner. You see a team coming down slope, it's easy spray down, and you get those free finishes in your name. But talking about a team like this, team captain, I really had high hopes, high expectations from this team, but somehow they did not meet it.
Yeah.
I really thought that they would be getting a lot of finishes, maybe a lot of points, and will be breaching through the round 2, but it seems like it is not going in that way. But the circle has shifted towards the eastern side, keeping Hacienda San Martin in a very good spot, and Hero Xtreme Godlike will be very happy with it.
I think this is still a very comfortable position for a lot of these teams to work with. As you mentioned, Hero Xtreme Godlike, of course, controlling that eastern edge. It gives them an opportunity to pick the fight against the teams just south of their position. You see IMPRNT, you see the players of RTGxIND. But it's a question about gathering information as well before you try to engage. In the meanwhile, we have INS. Insane, my apologies, who have pushed for the center of the circle towards San Martin. They have a lot of cover to work with, but in a few moments, they are going to be surrounded from every single direction. And if the circle then takes a northern shift, then maybe Team Insane are going to be in trouble because the escape options are going to be very limited. On the other side, Inferno squad, quite an interesting start. They're still present towards Puerto Palacio.
I really don't appreciate holding this compound, Johnny. In my personal opinion, when I play, I really say my teammates and my friends, this is the compound that we should avoid every time. Because once you get surrounded from 3 different directions, there is no going back. As you mentioned, there is only one way out from that compound. You need to drive by and cross the road. And that's where, in that too many open areas, you get shot from multiple directions. And then you find, where should I go and take the shelter?
Exactly. It's the easiest thing in the game to execute. Just pin down a team that is outside the zone in a compound. All you have to do is just mark the windows and the door. And don't even have to pull the trigger if you see them on those in those openings. You just wait for them to exit, step out into the open. But hey, it seems like iQOO, they've spotted out the players of Blind Rippers out into the open, who are running for that broken building. So the cover access is going to be gained by the players of Blind Rippers, but how do they look to re-engage, or do they even look to re-engage into this fight? Considering there is no incentive to push forward for the players of Blind Rippers.
I sometimes feel bad about this team every time in every match. The spot that they find to hold, they find somebody around the surroundings, maybe having the topographic advantage. The previous map of Erangel, it was Team Hero Xtreme Godlike. This time it's iQOO, 2 big Goliaths and 2 consecutive matches. Luckily, they haven't faced any consequences so far.
Oh, but look at this. I think this time maybe one of these 2 sides is going to face the consequences of poor positioning. RTGxIND spotted out by Punk from Hero Xtreme Godlike, and the IGL, he's going to relay all of this information to his teammates in the backlines. And in fact, Simp already kicking things off, finds an opening for his side, and now that is going to be the Punk cue to move in. Admino leading the charge over there, the man who has been responsible for destruction of so many teams that have gone up against Hero Xtreme. Godlike runs around the corner, somehow manages to escape getting knocked out, evade the threat, and RTGIND already 2 players down. Jonathan charges in, gets one more for Hero Xtreme. Godlike, RTGIND, they're going to be down to their last surviving player, who I believe is not going to be surviving for long. A big blunder coming in from RTGIND. Lobster on the run for his life and just a few placement points. And Hero Xtreme Godlike, a decent start to this Miramar. 3 finishes secured early inside of this match.
Oh, Lobster, he tried to flee away, but now he has to face the players of Team Lolzzz. You shouldn't have taken this shot, buddy, but now you have mishapped the situation. Lobster, he will be getting the shots from left and right, and now he is down and out. RTGxIND, after a flawless match in the previous map of Erangel, they end their run in the 15th spot.
Yeah, quite unfortunate for RTGIND, getting caught off guard by 2 different teams in the same moment. Early elimination. And of course, this does put their probability of and possibility of moving forward to round 2 up in the air. All hopes will be there on the next upcoming game of Sanhok from them, and if you want to have top tier performances inside of your matches, you can go ahead and check out the iQOO Z9S series, starting at 18,999, our official smartphone partner for the iQOO BMPS 2024.
You don't have to worry about the gaming hours anymore with that battery life that they have, but coming back to the game, Hero Xtreme Godlike seems unstoppable at this point. They came up front, but instantly as they found out there are players above the ridge, a cover fire came to stop anybody of Team Lolzzz taking any extra fire on that one player of Admino who was there scouting probably. He saved them and again backed off to stay inside the circle because again, Godlike, they have a very sweet spot. They have the eastern corridor all to themselves. Team Lolzzz, they are behind, but they can be gatekeeped very easily, and you can see the split that Godlike is playing in.
Yeah, not really allowing any access of the circle of the eastern edge to the players of Team Lolzzz, as you mentioned. But this 2-2 split that Hero Xtreme Godlike have got going for themselves right now, it does split their firepower by quite a bit. They have to be careful with how they re-engage into the players of Team Lolzzz. But on the other side, WSB now. That high ground of GLITCHREBORN is going to be matched by WSB. The distance between the 2 hills is quite a lot, but they still have one of the players quite isolated. Can go for re-engagement into that fight, look for an early frag for themselves, but let's see how it turns out. In the meanwhile, the circle now takes a shift towards the northwest. iQOO Soul in the prime position to secure any amount of frags that they want.
Oh my god. The BGMI gods, they are favoring them, no matter what we say at this point. And now they have to use this situation completely in their favor. But Hero Xtreme Godlike, they have their eyes on the players of Team Lolzzz. Kunal, you have messed things up. And that's literally a free finish to the side of Godlike.
And Jonathan, brilliant way to kick things off. Instant knock, and the confirmation comes in as well. The point is going to be secured by the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike. And as you mentioned, a big blunder from the players of Team Lolzzz. The compound exits are going to be marked. And the vehicles have been spotted out as well. Jonathan stays on the flank as Admino and Punk look to move in. Look at the distance. You see those flashes. Simply, he's just making sure that from a distance he keeps an eye, provide his team with any necessary suppressing fire that they need to re-engage into the players of Team Lolzzz. On the other side, on the finish feed, just saw even iQOO Soul. They are going a little bit aggro inside of this game, looking for those early frags.
Oh, look at this positioning. Jonathan, he can get one knock very easily. He can get this. The deed can be done. Lolzzz gets taken down. Jonathan patches himself up. He barely survives. And that's a green signal for the boys of Godlike to move in Mudit. He knows the exact position. It can be really vital. The pre-cognate can damage and hinder the HP. But the Molotov comes in the question. Team Lolzzz, they're into shambles at this point. Sunshine has to deal with a brilliant 1v2 situation, but he fails to deliver as Team Lolzzz takes an exit. 7 early finishes with not a single casualty for the boys of Hero Xtreme Godlike.
So much pressure built upon the opposing side that they could not even react to it. First player went down out into the open. The second man goes down to a perfectly timed and a very precisely placed grenade coming in from Jonathan. And after that, it was just down to that push. The Molotov connecting gave them the extra edge that they needed. But to be honest, they already pretty much had the fight in the bag. The Molotov just made things extremely easy. In the meanwhile, this is going to be intense. Team captain up against Team Dragons. Both the teams having a lot of struggles in their journey in round 2 so far. So it is going to be important for them to try and figure out how they want to move forward from here. But if you want your mobility in real life to be very smooth and very swift, check out the Hero Xtreme 160R4V. A mobility partner for this iQOO BMPS 2024 is Hero.
Definitely a very smooth ride, I would say. I've already tested it. One of the best bikes that you can get in that segment. But coming back to the game, GLITCHxREBORN, they don't want to leave this place at any cost, but I am damn sure, Johnny, this won't be inside the circle in the next few shifts. So now they have to go down. And they have already sent the players. LeBron, you can see him in a distant hill, trying to provide some cover fires when the players of Wicked, and they will be going down slope. NUMENxFOREVER, they're in the back lines. They can cause big problems for them. But if GLITCHxREBORN decides to gatekeep these players, that can be troubling for NUMENxFOREVER.
Yeah, I think that is what they should do or need to do. In fact, that high ground advantage needs to be converted into either early frags or maybe some mid-game chaos that they can capitalize upon, because it will give them a lot of information to work with. But we are seeing GLITCHREBORN just be a little too passive from that particular position. And I think that is because of the fact there are 2 players up the hill, not just one. Had they had a few more players in a fighting position down below, maybe they could have looked to engage. The player from top of the hill can provide decent amount of suppressing fire. The circle now shifting towards the south. Team captain, Team Dragons, they're going to be quite happy with the circle shift, and WSB as well. They have an amazing compound to work with. But NUMENxFOREVER, as we were looking at their perspective, it seems like they are getting a little too eager to engage into a piece of action against the players of Inferno squad. Having pinned them outside towards the edge of the blue. Numen looking for an opening, unable to find one though.
Oh my god, look at the sprays, Johnny. Simp. He has pinned down Madrek and his buggy has been compromised. He cannot just flee away from that spot. The cover fires might be coming up from his teammates, but is it sufficient now for Madrek to survive? Admino is on a flank. He will be safeguarding his vehicle at first. One good nade can get him that finish. And Jonathan knows it.
Look at Simp, he's moved in on the flank, and that is going to be the man causing trouble for Madrek over there. But team captain, they go for the push against the players of Team Dragons, and now it is Jetray and Archit, 2 last survivors. Archit falls, and Jetray doesn't have any HP to work with. He's cooking up that nade, but Night King not really afraid of anything, just moves in for that finish. And that's going to be the squad wipe going into the hands of Team Dragons. They have those 4 points secured, and Night King with a brilliant 4 finishes secured from this fight. The players of GLITCHREBORN, we see them on the high ground. Seems like they have also found the players of Inferno squad. An opening found as Goten goes down, and GLITCHREBORN, they're going to look to secure more frags from here on out.
One after another, the obstacles aren't stopping for the boys of Inferno squad in this particular map of Miramar. But GLITCHxREBORN still keeping themselves in a very sweet spot, trying to eradicate the entirety of Inferno squad from this match. Owen, BMW, IGL, they have been tucked into corner outside of the circle. If they want to move out away, there's a big rotation that they need to take, but even LeBron will be keeping them in a check. So there is literally no position where Inferno squad can just move around. If they have to take a long rotation, this is the only way that they need to move forward to. But Inferno squad, I think they are doomed at this position.
Yeah, that dip is very difficult to get out from, especially with the sides also compromised. You have teams positioning to just try and pin down the players of Inferno squad. And GLITCHREBORN, they are going to try and lob a few nades and a Molotov inside of that dip to try and flush out the players. On the other side, NUMENxFOREVER. 2 finishes secured, and now they are looking to move in and breach the western edge of the circle. But as they move forward, they have a quite a few teams waiting for them on the other side, to be honest. There's players from GLITCHREBORN, RIVALZ, Inferno Squad, and Blind Rippers that NUMENxFOREVER might have to go up against. But RIVALZ, as they go for the push onto this broken building, they run into the players of Team Dragons. And Team Dragons, they've been on fire this game. One squad wipe already secured. They're going to look for one more. But lucky to Noob, he tried to go for a phenomenal clutch. Took down 3 players from the side of Team Dragons, but he was unable to secure those finish pointers. And he got eliminated from that fight. In the meanwhile, the nades from NUMENxFOREVER causing a lot of damage. 4 Blind Rippers, 2 players knocked out, 2 left standing. But before they can try to re-engage, Mafia moves in, looking for that knock. The HP bars traded out. Nades coming in from the backlines as well. And Blind Rippers and NUMENxFOREVER, both the teams taking a lot of damage. And it is iQOO Soul who have showed up, looking for blood, looking for those finishes. NUMENxFOREVER, I don't think they're going to be moving forward from this fight and surviving after this fight as well. It's just one last man remaining who's hiding inside that bus, and we all know what's going to happen next. A few nades inside of the smoke looking for those finishes. Even if the bus blows up, iQOO Soul, they will have those points in the bag.
Knuckle, he doesn't have a lot of ammunition to play along with, but Ronnie, he barely survives because it's INS from behind. It can cause a real havoc, but Ninja, he finds one, and INS, they're down and out. 6 finishes in the name of iQOO Soul for now, as they have backed off Numen. Still, the revivals are going on, but GLITCHxREBORN from the other side, they're raining the nades, and that's it. Probably Ninja will be getting taken down. Scuba's nade made a brilliant connection. Mafia, he's still inside his vehicle, but how long can he survive? He's going for the smokes, trying to survive as long as possible because he's sandwiched between iQOO Soul and GLITCHxREBORN.
Yeah, nowhere left to run. He has to be as careful as he can be. Just try and hide his position. 4 smokes, 3 smokes remaining. And he needs to be very efficient with when he's lobbing out each one. In the meanwhile, GLITCHREBORN, they are looking to shut down the momentum of Team Dragons in this game. And Dragons, they are having a wonderful time in this match.
Oh, look at this. The position where Inferno Squad were right now, Godlike, they have moved up. As GLITCHxREBORN, they've completely left this position. They might be outside of the circle, but the circle is not way too far away from the boys of Hero Xtreme Godlike. And the next target can be GLITCHxREBORN. Ninja gets Mafia down, and NUMENxFOREVER will be having their final breath in this map of Miramar, while GLITCHxREBORN, they have other things to take care of, and it's none other than the boys of Hero Xtreme Godlike.
And Hero Xtreme Godlike, again, utilizing their numbers perfectly, just building pressure upon the opposing side, and the spray from Jonathan securing another knock for his team. They are going to look to completely shut down the players of GLITCHREBORN. The finishes are being stolen though, and that can be a big sign of concern. LeBron, the nade is going to be quite close, just goes outside of that pipe. Maybe the second one goes in, and I think it did. Dishes out a little bit of damage upon the 2 players who were there. But GLITCHREBORN, are they going to be able to deal with this pressure? In the meanwhile, Hero Xtreme Godlike realize that the backlines are quite getting compromised, and the flanks as well is where the pressure might come from in the form of iQOO Soul. So a few shots on that ridge just to make sure that the players stay at bay, do not overextend. Decent amount of damage dished out though, the pressure also being felt by the players of iQOO Soul now.
They don't want to mess things up.
Yeah.
Ninja knows if he goes down, iQOO Soul, the position that they're holding right now can be compromised. You can see they have the height advantage. They've got already 3 players inside the circle. So it can be very problematic if Ninja goes down. He was there to clear the backstabs and the backyards of iQOO Soul. But the positions, the things have changed. Even Insane seems to be in a very sandwich situation, both from Team Dragons and IMPRNT Esports. For an Evil, they're barely surviving, but Ninja's one good nade can cause a real havoc. But this nade should be making good connection. IMPRNT Esports down to 2-man. Still trying to capitalize and gather as many points as possible. But this ridge disadvantage might just backfire them.
Yeah, it can. It definitely can. They have no information of what is going on the other side towards their left, and all they are worried about is up top the hill. The threat from the players of iQOO Soul. But look at that, Team Dragon put under pressure by Hero Xtreme Godlike as well, as they secure a knock and convert it into a finish. Oh, that was way too close. Just on the other side of that metal barrier, the fence. Afu is going to be so lucky that he did not get finished over there. Same can't be said for the players of IMPRNT Esports, as one of the players does go down. Knuckle from iQOO Soul looking to cause trouble for the opposing side of IMPRNT, and IMPRNT, they're going to bite the dust in this matchup. We're down to the top 5 teams, 14 players still alive.
10 finishes already in the name of iQOO Soul as they seem to go all in. They're here to take the chicken and all the 4 players are still alive. While Team Hero Xtreme Godlike, they were trying to deal with something different, but GLITCHxREBORN from backyards tried to get one finish but gets Jonathan knocked out but could not confirm him. That leaves 4 players alive for Hero Xtreme Godlike as well. Both the Goliaths have got 10 plus finishes already in the name. Hero Xtreme Godlike with total of 11, but Jonathan again gets taken down by the nade of Team Dragons, one of the players. This is going to be problematic if Team Dragons decide to push right now. Hero Xtreme Godlike, they're in a very vulnerable position.
Punk barely getting caught by that Molotov. He did try to push up to try and get away from the damage radius, but still gets set on fire. Hero Xtreme Godlike, they're looking for those revives, and once Jonathan is back, maybe we're going to see an intense fight between them and the players of iQOO Soul. They have one player from Hero Xtreme Godlike who is just a smidge outside of the play zone. And if iQOO Soul are not concerned about the backlines being compromised, then maybe Godlike can find that edge. But Punk finally had an opportunity to take down one of the players from the side of Team Dragons with that S12K. Fails to connect, but iQOO Soul, as they look to make a move, it is going to be the side of Insane who knock out Knuckle, and Ronnie hits the floor as well. One after the other, the players of iQOO Soul are falling left and right as they look to recover. Hero Xtreme Godlike, they're looking for those frags. 11 eliminations already secured in this game, and here come the grenades. They are nowhere close to the players of iQOO Soul, but this one is. Knuckle gets knocked out along with Manya, and this is going to be the end of iQOO Soul. They have the points for qualification, but this is an all-out war between 2 of the biggest teams in BGMI, and this time it is Hero Xtreme with a godlike performance coming in. An impressive game, just like the chicken dinner we saw from them in the last match yesterday.
Particularly extremely great performance from the Goliaths. iQOO Soul again will be a little upset by the hashtag to position, but have to say both the matches of Erangel and Miramar went so good for them. I think both the Goliaths are back on track.
Yeah, both of them are back on track, and of course when we saw these teams in this group, everyone wanted to see this happen every single match, right? This is the fight, this is the performance that you wanted to see from both these 2 sides. Yeah, I mean, fans are always going to argue who is better, who has done what, and what the history has been like for both the organization, but you can't deny the fact that these are 2 of the biggest names in BGMI, and no matter what the history has been like, everyone wants to see these 2 teams perform. Both the fan bases from either side just want this. Like, both the teams reach the finals, and then whoever wins the finals, they're going to be the better one.
Yeah, but in this match, both the sides are satisfied.
Yeah.
Hero Xtreme Godlike, they will be much more happy because this is their second chicken dinner in total of 5 matches that they have played, which is really great. And not only with small amount of finishes, almost 10 plus finishes that they've already got.
15 in this match.
Yeah, exactly. I guess 15 finishes in total. And even iQOO Soul got more than like 11 to 12 finishes.
Yeah. iQOO Soul, I think this should have been their game. They just dropped the ball. As we mentioned, they weren't really worried about the backlines and they just pushed for the players of Team Insane. I think they also expected the players of Godlike to move in from the flank, but that didn't happen. But I think let's have a look at the winner chicken dinner moment once again, see how things turned out. Because this was that one play, right? It wasn't even from the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike. It came from iQOO in those final moments when he was fighting for his life. He took down one man from the players from the side of iQOO Soul, which allowed the backline access to the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike, because at that point you see the players of iQOO Soul just shift all of their attention on trying to eliminate the players of Team Dragon, and they did succeed in doing so as well. But after that, by the time the squad wave of Team Dragon happened, the players of Hero Xtreme Godlike have moved in a little bit too close for the side of iQOO Soul to deal with, and that just resulted in Hero Xtreme Godlike getting that chicken dinner. Had iQOO not found that first opening, things could have been a lot different, because then it would have been a 4 versus 4 versus 4.
Yeah, even Sim's flank worked wonders. He got Knuckle down and the Batman was down. So yeah, that you can say he was one of the causes that Godlike got a green signal. This is the time we are going in. And the kind of confidence that Hero Xtreme Godlike now has within themselves, each and every player, I'm not talking about a single one or like two, all the 4 players have this kind of confidence within themselves that if we get 2 knocks, we are going in. There is no second thoughts.
I mean, in the early fights, we just saw them move in with a single knock as well. But yeah, they are playing with those fundamentals, right? The first knock to build up pressure, the second knock to go for the push. Because if you find that second knock without losing a single player from your side, it gives you a big man advantage to work with. And especially in the fights that we saw from them early, where they were pinning teams down, like Team Lolzzz pinned out inside of the compound, 1 player picked outside, the other one knocked out with a nade. That gives them a big edge in that fight because you know where the players are. You're going to try and clean up the rooms from the outer side with the utilities that you have. And once you're sure that you have dished out enough damage that the players indoors are going to be uncomfortable or putting on those first aids, that is when you start to move in. But I think it's time to have a look at the points for this particular match, see how many points these teams were able to secure from this game. Because one thing is for sure, there's going to be a big vacuum within the top 2.
Definitely. The first position goes for Hero Xtreme Godlike. The second one will be iQOO Soul. 25 points is what Hero Xtreme Godlike will be walking away. But talking about iQOO Soul, they've got 18 in their name, 12 finishes and 6 placement points.
All right, 37 finishes between the first 3 teams. 15 on Hero Xtreme Godlike, 12 on iQOO Soul, and then you have Team Dragons as well. And I have to say, Team Dragons, this is just phenomenal. I hope to see that they play the last game like this as well. If they can secure 15 points on Sanhok, then even Team Dragon brings themselves into a fighting position for round 3. And this is going to be interesting if they actually manage to pull it off. One of the most intense qualifications we have ever seen. But let's see how the last game of the day is going to turn out. But as we were talking about the vacuum, this is what the vacuum results in. The latter half of the leaderboard gets absolutely nothing. From the 10th till the 16th position, 0 points for everyone. Be happy now with that.
Not a single finish, not a single placement point. Inferno squad, Angry Swan, team captain, RTGxIND, the teams, those who actually performed pretty well in the previous match of Erangel, goes with 0 points.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite unfortunate, right? And Inferno squad as well. This is basically a reset for Inferno squad. Because they had a chicken dinner on Erangel, but they dropped the ball on Miramar, so that pretty much resets their position in the overall leaderboard. And now this is a big point of concern, because that means that once they are in Sanhok, they have to go for a top 3 finish with like 6 to 7 elimination points in that particular game. I mean, that won't be enough maybe for the qualification if the other 2 groups that are playing, and in fact the other 3 groups, because there is Group 1 that is going to play their matches after Sanhok, if they end up securing all of those points, and they bring themselves into a better position than Inferno squad. So Sanhok needs to be a big one for this team and Team Dragons.
We are already anticipating that the Sanhok will be very chaotic for a lot of teams. The bottom teams will be looking forward to spoil the games for the top teams, but it seems like the top teams are literally dominating like anything. So have to see how things go. But before that, we're going to go for a little break. See you on the other side. But
yeah,
I guess we're gonna wait for some more seconds because even Angry Swan seems to be going down without a single point in this match.
Exactly. We'll give them time to strategize, but I guess for that is what we need the break. And as we said, we're gonna be back after this.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really? Hey, but have you all seen it?
Mega Taskers win at every level. iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Xtreme 125R. Challenge the Xtreme.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the iQOO BMPS 2024. And of course, it is going to be the last map, the map of Sanhok for Group 2 for qualification for Round 3. This is going to be Necro joining me right now for this last game. You know why you are here?
Why?
Because we are expecting a lot of evil things to go down.
Of course, it's the map of Sanhok, right? We know third parties are something that's always going to be there. And knowing the fact that still a lot of these teams do stand a chance to barely qualify. Inferno squad, even Team Dragons now from that previous game. What a performance that was.
Exactly, man. I mean, that last game was intense for Team Dragons.
But you know what? Where the last man screwed up for Team Dragons? He could have actually went for the confirmations on the knocked player. Instead, he went for the man who was standing.
They ran out of utilities, man. If they had a Molotov or an 8, they could have just lobbed it on the other side of the race and gotten all of those finishes. But hey, who cares? It was a top 3 finish, right? They still got a lot of points from that game. And that match does bring them into a final fighting position on the map of Sanhok. But they need to have a big game of Sanhok. They need to go... Do you want them to go for those early fights? Just risk it all, because if they miss out on the opportunity, if they get eliminated early, they get nothing.
So here's the crazy part about Sanhok, right? You do not really need to go for the risk anyways. You can just third parties. And that's an easy way to collect the points. You're automatically going to see these teams forcing fight against each other. You just go and be a part of that.
Yeah.
Exactly what team captains tried to do in the first game, but they failed. Yes, that's a different thing, but maybe you can be the one to come out on top, because third parties are the easiest way you can collect the scrap points.
You know that word, maybe you can be the one to come out on top. That is what builds up the stress, man. I mean, you don't want to be in a situation where it's just a maybe of you moving through or maybe not. But if you do not want to leave anything onto luck or a chance of qualification, check out the iQOO Z9S series, starting at 18,999, of course, and 15 of these are being given out. Go on to Google, search for the iQOO Z9S, and you can stand a chance of winning an iQOO Z9S Pro.
Ooh, that sounds really nice. And 15 of those devices are being given away, so you might just be the lucky one. But let's move on with the conversation, right? You got to give it to Godlike with the way they're performing. Man, hands down, one of the best performances we've seen so far from the side of Godlike, and exactly what this team was missing from the past.
Man, this is a statement being sent out to everyone that was doubting, all right, is this team ever going to get better? Well, they are back in their old form and living up to the name of Godlike. And it was an intense fight towards the end as well. iQOO Soul making that push. iQOO finding the opening and instantly goes down. iQOO just handed the win of Miramar to Hero Xtreme Godlike on a silver platter, just because iQOO Soul were already down in numbers, and they chose to make that push against the players of Team Dragons in a 3 versus 4 situation.
Yeah, and the previous game was just weird in the fact that in the match standings, right, the latter half of the board had 0 points. The entire latter half of the board had 0 points. You would see either of these scrappy points, 3, 4 points in the latter half of the board, maybe 1 or 2 at least, but it had 0 all across the board.
Yeah, man, Necro, what are you going to do when the top 3 teams end up securing 37 finishes within the 3 of them?
So here's my question. Did Team Insane make the cut?
Ooh, that is a big one.
Yeah, because Team Insane is someone that has been looking quite formidable, especially in the round 1 itself.
Well, let's drop away the confusion and have a look at the overall leaderboard and see how things are for Team Insane as well, because it is going to be a big surprise if Team Insane get eliminated from this tournament right here in round 2.
And I don't think so that's going to be happening. It's Team Insane we're speaking of. It's quite a known banner too. And as we move on forward towards the overall standings, things are going to be cleared up a little bit more. Team Insane, they've gotten 25 points. Johnny, they need 10 more points in the upcoming game of Sanhok just to be on the safer side of things.
Exactly. It is going to give them a safety cushion to work with. And I think Team Insane, they can secure those 10 points. But now, Inferno squad, let's talk about them for a minute, because 25 points on the board. This brings them, as we mentioned, into a fighting position. But that reset on Miramar, man, walking away with 0 points. The pressure is going to be on Sanhok. And Sanhok is not a map that you want to play under pressure.
Hands down. I mean, with the way things are looking like for RIVALZ too, now Sanhok holds a lot of value even for this team.
Okay, Necro, do you want hype?
Of course.
Hero Xtreme Godlike, 73 points in 5 matches. Can the record of Silly Esports from that round 1, week 1 be broken? They got 89 points in 6 matches.
It can be broken, but Godlike needs another chicken dinner. And once again, for Godlike to pull off that chicken dinner, is that really necessary? I would rather have them go aggressive off the rip and try and spoil a few frames, right? Maybe go on against Insane Esports, maybe try and go on against RIVALZ and do even better, because that's just going to be shattering these dreams and giving a reality check to these teams.
Again, evil plans with Necro and Johnny, I guess, and yeah, the freedom is going to be there, not just for Hero Xtreme Godlike. iQOO Soul can do that as well, and we know for a fact Sanhok is the map that iQOO Soul just go all in on.
You want to know a real sign of concern now? What is with Team Captain?
Oh.
You saw them perform in the round 1, week 1, and the performance was insane.
Yeah.
And now look at Team Captain, all the way on the bottom spot.
And they haven't recovered after that round 1, week 1,
Yeah.
right? Round 1, week 1, they played 6 matches. They got 3 chicken dinners. And after those 3 chicken dinners, we haven't seen them play well even in a single game.
Exactly.
They made it to round 2 all because of that week 1 performance. And since then, the performance has just been in shambles and the recovery has just not come in yet.
I'm not sure what exactly is going on with Team Captain, but one thing is for sure, now that this is going to be the last game, they need a 30 bomber. If they miss out on that, they're done for. The same thing can be said for Team INS.
Yeah, INS as well. INS is struggling. I mean, this game of Miramar, we just witnessed the positioning wasn't that great. And of course, INS has a lot of big names in their team. So we expected them to move forward, but it seems like all comes down to Sanhok. Another team that's in a similar position as INS is RTGxIND.
Hands down, even another known banner, if they do not perform, everything will come collapsing down in this game of Sanhok.
Well, let's see how the game of Sanhok is going to turn out. We still have a lot of new names to discuss. I mean, Team Dragons, we spoke about them. That previous matchup does bring them into a fighting position, but unfortunately, I think they still need a big match to qualify. RTGxIND, we were talking about them. The struggles do continue. They are still in the middle pack. A big win, a chicken dinner, can help them qualify. But it seems like Blind Esports not being in the same lobby as Blind Rippers is causing them to struggle a lot, Necro.
I know, right? The early momentum is something that's missing for Blind Rippers, and one thing is for sure, this team is capable of a lot. But still, for some reason, now it's struggling way too much. Once again, you can't say the rookie mistakes are being made by this team. They have the firepower, but unfortunately, the team synergy is now lacking.
It seems like the only team they prepared countermeasure for was Blind Esports. And since Blind Esports aren't there for them to challenge, they're struggling against everyone else, man.
I know, right? Especially looking at how Blind Rippers was performing in the opening week. They were looking quite nice.
Yeah.
Taking fights against the known banners, coming out on top. But now look at Blind Rippers. The same confidence is not replicated over here inside of the round 2.
You can replace known banners with Blind Esports and it was still going to be the same sentence. But, I mean, we still have this map of Sanhok to go. Hopefully, they bring themselves back. And we know they are good in those early fights. So, if they can secure the early momentum inside of this game as well, which Sanhok does allow them to do, hopefully, they can stand a chance for qualification. But let's see how this game is going to turn out. It is going to be the last map for Group 2, ladies and gentlemen. And it is right here.
Here we go as the plane fly path begins all the way from Hathin towards Lakavi. And once again, this plane fly path is not that great, but still, it is the map of Sanhok, so it's going to work anyways. If you do want to move down south towards Camp Charlie, there's no struggles going to be there indeed. I'm still looking out for a few drop collisions because that's going to be something that will add on the extra bit of spice. And these teams are playing on the map of Sanhok for the first time against each other.
One thing I wanted to see was where is the side of iQOO Seoul going to go, but I think they were expecting an early drop clash on that Camp Alpha Hill. So here comes the drop change. iQOO Seoul looking to head towards Paradise Resort, it seems like. And even Paradise Resort is a place, is a position, is a location inside of this match where you can expect a little bit of early action. But in the meanwhile, Boot Camp, look at this. Necro WSB going up against NUMENxFOREVER, it seems like over there.
Yeah, and I think iQOO Seoul's already made the cut, right, in the upcoming round, just in the span of 2 games. So that's quite brilliant, too. iQOO Seoul just playing with the hearts of the fans at the start of the day. We all were doubting what iQOO Seoul's doing, especially when Mania got picked off.
INS is the team they're up against in Paradise Resort. They can ruin the day for INS.
But hold on. That's another fight. There's one more brewing up on the screen. NUMENxFOREVER facing off against WSB's Powerhouse. Who's going to be the one to come out on top? That's the question. Utilities being tossed, and this time it's going to dish out a lot of damage. Xenarf has already found the advantage for his team. All it takes is the first strike, the first knockout. That's going to be the dictator for the push. And WSB Gaming, they're still looking to find that first knock. As NUMENxFOREVER pushing themselves back a little bit more inside of the fight. They want to back away from this compound, but still play a bit safe.
Both the teams in a very comfortable position in terms of their standing, in terms of their ranking on the overall leaderboard. So neither of them has a lot to lose by getting eliminated in this fight super early or in this match super early. This is a fight between the top contenders of that qualification mark, of that qualification cutoff. But let's see how it turns out. Oh, that rooftop player will have so much information that he can relay to his teammates. And Omega is going to be prepared for the players of WSB charging in his direction.
Especially looking at how WSB wanted to kick things off inside of the fight. The first utility came into fruition. They tossed that. Utility was not able to find any sort of advantage. And once again, now WSB is playing a little bit more safe. iQOO Seoul Tossing the utilities against the players of INS. Osiris right there in the front lines. As Ronnie's going to be the casualty for iQOO Soul for now. But once again, the Fallen Man can be back up on his feet with ease. It's not a problem. iQOO Soul, all they need to do is find the opener against INS, and all the players of INS are right underneath Manya. Manya's getting charged on, pounced on. It's not a great news. iQOO Soul, there's a storm of players brewing in the front. What can they do to deal against the players of INS? That's my question. And keep this thing in mind. If INS lose this fight, they're done for.
Exactly. This is what it all comes down to for INS. Beat one of the best teams in the country, one of the best teams in BGMI, and one of the most awkward locations of any map to exist inside of the game.
Yeah, but look at the positioning as well from the side of iQOO Soul. It's looking quite nice. The players are placed in a really great fashion. It's a nice fuel trap being set up for now. 2 players from iQOO Soul towards the main building of Paradise Resort, while Nukul is there on the left side. So Manya, he's going to have enough backup. And for iQOO Soul, team play has always been the gameplay. Be it the firefights, be it positioning inside of the game. iQOO Soul's team play has been phenomenal. Manya peeks out, goes for a few more shots. But it's also going to be the players of Hero Xtreme. Godlike closing on up as they take a fight against the players of INS. And as I told you, Godlike, they want to be the Dream Crushers here.
Well, let's see. No matter who gets those frags, the dreams of INS are going to be crushed. Ghosty finding the frag.
Done.
And one more player knocked out as Manya steps in. INS, as you said, Necro, they are done. Down to the last man. And Osiris can't really do a lot from this particular situation. But Hero Xtreme Godlike, they do not want to slow down, making the push. Pushing further than the players of INS. Looking to go up against the players of iQOO Soul. And Jonathan instantly goes down. Punk as well. Admino hits the floor. And iQOO Soul, 3 players knocked. This is revenge for what happened on Miramar. Hero Xtreme Godlike become the first team to be eliminated on this map of Sanhok, and INS, even their dreams are going to be crushed because they are the second team to go out.
This is what you call the heroic pounce from iQOO Soul. What an entry that was. A perfect third party to crush the dreams of Godlike and even INS, especially for INS. Godlike, I'm pretty sure they wanted to have a banger game even inside of this one.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, because of iQOO Soul, it's being stolen away. But still, it does not even matter. Godlike are going to be seen in the upcoming stage of the iQOO BMPS 2024.
Yeah, I mean, of course, with the amount of points that they have on the overall leaderboard, there's no way they get kicked out now. So we are going to witness them in action in round 3. And same goes for iQOO Soul, but again, there was no incentive for either of these two sides to make that push.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Godlike came there.
Man, I feel bad for INS. I think Godlike just showed up to try and pick an early fight against iQOO Soul. But as I was saying, I feel bad for INS. They got eliminated for no reason at all, man.
I think so Godlike actually came there for INS.
I think they came for iQOO Soul.
They did not really anticipate iQOO Soul being there because iQOO Soul likes to go towards Camp Alpha. It's the first time we've seen iQOO Soul drop over there.
It's the second time we're seeing them.
Interesting. But one thing is for sure, someone's dream has been crushed, and that's going to be K47. This man wanted to make a big statement, but let's see how the future looks like.
How uncomfortable would INS be in that situation? Imagine taking on iQOO Soul already, and then it's not even the week 1 Hero Xtreme Godlike that shows up, right?
Yeah. It's the stronger bunch.
It's the stronger bunch, yeah. The players that are already warmed up from a big game, a big chicken dinner. They had the momentum as well.
But you know what? For Godlike, the real test is going to be in the round 3. Are they going to be able to keep up with that same pace? Are they going to be able to be good enough in the upcoming rounds as well? Just as good as this. Because this round they dominated. They smoothly glided through. And then a heroic pounce from the side of iQOO Soul to wipe out the entirety of Godlike as well was quite phenomenal. Gotta give it to the players. iQOO Soul performing at the top. Godlike has been doing much better so far. So yeah, both these teams, they've easily made the cut. And this is what I'm talking about, right? If you want to go for the scrap points, go for the third party. That's the best possible outcome you can have.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, especially on the map of Sanhok, it becomes very easy. You hear the commotion, you can match it with the finish feed as it pops up.
Yeah.
Right as the teams that's already losing out on players.
Have a bit of a dance as well with it.
Oh,
The iQOO MVP of that previous game was Jonathan with 5 finishes and 33% finish contribution. Solid stuff. GLITCHxREBORN is another one of those known names, still waiting to stand up to the occasion. And how's GLITCHxREBORN been doing so far, Johnny?
GLITCHxREBORN, I mean, the start was decent, but then the struggles came in, and even the previous game, they tried to play for survival, tried to look for eliminations. Unfortunately, it was a middle-of-the-pack exit for them.
I think so GLITCHxREBORN is done for.
No, I don't think so.
Game 1, they did not have any points. Inside of Game 2, I'm not exactly sure how many they had.
They were able to secure 4 to 5 points.
Okay, so they started the day off with 16 points. So maybe you can't say somewhere around 22 points inside of this game.
They're still in the fight.
Still inside of the fight, but they need 12 points at least.
Yeah.
With 12 points, they can be somewhere around that 35 marker.
Agreed.
And that's like the safety shoes. But is GLITCHxREBORN going to accumulate those 10 or 12 points? That's the question.
The problem that I have with GLITCHxREBORN is their playstyle is completely changed from what we saw in round 1. The aggression seems to have completely faded away. And GLITCHxREBORN is a team that relies playing on the aggressive front. That is how we have seen them since 2023.
Yeah, LeBron, Duke, Scuba,
yeah.
All these players, young guns, man. And young guns means aggression, boiling blood, that rage that's missing from this team. But maybe it's not going to be missing when you get your hands on the iQOO Z9S series because of that smooth gameplay. And the best part about this device is that it's only starting from $18,999. And not just that, if you move on towards Google and search for the iQOO Z9S, you might just stand a chance to win the iQOO Z9 Pro. You might just be the one lucky winner out of the 15 devices that are being given away.
Yeah, 15 given away, 2 vanishing from the English desk.
I mean, these 15 are not going to be counted, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
these aren't going to be counted. These are ours.
So these are ours, pretty much. So in total, there were 17. 2 were taken away, so now only 15 left.
Oh, man. I think if these vanish someday, we are definitely getting in trouble, Negro.
Imagine. The next day, we're back at the studio. The phones are not there, and we're like, wait, we actually didn't take it.
Yeah,
we're not even kidding. We're just messing around on the broadcast.
I mean, Fixes, Salty, even Necros have been eyeing out for them, so we can blame it on them.
Oh, yeah. That's actually a good point. Fix is not even over here. We'll just say, yeah, he took it.
Oh, yeah. Much easier, right?
Yeah.
Don't tell anyone, guys. Evil plans with Necro and Johnny.
Oh, yeah. But hey, evil plans should be cooking even in the heads of Team Dragons. They're really close to qualification bracket. They can move on forward as well. It's quite a new banner. Definitely here to make a statement. And in that previous game, they were quite close. Could have almost made it too, but this game is something that's now going to bring their dreams into fruition.
You know what I get confused about in a situation like this? I look at the names inside of this lobby and I want everyone to move forward, but that's just not possible, man.
I know, right?
It's going to be heartbreaking.
RTGxIND too, struggling so much, man.
Yeah.
And we never saw this coming. Maybe in the first game they had a decent amount of points, so RTGxIND, yes, they had the momentum, but in the second game the performance wasn't exactly up to the mark.
Yeah.
And now it's out of the third game, everything just comes down to it. There's going to be so much pressure. They're going to be sweating to death.
Exactly, and it's going to be a very uncomfortable position from them to be in, but WSB, talk about discomfort, and 2 players knocked out as the players of NUMENxFOREVER look to make the push. They have the numbers advantage to work with and the shotguns to go for the jump shots. Oh no, Mafia whiffs the first, whiffs the second, doesn't matter, or maybe it does as Arman finds the trade. Mafia is still looking to shut down Arman, and WSB, they're dealing with the pressure in a phenomenal manner. It's down to the last man, NUMENxFOREVER. They have the edge in this fight, but the HP bars have been chipped away.
Yeah, for NUMENxFOREVER, they've already dished out so much damage against the foes, but the same thing can be said even for WSB. But now it's down to just Omega. He's inside of this closet room. He's also getting pounced on by the entirety of NUMENxFOREVER, the remaining player, as Omega peeks out, and he gets the first strike. And now that's where Omega will have the advantage. He knows what he's exactly doing inside of the playing field. 5 bullets in the magazine, now make it down to 4. He gets the fresh magazine as well in the hand, but for NUMENxFOREVER, the fallen players are once again back on the feet, and Omega is way too low. With this one single S12K, he's trying his best to turn the tides in his favor, but it might just be too much to ask for. He's still trying to play the mind games with the opponent. There's no backup available for NUMENxFOREVER, but it's now time to make the pounce against him. But still, Omega, he's just playing with the food in the front. It's such an awkward standoff, and eventually, it will be the players of NUMENxFOREVER to come out on top.
They pinned him down for so long into that corner room. The player in the front just messing around by opening and closing their door, forcefully giving him those foot cues so that Ninja could close in from the back lines. But as soon as NUMENxFOREVER are done dealing with the players of WSB, out of nowhere, Team Lolzzz, they show up looking for trouble. And Team Lolzzz, they have been quite phenomenal. Their journey in round 1 was mesmerizing. Their journey in round 2 also keeps them in a decent position from where they also have a chance of qualifying to round 3. And NUMENxFOREVER, this fight, I think it is important for Team Lolzzz now.
It indeed is. 2 eliminations on the board so far. That's it. And Team Lolzzz, they need to be wary of the fact that there's also another team stacking up soon. And that's in the name of Team Insane.
Yeah.
You need to be careful of that banner. But a beautiful position that can be up for grabs is going to be that hill right next to Boot Camp and right underneath Paradise Resort.
Oh, yeah.
That hill is still uncontested, and that's where NUMENxFOREVER is actually moving.
Agreed, man. I mean, it gives you so much vision towards the right-hand side, towards the east, where the players of Inferno squad are, and of course the southern side as well. You can directly take a fight against the players of Team Insane if you have that hill.
Yeah, and they're actually going towards that area, so I like that measure.
The problem is they will have to, if they try to move in from those triple warehouses, then Team Insane will have the access to the line of fire first, so they have to move a little bit up north on the other side of the ridge and then move towards the top of the hill.
Yeah, and they're also not going to have the confirmation that if it's empty or not.
That is true.
So even that's another big factor that comes into play.
It's a gamble.
Yeah, if they've got the vehicles, they can easily go for a few drive-bys, see if it's clear or not, try and bait out a few shots. If there's no shots baited out, then one thing is for sure, it's going to be clear. So that's where they can go for the extra bit of risky pounce on that hill. And once they have the control, everything's going to be good. And something that's going to make your life even better, that's going to be the Hero Xtreme 125R, our official mobility partner.
Of course, an amazing bike. We keep talking about the features that are there, and of course the looks as well. But as we were talking about Team Insane, things are looking interesting from their perspective, looking to have a big game to qualify to the other side.
Man, quite a slow game now, huh?
Yeah, but I think the pace is going to be picked up in the next few minutes. It is stage 3 already. We've lost 4 teams.
The pace dropped down from 100 to 0 within an instance. And when did Angry Swans get wiped out?
I have no idea. Just vanished.
Man, Angry Swans, it's like they've already qualified. So they're anyways chilling. Looking all good. But you know what? The next zone is actually going to favor the players of NUMENxFOREVER. So that's even better. And now this high ground's going to help them so much with that intel.
But the problem now becomes that they will have all the pressure to deal with from the front lines. And if NUMENxFOREVER, even one player goes down from their side, then the struggles are just going to get worse and worse with every single second that goes by. So they need to be careful. But look at this, Blind Rippers. They are looking to pick up 2 fights at the same time. We saw shots being fired towards Inferno squad up north and Team Insane's Shadow down south. And NUMENxFOREVER, as we keep talking about that position necro, I think they've heard all of your cries. They move up their hill.
They indeed do. RTGxIND, with how things are looking so far, they're actually going to make that run towards the compound.
Oh, nice
and
nade.
Here we go. The nades as well to come back to life, as it's going to even instill a bit more life in the hands of RTGxIND. It's going to spring them back inside of the playing field. Team Insane's on the run as they do realize they've taken heavy beating upon themselves, but there might just run in the open arms of Team Lolzzz.
Look at that, team captain. They do secure a squad wipe in this game by taking down the players of RIVALZ Ape. And as you talked about Team Insane, they do run into the arms of Team Lolzzz, but it's the split going on from the players of Team Lolzzz that keeps them at bay. They have to be careful about how they pick up the fight and try and take down the players from the side of Team Insane. GLITCHxREBORN, that was a brilliant third party. No breathing room given to the players of Team Captains as they get eliminated now.
Oh no, Team Insane, they need to be a little bit more careful. They're moving towards this warehouse as if there's no threat. But they still haven't scouted out anything. Even for Team Lolzzz. If they keep their position anonymous for a long time, Team Insane is straight up going to walk into their crosshairs. And that's definitely going to happen. IMPRNT Esports on the screen as they're looking to face off against iQOO Soul. Ninja 2 is right there. Utilities being tossed. As Ninja Jawed, he does not even need to do anything. It's going to be Knuckled from the sidelines, already giving the opener. And that's where the pounce comes in. Ninja, a beautiful spam around the corner. Dishes out a bit more damage on the foes in the front. but he does not know the confirmation. Should he go for the pounce or no? That's the question. iQOO Soul, they straight up rammed their vehicle towards the tree, and it was quite a bad pounce, I'm not gonna lie. IMPRNT Esports, they instantly spring back to life with this move from iQOO Soul, as even Ninja Jot falls down. And with this entire move, iQOO Soul is just left with one last man standing.
Yeah, not really the fight that you were hoping to see from the side of iQOO Soul. It's just Knuckle, the last man surviving from their side. But IMPRNT, they're going to be happy securing all those frags. IMPRNT already doing quite decent in the overall leaderboard, and I think that fight will give them the momentum to push forward. But RTGIND, here comes the push towards the players of Team Lolzzz. And it is those shotguns in the hands of Kunal and Mudit that just pop off quite nicely. RTGIND, they're down to the last man, and Ralphie's taken a lot of damage from those nades. Just survives with around 30% HP. Another nade outside that window, and RTGIND, they're going to be done for. This one goes around the corner. The damage is still dished out. Ralphie, he steps in the blue to try and get a trade for his time, to try and get a trade to survive. But Mudit, oh no, he's being cheeky. Look at that. Shoots him in the back.
Oh no. He did try his best to pull off some weird shenanigans, but it just did not work out. Did not have the right timing. And Team Insane is still around the corner, by the way. Keep that thing in mind. Still in that same fray. Team Insane looking to make that exit, but then one man messes up big, and that's going to be the opener Sanchit needed. And within you blink, Team Insane's going to be eliminated from the game by the side of Blind Rippers. Do they make the cut?
I mean, it's going to be a big question. I mean, does Team Insane make it through? They were struggling in that middle pack, and of course, the rest of the teams, the rest of the groups are still left with their matches. But Necro, I have to say, and I think you will agree with me on this, these lads, Mudit, Kunal and Sanchit, they have improved so much this year if we compare their performance right now to how they used to play when they were playing under the banner of MICI.
Indeed they have. I mean, back in the day, the whole meta was different, right?
Yeah.
Teams used to go for the med strat over and over again. You had 15 points to play with.
They were the ones who have the biggest clutch of heal battle win on Vikendi.
Quite the highlights, quite the moments in the past. Before now, focusing on this fight for...
Oh!
We've also got NUMENxFOREVER facing off against Blind Rippers. Utilities were being tossed. Nade's not going to find the marker, but Inferno squad, they definitely do. As Omega falls down from NUMENxFOREVER, even Mafia's taking too much chip damage upon himself. NUMENxFOREVER's in a big world of trouble. They're out in the open. The only cover they have to play are the rocks around them. Blind Rippers, they're now being the Guardian Angels. As Team Lolzzz, they make the move against the players of Blind Rippers. And this is going to be the first knock delivered. Sanchit's taken down way too low. Still, he's got the rest of the players in the back lines moving on in. But Team Lolzzz, this man Sanchit, he needs some backup. Zuxi still keeping the player pinned down. And knowing the fact that now the man can't really make a lot of moves, Sanchit, he needs to be careful. The confirmation's going to be stolen away by the player of NUMENxFOREVER.
Yeah, NUMENxFOREVER, they're just going for those frags, looking to secure as many points as possible. But Sanchit goes for the punish. 2 points stolen away. Sanchit finds one, though. A trade coming in as Ninju from NUMENxFOREVER is going to be shut down. But Team Dragon, they're moving from the northern side. And this can be the pressure that proves too difficult for Team Lolzzz to deal with. Team Dragon, after their performance in the previous match, Necro, they brought themselves in a brilliant fighting position. Mudit in the water is going to get knocked out thanks to that Molotov that was lobbed right on top of his head. But look at that, iQOO Soul, the last player, finally gets picked off. And I think my eyes right now are pinned on the players of Team Dragons. If they win this game, if they get this chicken dinner, then they qualify for round 3.
Exactly, Johnny. Team Dragons still alive inside of the game with all the 4 players, but even Team Lolzzz, they've secured so many elimination points. So even they stand a big chance to win this entire game. Anything can happen at this point on. Team Dragons, they're taking a lot of damage upon themselves too. That's another factor. And even Inferno squad is still up. Jetin falls down eventually. Inferno squad, the last man was out in the open as even he gets claimed. And that's going to be it for Inferno squad on the hashtag 4th spot. And Team Dragon is still alive in the top 3, by the way.
And they're looking for a big game as well. Look at that, only Dragon was knocked out. They have 7 eliminations already. Radion, he can't really do much, just the last first aid on him. He is getting finished off, so I guess it is down to the top 2 teams inside of this game. And even Team Lolzzz, they're down to their last player. So Team Dragons, the chicken dinner is already secured. Sanchit is going to get finished off, and with 8 eliminations, I believe, Team Dragons, they secure a big win on the map of Sanhok. 18 points, not too shabby, and I believe after the performance of Miramar, these 18 points do help them move to round 3. They will be very comfortable on the overall leaderboard now.
Yep, I think so. They've already made the cut, my friend.
Yeah.
They've already moved on forward. Now, the real question is, did Team Insane qualify? Because even that team was quite closer. But unfortunately, getting eliminated in that middle pack, knowing the fact that they're not going to have any placement points, the only thing they can rely on are going to be the elimination points. And I don't think so Team Insane had any.
I was just about to say that. I don't think Team Insane has a lot of eliminations. I think they might have a few, but not a lot. Not enough to help them qualify. But it is going to be a big heartbreak for sure if Team Insane get eliminated.
Yeah.
One of the best teams that we can see in BGMI. And they are getting kicked out super early into this tournament. But Necro, Team Dragons, I mean, you have to praise them for their performance today, right? They started the day with just 3 points on the overall leaderboard, and in 2 games, they have secured enough to move through.
I know, right? I mean, Team Dragons with the performance they showcased, I'm not gonna lie, did not expect them to move on forward.
Yeah, me neither.
Especially after the first 3 games. But now in the final 2 games, they have completely turned their tide. And they've pretty much moved on forward. Even the game of Miramar was a big banger. Even the last game now, consistency is going to be delivered. And the same thing can be said for Inferno squad. In 2 games, even they qualified.
Yeah.
Game 1 was a chicken dinner, and the last game was quite decent.
Exactly. But let's have a look at the winner-winner chicken dinner moment. In the meanwhile, I will tell you what my problem with this situation that Team Dragons put us in is. And my problem is, why aren't they performing in the early matches? That is when you don't really have the pressure upon you.
For Team Dragons, maybe it's one of those banners that likes to perform under the pressure. We have seen a lot of those type of teams in the past as well. And one of them is also Team Cosmic. You know, you can't relate to this team, right? With the way Team Cosmic was playing inside of the week 1 of the round 1, we never expected this team to qualify. But then in the week 2, they just came in like a storm and easily moved.
So would you agree that teams that like to play under pressure, they also like to cook?
Maybe. Because they're cooking with our minds, that's for sure.
Yeah.
They're just playing with our emotions, and the same thing can be said for iQOO Seoul too, with how the day started off. Especially Manya getting knocked out like that in the first game. I thought, man, this is quite a bad start for iQOO Seoul. If this first game is done and dusted, one thing is for sure, there's going to be a lot of that pressure. But still, the remaining 3 players, they cooked well.
Exactly, but for iQOO Seoul, I think today we still consider a normal day, right? They went aggressive, they were going for those finishes. They weren't really able to secure a winner-winner chicken dinner for themselves, but still, those frag numbers were quite high up in every single match that they played. Yesterday was what I found confusing. Like, why is this team just running away from the team fights and getting eliminated mid-rotation? Like, that was extremely confusing. Today, I think iQOO Seoul, they were playing their natural game.
Yeah, it's like iQOO Seoul in the first 3 games, they weren't really taking things serious, and then they received a big reality check, and then they realized, okay, maybe now it's time for us to take things a little bit serious, and that's what they did in today's day. They easily qualified. The same thing can be said for even the likes of Inferno squad, even Team Dragons, a complete newer face on the block and still doing so good, but team captains, what a big letdown this was.
Oh man, yeah, and especially after, as we talked about it during the game, after their run and after their start to round 1, those first 6 matches were just phenomenal. The next 6 matches absolutely horrible. And, well, even the journey in round 2 wasn't that great either. So, again, team captains, I think, they need to figure out how to be consistent over a longer period of time rather than just one particular week. But apart from that, I think a few teams that have made me happy with how their journey is going so far. Yes, we have not seen them make those flashy plays yet, but they are kind of consistent. I'm talking about RIVALZ, Ape, and WSB.
Yeah, for Rival Apes, one thing is for sure, everything just came down to this last game itself. Now, we still need to look at the point standings and know how many points did they exactly accumulated. They were quite close to qualifying, nothing taken away from that. But still, this game of Sanhok, if I'm not wrong, it wasn't that great for Rival Apes.
Yeah, it
wasn't. So, there's a high chance that you can be kicked out of the tournament. And let's speak about the teams that can potentially be kicked out. You've got Team Insane, GLITCHxREBORN, RTGxIND, knowing the fact that today's day wasn't too great, but still in the last game, the man was going for the med strats, maybe a decent placement points, but is that going to be enough? That's a question.
Yeah, it's a question, and again, I mean, not enough finishes, right? It will come down to those finish numbers, because that is the boost that gets you across the finish line. And RTGxIND, I mean, in the matches that they played today, they were struggling to find those frags. Same goes for GLITCHREBORN, and I think these teams, they might get close to that qualification marker, but they might not be able to cross it.
Even Team INS?
Even Team INS. INS is going to be in the worst of position of out of the teams that we're talking about. At least for GLITCHREBORN and RTGxIND, it all comes down to how the teams in the other groups perform. Because imagine this, right? We have 3 more groups left. And if 2 teams that are already doing well in those particular groups just keep on creating that vacuum, that means the other teams are going to be suffocated for points. And they won't be able to gather enough points to try and compete with the teams from this group.
Hey, but you know what, Johnny? Now it's time to move on towards the point standings itself and find out how many points did these teams individually acquire, because there's a lot of question marks that are going on in my head, and I still think you need somewhere around 35 points to be on the safer side of things. Team Dragons getting 18 points in this one single game. That's definitely going to secure their qualification. You move on towards Team Lolzzz as well, getting 14 points, doing pretty good. You've also got iQOO with 11 points, Inferno Squad with 9, NUMENxFOREVER with 9, RTGxIND getting 6 points. Now that's a question. Do they qualify or not?
Yeah, RTGIND, IMPRNT in the same position as RTGIND. You have Blind Rippers as well, which is 4 points from this game. I think Blind Rippers are way too far away from even the 25-point marker, so their struggle is going to be the worst, and the overall ranking is not going to look that great. Team captain as well, another low-tier performance coming from them, eliminated on that 9th position. GLITCHREBORN, I think, do we call it a day for them?
For GLITCHxREBORN, just 3 points in this game. Yeah, we might as well just call it a day.
Yeah.
Because they started things off with only, 16 points on the board? First game was a fail. Second game was, of course, a fail. And now in third game, it's a complete fail.
Yeah.
So yeah, today's day was a complete big letdown from the side of GLITCHxREBORN. With that being said, now I also have a rough graph of teams that we might just not be able to see in the future. You've got RTGxIND, GLITCHxREBORN, Blind Rippers, Team Insane. And the names just keep on adding on. Team Captain is also going to be one of those, and even Team INS is going to be another.
I think a few of them are quite obvious. Teams like GLITCHREBORN that are way too far away from that qualification marker are too obvious for us to call. It is the teams that are going to be struggling within those mid-20s or the late 20s that we will have to wait to see whether they make it to round 3 or not, because their qualification will depend on the performance of the other groups.
Yeah, still we do not exactly know the cutoff, right?
Exactly.
And we've just seen one single group done and dusted with the competition. For this entire group, the cutoff is not exactly that obvious, because we never know how things are going to be looking like in the future. And knowing the fact that we've still got Group 1 inside of the action soon after this short break, so we'll be right back.
Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. Fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning? Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. Move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Xtreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Xtreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक बेटा
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच
आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस
300 यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार
क्या हो रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है कट शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back after the short commercial break. And now it's Necros with me on the panel. The Nec Bros are back over here. And as we know, even the groups are now going to be switched. For Group 2, the games are done. Now it's Group 1 stepping inside of the playing field. And inside of Group 1, once again, we've got a lot of these known names who are still on the struggling side of things. And one of the big names is definitely going to be LOC and Revenant Esports.
Definitely. The way Inferno squad stepped up from Group number 2, I really want teams like Revenant and LOC to do the very same in this group. Just imagine if Revenant finds out chicken in the very first game and they bounce up in the top 16. So how is things turn around?
I mean, that's just going to be reigniting a lot of those hopes in the fans, right? And knowing the fact that Revenant Esports, they have been struggling way too much to qualify, just getting 6 points in the span of 3 games, it's something none of us saw coming, right? And Revenant Esports just getting 2 points per game, that is just really bad. But we know what they're capable of. We know they're much more better than that. Even you talk about the playing 4, they're much more skilled. But still, for some reason, day 1 wasn't exactly the way they wanted it to go. Maybe inside of day 2, things can be much better. For LOC Esports too, it's a returning banner. We know what LOC Esports is capable of. But still, for some reason, LOC Esports was struggling way too much. Just getting 4 points in the span of 6 games. Or in the span of 3 games, my bad. So for LOC Esports, now they've got 3 more games to go. And if they do not qualify with these 3 games, it's done for.
Exactly. Similar things goes for Dragon Esports as well. I mean, they had a lot of chances to capitalize and grab a lot more points in the previous day, and they would be looking forward to grab some more points as well. But the thing that grabs the entire attention is right in the center, the iQOO Z9S series starting from 18,999. Definitely do check out this device because, I mean, why not? This is one of the best phones in this price segment.
I know, right? Pocket friendly. That's what I like to say every single time. But let's move back the conversation towards the teams, right? You still got Dragon Esports and Hyper Rush Esports. Now, specifically speaking of Dragon Esports, I felt like this was one of those teams that has cracked the code, that knows how to play, how to qualify till the late stages of the tournament. And even inside of the game, you would see this team every single time in the top 5, especially in the round 1, a burning torch consistency. But the transition towards the round 2, it's been quite dicey.
Exactly. I was really wondering what actually happened with this team, because the way they were crumbling down, it was really not obvious. A team who has done good in round 1, we do expect similar things to happen in round 2 as well, but we'll be looking forward on the overall standings as well, because that is where the main problem lies for these bottom teams.
I know, right? We've been speaking about all the bottom teams, but now let's focus on the top tier teams as well in the overall standings. You've got a few names like Honored Rivals, Carnival Gaming, GENxFM, the Fearless Marathas as well, doing so good. You've also got a few more names like Silly Esports, Carpediem, THW as well, doing pretty decent from this group. You look at Honored Rivals getting 31 points in the span of 3 games. That was a beautiful outing considering it was just the day 1. Even for CG, getting these many amount of points was also quite nice. And CG, they've pretty much qualified, we can't say. Fearless Marathas too, getting 28 points in 3 games. Even that's quite nice. And even for THW, 27 points, they have pretty much made the cut.
Yep. And still 3 more games to go for them.
Yeah.
As now they will be coming into the play. But I'm really concerned about GLITCHxREBORN, IMPRNT Esports, because I really don't think they have crossed the cutoff marks or the points that they needed to qualify for round 3. Though I have my expectations set on 35 points, but if the cutoff lies between 25 to 30, IMPRNT might just qualify by a point or 2.
Yeah, for GLITCHxREBORN getting 30 points, there's still a bit of that chance that they might qualify because it all comes down to the cutoff. And if this cutoff is something that is under the points of 30, then GLITCHxREBORN, they can easily move on. If the cutoff is going to go higher than 30, well, then they will be kicked out. That's definitely going to happen. Let's flip the page, and you're still going to see a few more known names over here. Rival Apes only getting 24 points in the span of 6 games. That just blows. And speaking of Rival Apes, with the way they started off their journey in the round 1, we all had high hopes from this entire banner. Even for Silly Esports in the span of 3 games, getting 21 points. Once again, they stand a big chance to move on forward. Even KARUNADU Esports, they've only played 3 games and got 19 points. So even KARUNADU Esports can move on. This entire Group 1 can have the potential to rise up that benchmark by margin.
Exactly. I was really looking down on the overall standings and I saw Insane Esports with total 26 points only. Now, this is where the question lies. What happened?
Yeah.
A team we really thought who might just be the table toppers are almost on the verge of getting eliminated from this BMPS 2024.
I know, right? For Insane Esports, you talk about Spy, Afu, Shadow. All
So
the
many
players,
names.
they have so much potential, but still for some reason Insane Esports struggled so much in the round 2. I'm not sure what exactly went on with the boys, but maybe it just felt like they were doubting themselves and their own skills. And that's why Team Insane was avoiding a lot of those firefights. They choked the game of Erangel 2, they choked the game of Miramar 2, and now just having those many points, it's still a big question that they can move on forward in the upcoming round. But focusing on this group once again, right, you've still got a few more names in the middle pack like Legacy Esports, whose qualification is still not yet confirmed. You've still got Phoenix Esports too, a newer face on the block, and we know what they pulled off in the round 1.
Yeah, even Do or Die is also one of those teams. I am really looking forward how things turn around because Do or Die, they took some really good fights in the previous day in the first 3 games that they played. They will be looking forward to convert it more often in the next 3 games that they are going to come and play in the next few minutes and hours. But the main problem and the main thing that lies for these teams in their head is to qualify and cut off probably like 35 and above points by the end of the 6 matches that they play. I don't know whether they're going to do it or not because I still believe one good game and anybody from the bottom can rise up.
Hands down, even for Revenant Esports, man, with the way they started things off in the span of 3 games, it was quite bad. Just getting 6 points, I've been mentioning this over and over again. It's because you talk about the players, they're quite the veterans. We've seen them for a long time, but we've also got a Twitter question on the screen.
Do you think Godlike will make significant comeback after 3 years? Considering their last official final was in BGI Season 1, and do you believe Punk is the main reason behind the miracle? I mean, they've already done their job.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the way Godlike has been performing, right? The question has pretty much been answered in today's day itself. They were dominating the entire playing field, and they were just proving the entire competition unparalleled.
Yeah, Avi Burji will be satisfied. He was like, hey, my answer is already with me. I've already got what I wanted. Thank you, casters. But once again, the way Godlike have stepped up, it's really commendable because every match that they have played as a unit, and every player showcased their A-game.
Hands down. And this is what you expect from a banner like Godlike, right? You expect an absolute incredible performance. Knowing the fact that it's a complete powerhouse too, you've still got players like Admino and Jonathan in the forefront. And these 2 players, they have been inside of the community for such a long time. They pack a lot of punch, they pack a lot of experience too. And once you put that experience and punch in one single lineup, it's supposed to be a star team. But still, Godlike was struggling a bit under the IGLing of Jelly. But now that Punk is back, you can see the clear difference between the players and even the performance. They seem much more confident with the approach that they're taking. They seem much more confident in the firefights too. It's just a better version of Godlike.
Definitely. And this is how we expected the big teams to play, and they're doing it finally. But coming down to this group, once again, honored rivals, the table toppers of this particular group, they have also done a fantabulous job in the first 3 games. I mean, the way they have played each and every match, they looked very experienced and very confident.
Hands down. And with the way even Do or Die has been performing, right? Now let's speak of Do or Die. They barely qualified from the round 1. Now over here inside of the round 2, and still qualification is under a big question mark. If you try and speak about this team's past, we saw Do or Die in BGS 2024. And Do or Die was looking like quite a formidable banner, I'm not going to lie. With the way they were taking the firefights, they were looking so confident. The transition towards the iQOO BMPS hasn't been that fluidly, but still we can see those glimpses. We can see what this team is capable of, but sometimes they can doubt themselves. And the same thing can be said for i4i too. i4i is another incredible team. They have the potential to convert a lot of those fights, but still doubting themselves, and that's a big problem.
They have to come up with a reset of their mind of what happened in the first 3 games. Just completely forget it because it's done. First, now you have got the last 3 games. Firstly, you need to focus on, we have to get points. That's the main motive that every team in the bottom should have. But talking about the momentum and all, I really want to know your opinions about Team Cosmic.
Man, for Team Cosmic, it's a team that's supposed to pull off the comeback when it matters the most. Today's going to be the day where Team Cosmic should perform on paper, because that's what happened in the round 1 itself. Week 1 wasn't exactly that great, but then Team Cosmic came inside of the week 2, and Team Cosmic just dominated the playing field. With the way they were getting those big games in their hands, it was quite impressive, I'm not going to lie. And I'm still waiting for such Team Cosmic to once again make that pounce back in the standings, because that's just going to add on the spice even more. But keep this thing in mind, the teams that are sitting barely on the verge of qualification, like Team Insane and a few more teams, they're going to be praying to their gods and hoping that there's going to be a big vacuum by the known names.
Yeah, definitely. They will be praying the stars that, God, please, we want to qualify. We don't want to get eliminated from this BMPS like this. But yes, they had a disappointing performance. But talking about some decent performances as well, we are continuing the discussion. Carpediem, they have done a decent job, but I really believe they can do much better than what they have done in the first 3 games.
Now, once again, 20 points in 3 games, that's actually quite okay-ish. Not exactly good, but I would still say quite okay-ish. For Carpediem, we know what they're capable of, and that's what you expect from a banner like Carpediem. And just to always keep on moving forward with consistency, that's what you want. You move the conversation towards Silly Esports too. I honestly expected them to just completely ace the marker, but unfortunately that was not the case. But still, Silly Esports, they can easily move on forward, and we know that. But you know what? All of these question marks, they will be answered in the upcoming game of Vikendi. As the plane fly pad begins all the way from Bihar towards down south, which is going to be Cement Factory. Now, once again, this plane fly path is looking quite nice, but tilted towards that southern side. This is where the problems are once again going to lie. Now, if the teams want to move in towards the extremities like Cosmodrome, Dobro Mesto, even Gorka, it's going to be quite a tough stretch.
Definitely. A lot of teams will be facing some vehicle clashes on an early note. Those are going towards the areas of Zabawa, Coal Mine. That can be a little problematic. But once again, as we were talking about the map of Vikendi, I remember of what happened yesterday. Though it was Group 2, it was Team Lolzzz out there playing as a unit, got a lot more points. But I really want to seek how THW are going to play, because the Sanhok went really well for them, and THW, they've performed pretty well on the smaller maps. I really anticipate that Vikendi can be one of those.
Indeed it can. And considering the play and fly path as well, it started from Milnar towards the opposite side, which was Cement Factory. If the teams do want to move in towards the extremities of the northern side, it will be a tough stretch. And that means it might just force a few drop collisions. And I would like to see those. CG is moving down south. The plane fly path was right next to their home ground, so it's all good in the hood. Even THW is dropping right next to the players of Silly Esports. And as we had the conversation about the mid-pack, right? Carpediem started things off with 20 points in 3 games. That was quite nice. Silly Esports, 21 points in 3 games. Even that's quite decent. Silly Esports, they can easily move on forward. It's not a concern. Even Carpediem, they've still got 3 more games to go. And if they perform the same way they did yesterday, that's going to be 40 points on the board.
Talking about 40 points that we were talking about of Carpediem, KARUNADU Esports is also one of those teams. They have bagged up 19 points in the first 3 games. But already, Necro, I just saw one feed out there that one of the players of Carpediem has been taken down. So that's some early collisions against Hyper Rush. This is where they want to start off things in the last 3 games. Carpediem, if they can eliminate them here and now, they can grab a lot more points for themselves.
Oh man, look at what's happening on the screen. Jadu's got his hands on the DBS and keep this thing in mind. Hyper Rush, this game means a lot to them. But then Jadu messes up big. He does not check his corners properly. And that's where Carpediem, once again, they find the even Steven trade. Micro Uzi in the hand, and Fierce is constantly spamming around the corner. Fierce needs to be careful, knowing the fact that he's only got an Uzi in the hand, and considering the fact that the opponents, they've got their hands on the shotguns, they're constantly dishing out a lot of damage. Carpediem, they still close on up in a better fashion, as Pakar closes up from the backlines. And now for Hyper Rush, the game is already ruined.
Oh my god, they're trying to flee away from this position, and this is where the experience factor comes into play. The first pick was done from the side of Hyper Rush, but after that, the retaliation that came from Carpediem was commendable. That actually forced Hyper Rush to flee away from this spot. It could have been a great start for the boys of Hyper Rush, but they completely fumbled out, and there is literally no excuse. Pukar is all out in the open. It can be a very bad situation for Carpediem, and he has been compromised. One finish taken away by Hyper Rush Esports, and it can be the second one. Fierce. What in the world did he just do?
Carpediem, they're just throwing this game.
No way.
They just threw away the advantage they had inside of the fight. What did I just witness? What is Carpediem doing? Are they outside of the mind?
This is hilarious movement by the Bears of Carpediem. They just gave up 2 finishes as a gift to Hyper Rush Esports.
They're out of their minds. There's no way. This is what Carpediem did. The players are just running out in the open like that. What is going through these guys' head? They just threw the biggest advantage they had inside of the fight. And now it's a big standoff. Oh man, this has got to blow.
even after Puka got taken down, why did Fuse come out in the open knowing that yes, there was a player in that rock, so you could have kept your ADS on that position? There was literally no cover fire coming out from the side of Gamla Boy either. HyperRush Esports, they do have the chance to flee away. They have backed up 2 finishes, that's fine. And they can have this desired start. No, not the desired one, as they have lost 2 of their players. But Gamla Boy, he has all his eyes on that one last player, Uzumaki. Some amount of chip damage on him, but he will be just fleeing away. He's got an M4 with 19/0 bullets. And I really think Necro can reach the compound safe and sound.
Yeah, with only 19 bullets in the magazine and no spare ammo. HyperRush, they could have lost out in this fight in such a bad margin, but then Carpediem just makes a rookie mistake. It felt like they were out of their minds. But yeah, I mean, just throwing the advantage away that they gained. What am I even watching? But I just hope they're not going to be replicating the same mistake even in the future. As Carnival Gaming, they're on the screen. And speaking of Carnival Gaming, you know what this banner is capable of. Once again, they're in the top 2 in the overall standings anyways for this particular group with 30 points accumulated. CG's looking strong as ever before. Unstoppable. For them to qualify, they just need, what, 5 points on the board in 3 games? They can do that with ease. Even if they get 2 points per game, they easily move, just like Revenant Esports.
Hey, did you just say Revenant Esports? Okay, I mean, that was a little harsh, Necro, but
hey, it's the fact, right? Yeah. Revenant Esports, they only got 6 points in 3 games. That's 2 points per game average.
But talking about the MVP of the previous match, iQOO Soul's Knuckle, the Batman of his team, got 5 finishes in his name. And he has been doing a wonderful job ever since we have seen him with this team. But talking about the top 5 players right now, followed by Knuckle, we see Drogon from Team Dragons, Ninju from Newman, Sanchit also from Team Lolzzz, as well as Mudit. I mean, both of these players have been doing an exceptional job for the side of Team Lolzzz, and I guess even Team Lolzzz have qualified for the round 3.
They pretty much have. Team Lolzzz were getting those consistent points. Be it the firefights, be it the placement points as well. Team Lolzzz, they were always there in the action involved. They were getting the constant point standings in their hands too. And yeah, with that, they've easily moved on forward. It's not even a question. It's always been about the mid-pack teams, right? Unless if you're someone like iQOO Soul who pulls off a major comeback, or maybe Team Dragons from the previous group who pulled off an insane comeback, or maybe even Team Inferno squad who pulled off a crazy comeback. 3 teams, by the way, from that previous group who were all the way there at the bottom. They pulled off a major comeback. So over here, we're still waiting for teams like Revenant Esports, LOC, HyperRush, and Dragon Esports to do that.
You know where the day is going is it should be renamed as the day of comebacks. And if it is done by the players of Group 2, I mean teams of Group 2, why not Group 1? Why not Revenant? Why not LOC?
That's what I'm saying, man. Day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks, right?
Just imagine Revenant pulling off a 30 bomber. Just saying. 30 bomber. Revenant gets total of 36 in just 4 matches. It can be incredible to watch. But somehow I feel like Revenant need to go aggressive. They need to start avoiding fights of what they did in the first 3 games.
They need to start avoiding fights? Is that what you said?
Kind of.
I think you meant to say stop avoiding fights, right?
Yeah.
Revenant Esports, they need to charge on forward, take those fights, pounce on top of the opportunities, and that's what they've been lacking. They've been running away from the firefights. Now, listen, if you want to get the 30 bomber, how can you get it? The only way you can achieve a possible 30 bomber is by getting 20 elimination points. And if those 20 elimination points are not there, well, then you are never going to be even closer to the 30 bomber. How can you get those 20 eliminations? Is by being aggressive inside of the game. Simple format. But Revenant Esports has been playing way too passive.
Talking about some aggressive games we saw from GENxFM as well in the previous match of Miramar. They might not have got a lot more finishes, but that was a very tricky chicken run that they got against Silly Esports yesterday, which almost confused us when we were there on the desk. We were thinking that it was Silly Esports, but it was GENxFM. Spider Jod did a fantabulous job out there. And the aggressive Marathas will be looking forward to secure their place in the round 3 by the end of this match. I mean, everybody out there is looking forward to grab a lot more points and seal the deal for themselves.
Yeah, pretty much. And talk about sealing the deal. Honored rivals. 31 points in 3 games. Is that even a question? Can they qualify? Absolutely no. They can do whatever the hell they want and they can still move on forward. But I can give them an evil plan. And I can tell them to target teams that are struggling to qualify. For example, Revenant Esports, LOC, Dragon Esports, Team Cosmic, maybe even Legacy Esports if you want. They're in the middle pack.
Why are you going harsh on Revenant?
No, I just said a lot of the teams' names. I did not just say Revenant Esports. I also said LOC. I also said Hyper Rush, even Dragon Esports.
Oh man.
I did not just say Revenant. Keep that thing in mind. But once again, the only reason why I'm saying that is because it's going to add on the pressure, of course, and it's also going to put on a lot of excitement. It's also going to be entertaining. And that's what we're here for, entertainment.
Yep. We've got a lot more entertainment in the past group. Just recollecting what happened in the map of Sanhok. Just the start.
Hands down.
Oh my god. I just want to see, yes, as you said, going forward, taking some drop clashes and eliminating the teams is definitely something that everybody as an audience would be seeking for. But that thing can also be done by silly esports, not only Team Legacy. If they want to go on a head-on battle with Carpediem, those are already having a loss of numbers in men.
I mean, for Carpediem, once again, they have gotten 20 points in the past 3 games. Now add on 2 elimination points as well. That's going to be 22 points on the board. For Silly Esports, they are just having 21 points. So for Silly Esports to go for a spoiler right now does not make any sense. The only time Silly Esports can go for a spoiler, if they win this game of Vikendi, then it makes a lot of sense.
I completely agree with you. As even the circle is there in the central part, so we are not seeing any long rotations from a lot of teams. Usual rotation from Team Legacy as well. They tend to enter the circle in a very later half. And we are also talking about Team Cosmic. They are known as a team of comebacks, as you mentioned earlier. They will be looking forward to also pull a big comeback for themselves, as they just got, how much, like 12 points in the first 3 games, having an average of 4. But from here, if they can pull off a big game and make almost like 20 points in the next 3 games in total, they should be able to qualify, I believe.
At this point on, every single team stands a chance to qualify, especially after watching the previous game, especially after seeing these 3 teams pull off the comeback who were all the way at the bottom of the overall standings. So anyone can stand a chance to come back in the span of 3 games. They can easily get 35 points in 3 games, right? It is possible, and iQOO Seoul proved that. Even the Inferno squad proved that. Even Team Dragons proved that. Hell, Team Dragons just did it in the span of 2 games, by the way. So it is definitely possible. And something that's going to make your journey even better or easier. That's going to be the iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from 18,999.
Completely. A fabulous device with a big battery life as well as a fast charging 80-watt flash charger that you get with this device to quickly charge up and play the game after taking small breaks. But again, coming back to the game, THW, the players were getting shot from the players of Carnival Gaming from a distant compound, but Team Legacy, they lose their first player. iQOO going down, the Erangel is down as Phoenix Esports found him off guard.
Yeah, for Legacy Esports, once again, the trouble's continuing. It feels like iQOO Seoul all over again, right? Even iQOO Seoul in the first game, they lost out on their Erangel Mania. And then there were just the remaining 3 players who managed to get 10 points in total. So maybe the similar outing is going to be here for Legacy Esports too, considering they've lost their Erangel off the rip like that. And they've still gotten 3 more players standing. Yes, they do not really have a good positioning inside of the zone, so they need to move in right now. Time's off the essence, and Legacy Esports, they need to count on it.
They will be taking slow entries inside the circle. We will be waiting for the next shift to happen. The center of the circle seems to be a little bit congested. We see the players of GENxFM, Revenant, Team Cosmic, a lot of players out there as well. But for KARUNADU Esports, still in the very safer grounds, I would say. They're around the outskirts of Castle. Not any team to take care of around their surroundings. They would be looking forward for a slow-paced game. Just trying to check on to those areas of Castle because it's very tricky. You never know which team is holding out there.
And considering it is the map of Vikendi, for the first 4 stages, nothing's going to be happening. But as soon as that stage 5 hits, it's going to be an absolute pandemonium. Chaos ensuing all across the board as the next stage is going to pop up on the screen. I just want to see a Castle zone. It's been a while. Come on, zone. In the upcoming moment, shift down south towards Castle and give us a big surprise.
Oh my god. Necro, you're just reading my mind. And if KARUNADU moves in right now in the area of Castle, if they quiet that entire area all to themselves, I really believe they can benefit a lot from that. They can capitalize on the finishers, they can capitalize on the teams, those will be rotating around the corner. And somehow I feel like this circle might just go up north, leaving the area of Castle in the further zones.
It might. Still, it's a big might. Still, Esports too is taking shots. Even they're taking a few fights themselves. As now it's going to be a bit of that collision between I4I and HyperRush. As utilities are being exchanged from both the sides. And Honored Rivals. Players still in the back lines. As now the man's looking to reposition and Zeph is catching too much hurt. I4I is one of the players has already been taken down. The overextension is something that did not work out and Zeph just walked into his own death. As now the place of HRZ, they will have the big advantage inside of their hands. And they're constantly tossing in the utils. That's just doing even more damage against the players of I4I. Honored Rivals, they're indeed quite honored to take this fight. And right now it also seems like they've also got the man advantage in general. The players of I4I, they're constantly panicking under the pressure of the players of Honored Rivals, as I4I is also delivering a lot of those heavy blows.
Wow.
And eventually, it will be I4I to pull the tables apart.
Honored Rivals just bite the dust at this point. I4I, this can be the start of their comeback in today's day. They might have lost 2 of their crucial players, but the loud noise that they have made will be grabbing a lot more attention around the corner. You can see the surroundings, so many teams out there. Do or Die is there in the close proximity, even GENxFM. If any of those teams decide to slam out of this compound, I4I, their run can be ended. But they have to be very cautious. They need to play a little steady game right now as they've backed up 4 finishes for themselves.
Yeah, Honored Rivals facing off against I4I. And I generally thought Honored Rivals is going to be the one to come out on top, considering they had the man advantage inside of the fight. They found the first few knockouts. 2 players are knocked out off the rip, and that's where Honored Rivals had the big advantage. But then they still messed up. I'm not sure what exactly went down. How did they mess up that fight? The tables were flipped instantly on the face of Honored Rivals, as I4I was the one to capitalize.
It seemed to me like a similar game of what happened against Carpediem and HyperRush in the early phase of the game. 2 finishes were capitalized by Carpediem, but suddenly they gave away 2 of them. But oh, MANIJOD, I don't think his position is compromised. He can be the party spoiler for Dragon Esports. It has been done again and again. Jim Jam gets knocked and confirmed. MANIJOD, he will be going up close and personal, but the cover fire from the boys of Dragon Esports is coming underway. Not an easy job for Manny to pull things off, but he barely survives the Molotov. The timing was literally superb.
Oh man, the man's so low to our OP. He's on the run. Wants to back away from this spot, but he's also taking too much damage. As he gets confirmed, Dragon Esports, they step in uncharted territory. They did not want to be here, but still they're over here. And this uncharted territory is now paying off way too bad for them. Legacy Esports, they face off against the likes of THW, as Ninzay's going to find the striking advantage, but he's still missing all the shots, but eventually he connects the 3rd one. Man, it could have been really bad.
I'm quite sure his teammates would have blamed him if he couldn't pull that 1 finish for himself, but that ends the run for Team Legacy, if I'm not wrong. THW, they've got only 1 finish. Even HyperRush, they're in the close proximity, but THW, they're playing it slow and steady. They have got the exact northwestern corridor to themselves. If they eradicate HyperRush Esports from that position, because they have been holding that compound for such a long time.
Oh, look at what's happening now, though. THW is getting cooked. And it's not a good news at all. It's the players of iForRush who collide against the strong force of THW, but it's THW as well, hitting back in a great fashion, and the DBS is doing too much damage. It's going to be next to impossible to withstand all of that damage as iForRush, they collapse.
3 finishes in their name, THW. Both the players got knocked out, will be getting the revival. With all the 4 players alive, THW will be moving forward inside the circle. Not a great start for iForRush Esports as well. They could have done a better job, but onto the other side of the map, we see GENxFM also engaging some fights with Phoenix Esports and even Carnival Gaming. They seem to trouble the players of Team Cosmic.
For THW, it's quite a miraculous fight that they won. And now GENxFM, the fearless Marathas, here to make a mark. As the Util's able to find the opener, but not the confirmation. The second one was tossed, but it's not going to be exactly on the mark. Shots taken through the smokes. A few connections were found indeed, but once again, not the confirmation, not exactly on the jackpot. But hey, something that's going to be a jackpot when you buy it will be the official mobility partner, Hero Xtreme 160R4V.
Incredible bike in that price segment, in that 160cc segment, I would say. I've already had one ride on it, and it's really smooth. But now, coming back to the game, the circle had a smooth transition towards the northern side. And eye for eye, do or die, Silly Esports, they will be pretty happy. And right now, Silly Esports has a big job to do, Necro, because you can see the southwestern corridor, Revenant, Team Cosmic, Carnival Gaming, even GENxFM around the corners. So many teams that Silly Esports needs to take care of. And Sensei goes down by Playzone.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what's happening with the players of Revenant Esports, especially Sensei. How to get knocked out like that. The man needs to be back in the safety lines, even for Revenant Esports outside of the safe zone as well. The problems just keep on piling up as eye for eye. This time, they've been pushed on by the fearless Marathas. They're not going to be scared to make the pounce. Fearless Marathas, they find the first strike against Demigod, as now for eye, it's just going to be the one last man standing. In the previous fight, they did flip the tables, but is it going to be the same outcome this time around, considering it's just down to Ninja?
He's getting shots from 2 different directions. One side it's THW, another is GENxFM. Ninja is doomed in that particular compound. Look at his HP, he's trying to flee away, but that is going to be a free finish for the boys of THW. They third-partied from a distant hill, and they had the capitalization on them. They're also inside the circle. And from this position, Necro, I feel like THW, they have got the better chance of walking away with the winner-winner chicken dinner.
Easy elimination acquired. THW in quite a decent spot themselves, but still, I'm not sure about the chicken dinner, my friend. They do not really have the prime positioning control in their hands, but GENxFM definitely does. If the zone keeps on forming right on top of them, then it's going to be a different outcome. But as you move on towards another fight that's cooking up on the screen, it's Carpediem's 2 remaining players facing off against the remaining players of CG. As Neo tosses in that beautiful nade, but is it going to find any value? That's my question. Carpediem's taking decent bit of damage upon themselves, as Gumla Boy wants to return back that favor. As another nade's tossed in, but Neo is going to find a 2-piece with that one single nade. That's the entirety of Carpediem. They come crashing.
But Carnival Gaming, they're down to a single player. Neo has to pull off a big game for his team to at least get some decent points from this particular match of Vikendi. But right now, KARUNADU Esports facing the backlashes, and even Manijod, being the solo survivor, trying to capitalize on some of the players of Do or Die, but he gets a second one down as well, barely surviving on a pixel HP. But Do or Die ends the run of KARUNADU Esports in this particular map of Vikendi, with having 3 finishes in their name. GLITCHxREBORN has been compromised. But on to the other perspective of the map, Dragon Esports is still struggling, and it's the boys of Revenant, those are causing the havoc.
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly is Revenant Esports trying to do, but one thing is for sure, they also need to move inside of the zone, and they're wasting too much time here. They cannot afford to waste too much time in the same spot. In the back is also Neo from CG, and he can be the major threat. Revenant Esports, there's a lot of these factors that they need to respect and be scared of. Right under the bridge, there's so many teams that taking the rotation over them, and Revenant Esports is now going to go for the water rotation. All the 4 players in the water lines making it inside of the safety lines too. They're just swimming to the safety lines for Revenant Esports. I'm not a big fan of this move that Revenant Esports is trying to come up with, but it's still something that they need to try and live up with.
They can just be free finishes for the boys of LOC. Look at their position. If they do have a little bit of idea that almost 5 players are swimming towards themselves, it can be really fatal. But now do or die versus Silly Esports. Balu gets taken down. Even Avnish has been taken down. Silly Esports, they have the upper hand. They're closing and they're trying to capitalize on the finishes. Reaper being the solo survivor, he's got a big job to do. He's got a DBS, he finds one, but instantly gets traded off by the players of Silly Esports. 6 finishes in their name, and they're on a finishing spree.
Silly Esports, what an entry that was. Heroic entrance indeed towards this compound, and Silly Esports, they wipe out the entire existence of Do or Die. LOC Esports, look at what's happening. So many fishes in the water. They're just sailing towards this one direction. Revenant Esports, it's time to be a little bit more careful and cautious. Are they really going to go for the pounce in this one single man of LOC, Fragger? As Fragger spots out the player of Dragon Esports, and Superboy is still on that run, constantly making the move towards the safety lines. As Revenant Esports, they found themselves a little bit of that lay of the land, and even that piece to play with. And this piece is going to be off the essence. Util being tossed, it's going to be the major turner, but it's not going to find any opening as well. Another nade being tossed. It was quite the table turner, but unfortunately not exactly on the mark. And Revenant Esports is now constantly losing out on the players. As Flock gets knocked out, LOC, still there's a high chance they can't flip the odds against the opponents. And here comes a big barrage of utilities from the players of Silly Esports. They're just here to claim the elimination points.
The least thing that you expect in this kind of positioning. LOC seems to be doom grind. He's stuck out there, not having any clue what to do next. But Revenant, they do have a breather for themselves to patch up and get the knocked players up on their legs and then move forward, taking the fight. But for Revenant to gain this control, they need to eradicate the entirety of LOC. But Silly Esports, with their topographic advantage, they can be a real problem for both of these teams.
Oh man, LOC. 2 players still standing. And that's the crazy part. The fact that LOC Esports was over here in the same spot with 2 players to start off as well. And now once again, they've gotten 2 players standing. That's the crazy part. And Revenant Esports, they're really itching to move on to the opposite side, but they just can't. And it's all thanks to Silly Esports. They're not letting the players of Revenant Esports move on forward. And Revenant Esports, once again, they move back in the water lines as they start to pull off this rotation. LOC Esports' Grind is the only man. They're in the front lines, and Grind is definitely going to be having a big surprise exploding on his face soon. The players of Revenant, indeed, are looking quite deadly in the water. But unfortunately, they're also taking a lot of damage upon themselves. For Revenant Esports, it's not that good of a position, but if they do find the right piece of area to play with, maybe it can be a major table turner. Silly Esports, they're way too distracted fighting off against the players of Phoenix Esports.
Phoenix Esports, they're sitting in the dead center of the circle, but Inferno deals a lot of damage from the players of Revenant. Oh my god, this is the least thing that you would expect. Kratos finds one opening. Silly Esports, those who were looking very strong a few moments ago. Now they have lost almost 2 players. 2 players have been knocked out. They need the revival. But for that gave the loophole for the boys of Revenant to move inside the circle and find a good spot. Flock and company will be getting inside the circle without any hesitance, while Kratos will be getting taken down. There's a good chance he will be getting the revival as well, but LOC in the meantime gets taken down with only 2 total points that they've acquired from this particular match.
Revenant's playing so scared. Just look at them. They're really scared to take the fights. They're scared to approach the safety lines. They're scared for everything they're taking. And that's the big problem. If you're going to be scared the entire time, how is Revenant Esports supposed to rack these elimination points? And once again, the same thing happened. This one single man from Silly Esports, Yakshu, he strikes down 2 big names off the opponents. And unfortunately, Yakshu just blows himself up as well with that explosion. Silly Esports, the fight that could have been theirs is almost on the verge of being thrown away. And Kratos, with this nade, can also claim that elimination point. But no is going to be the answer, as the elimination is going to be claimed by someone else. Silly Esports, they take an exit from the lobby, and Revenant Esports is still alive with all the 3 players. And they've also got 3 elimination points.
They will be thanking the boys of Phoenix Esports a lot to save themselves from that position. Otherwise, Silly Esports would have wiped them out. But GENxFM barely surviving. Shan gets one of the players taken down, and that's it. Even Neo joins the party to end the run of GENxFM from this match as they just walk away with 9 total points. Phoenix Esports, this is their match. Nobody can just snatch it away until and unless they mess up something. New is going for the heel battle, and I believe he's just going to move into the third spot. Nothing more, nothing less. But Revenant, this can be the match. If they contest for the chicken dinner, this is the right time to go on a head-on fight with Phoenix Esports.
Yeah, but still with the way Revenant Esports has been playing, they've been playing so scared. And this is not how a champion lineup is supposed to play. They're supposed to have a lot of confidence with every single approach they make inside of the game. And Kratos falls down. A big mistake from Revenant Esports. That gives the opponent the edge inside of the fight. And now for Phoenix Esports, knowing the fact that they've also got the advantage, and there's only the top 3 teams left standing, all Phoenix Esports they need to do is just claim the eliminations against the players of Revenant Esports, and this game is already theirs.
Another party spoiler for both the teams can be Dragon Esports Superboy, who is still surviving out there. Honey has got all the sound cues, and another knock comes on the way. Phoenix Esports, this is the green signal to go up front and just finish things off of Revenant Esports. They might have arrived in the top 3, but it's not a safer ground. Molotovs to do the job. Phoenix Esports playing it smart. They might also have an idea that there's another player surviving with Superboy. I don't think he's giving any foot out there. Seth is playing the heel battle game for his team to earn the maximum amount of points. And same goes for Superboy as well. Seth have got 16 first aids all to himself. And how many does Superboy have?
That's the exact problem with Revenant Esports. Revenant Esports is playing it way too passive. It's like they're just playing to survive. They're not playing to conquer, my friend. And that's the problem. The champion mentality is missing from Revenant Esports. They're scared to take the firefights. They're just barely playing to survive. It's not the Revenant Esports we all want to see. We want to see the alpha males of Revenant Esports that are still missing in the game. And yeah, one thing is for sure. Who's going to win the med strat? If you ask me, it will be Superboy from Dragon Esports, because he's got the most amount of meds. And it's just going to come down to the standoff. Superboy versus Seth with the med strat, as Seth has got his hands on the 10 first aids, now make it 9, and he's also popping that 9th one.
Can he reach to any crate and grab some couple of more first aids? I don't think so. But Superboy utilized the gap that was created. Revenant and LOC's diversion worked out for him, and he fled away from that position to find a sweet spot for himself to stay alive for this long and maybe earn 6 placement point for his team as well.
I mean, look at Dragon Esports' Superboy. 14 first aids under the belt. He's going to be unstoppable. He's indeed going to secure that second spot for his team as Seth gets confirmed by the play zone. And now this is where Phoenix Esports, they've got confirmation that yes, even the remaining man is going for the med strat. And now they're on the search. They want to find this last standing person, and eventually he will be taken down by the play zone itself. That's going to be it for the team of Dragon Esports, but it will be Phoenix Esports rising back up from the ashes.
18 total points from this match. They were already in the middle phase of this group, and now with this 18 points, definitely they will be moving up top. Almost closing it to Honored Rivals and Carnival Gaming. Not a great run for Honored Rivals and Carnival Gaming. This particular map of Vikendi, though, we can say that they have got a couple of finishes. They've got decent amount of points, but not exactly what we expected from them.
Hands down, for Honored Rivals, one thing is for sure, yeah, the game wasn't really that great, but still, do they need to perform? That's my question, because Honored Rivals, they started things off with 31 points. Even inside of this game, they had a few elimination points, so still it's going to do the deed anyways. Even if Honored Rivals get, 7 to 8 points in these 3 games, they're still easily going to qualify. You move the conversation towards Carnival Gaming too. Neo was going for the med strat constantly, so even CG is going to easily qualify. Even GENxFM, they were a part of a lot of the fights, so even GENxFM is easily going to qualify. It's all about getting the 6 points in these 3 games for the top 3 teams.
But this time, Silly Esports stepped up pretty well. We wanted to see this Silly Esports for a longer period of time. The first 3 matches, it was not the same. But now, in the very first map of Vikendi, they showcased that they can go all in, and they have done their job brilliantly. But they could not finish the game as what they expected to get the chicken dinner.
I still want to find out how many points did Revenant Esports exactly have. Because with the way Revenant Esports is playing, it's like they're not playing to conquer. They're just playing to survive barely inside the tournament. They just want to move into the upcoming rounds. But we're not seeing that confident Revenant Esports anymore. We're not seeing that Revenant Esports that has to itch to take the fights. They're playing like the betas, and I do not like that.
They're taking the fights only when they have to take it. That was really, this situation was, again, that was hilarious. I mean,
that's the crazy part. They're not even taking the fights when they have to take the fights. That's the main problem for Revenant Esports. They try to avoid the fights no matter what it is, and they just want to survive till the late game. Sensei needs to understand one thing. This point structure, even if you do win the game with next to none elimination points, you're not going to have a lot of that impact on the point standings anyways.
Exactly. Just 10 placement points that you get, but you do need the finishes. You need at least like 4 to 5 finishes in order to grab a 15 bomber for yourself to rise above in the table. But at this moment, Revenant, I would say this is a very decent game for them to start off with in the final 3 games that they've got. Now they're left with another 2 more, that in the map of Miramar and Erangel. Hopefully, we can see some good game, a little bit of aggressive game from the side of Revenant boys.
I just want to see them amp up the aggression, that's it. Tweak it up a little bit. Revenant Esports, if they manage to tweak up that aggression, they're going to be in much more of a better shape and form. Trust me when I say this. But you know what? Let's move on towards the point standings and find out how many points were exactly acquired by Revenant Esports and a few other teams. Phoenix Esports, they claimed the chicken dinner, so of course it's quite a great start for Phoenix Esports. It's newer face on the block, but still performing so consistently well. 18 points in the first game itself. GENxFM, 9 points. They've already qualified. Silly Esports, 9 points. Even they've qualified. Dragon Esports, 8 points. A start to the comeback, and the same thing can be said for Revenant Esports.
I am surprised to see THW with only 7 total points. I mean, they were literally dominating the Western Corridor all to themselves, having 6 finishes. It's fine, but when it came down to enter the circle, they got taken down by the other players. Even Carpediem still managed to find out 5 points for themselves. I mean, that was this disaster start for themselves to give away those 2 finishes to the boys of HyperRush Esports. But they did balance it out pretty well. But talking about the other teams, Team Legacy, Team Cosmic, on RIVALZ, LOC, disappointing start for the day.
Yeah, for KARUNADU, I4I, and LOC, this game was desperately needed, even do or die. And all three teams, they were not able to perform at all. Now, that's a big sign of concern, I'm not going to lie, my friend. Because I4I, we know what this team is capable of, especially that fight. They flipped the odds against the foes in such a great manner. We all thought I4I is going to be the one to lose out that fight, but they still came out on top like Phoenix. So that's something I4I is supposed to look up to and perform the same way in the upcoming games as well. Move the conversation on towards LOC Esports. This game was desperately needed. Now they've only got 2 more games to go, and they need to perform just the way Team Dragons did in the previous group.
The last 2 games is all that they have got. The first game of LOC was decent when they came back in yesterday to play the first match. The next 2 games was disaster. They did not get a single point. And even in the first game today as well, they did not get any points at all. I would say like 1 or 2, I don't even consider that, because right now they need almost 10 plus points.
Hands down. I mean, looking at the way the entire shift is looking, one thing is for sure, you need to have that one banger performance if you're all the way at the bottom of the overall standings. iQOO did that. Even the players of Inferno Squad did that. Inferno Squad started the day off with a chicken dinner, so you at least need that one banger of a performance on the board. You need that chicken dinner with a few more elimination points. Before now, let's move on to a short break. We'll be right back.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really?
Hey, but have you all seen it? Mega Taskers win at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Xtreme 125R. Challenge the Xtreme.
After an exciting end to the map of Vikendi, we are back for the next match of this group number 1 as well. And joining alongside me is going to be Johnny, my man. So this weekend we saw a lot of heal battles coming in from the side of Carnival Gaming, Revenant, even Dragon Esports. What are your thoughts about this check-in coming up from Phoenix Esports as well?
I mean, it was a phenomenal one, and Phoenix Esports has been that new name on the block that has done quite well for themselves and are on their way of making a name. It all depends on how far they go into this iQOO BMPS 2024, but already off to the races, man. Phoenix Esports off to a decent start. The team that I am worried about is going to be a big name like Revenant Esports, because, I mean, yeah, there was the top 3 finish in this game, but where are the finishes?
Exactly. They have been avoiding fights here and there. I'd say to Necro as well, that they are taking the fights only when they have to. There is no other option. It felt to me like that. Even against Silly Esports, they could have taken a fight a long back and could have prevented their entry inside the circle, but they decided to go inside and find a sweet spot, but they were still getting overpowered by the boys of Silly.
Yeah, but that's a problem now for Revenant Esports, right? They are going to be lacking very far behind in terms of their total points tally. And as you mentioned, now I think they need to take every single fight that is available to them inside of the game, at least secure 7 to 8 points per map. In the next 2 maps, they have 1 Miramar and 1 Erangel remaining. And of course, their struggle, it all depends on how aggressive they can be and how comfortable they get inside of those team fights. But if you want to feel comfortable in your team fights, in your matches, check out the iQOO Z9 S series starting at 18,999. And of course, if you go onto Google and search the iQOO Z9 S, you can stand a chance of winning an iQOO Z9 S Pro for yourself. 15 of those are going to be given out, and you could be the lucky one.
I wish I'm the lucky one as well if I try it, but I am still having a debate with Necro so that I can get the white one, which is there in front of us, though. I'm telling you, this white one is really, really gorgeous.
Yeah,
but
keep buying the white one for sure.
Coming back to the discussion, this group again, it's going to be the map of Miramar, and Miramar has been a balanced map for the boys of Honored Rivals. I believe even Carpediem has got some upper hand. I really wish that they can step up this game and find some good points.
Yeah, let's talk about Carpediem. That early exit, I was very surprised to see that happen. But then again, it is Carpediem, right? Never really shying away from a fight. Even if they are going to be bruised and battered, they still run head on and try to take the challenge head on. But again, Miramar, if they can convert Miramar, I think Carpediem is going to be in a decent enough position to try and qualify. Yesterday wasn't too bad for them. They walked away with 20 points in the 3 matches that they played. And I think Carpediem, just like 10-15 points required from the 3 games put together. The first map of Vikendi, not really working out, but 2 more matches to go. I think they can easily secure 15 points. This team has the caliber, walking away with 9 to 10 eliminations every game.
Yeah, definitely. But we'll have a look on the overall standings as well, because that is where we are all interested about, because all the teams they're fighting out, duking out to be in the top 40, and among them we are seeing so many jumps. Carnival Gaming, they're in the 5th spot for now with a total of 38 points in the bag. GENxFM, they have got 37 points in total for themselves, and they are also securing the spot for the top 48.
Exactly, and I think Carnival Gaming, GENxFM, both of them have done a phenomenal job. Yesterday's performance was actually very well played out. The matches were very well played out from these 2 teams. And I think today, by the end of the day, they are going to look to try and secure a spot within the top 2 or maybe the top 3 as well. Honored Rivals, as we talk about them, HRZ, we see them take a dip on that 13th position with 33 points. They were able to walk away with just 2 points from this opening game. Phoenix Esports, that is a brilliant bounce back. So again, as we were having this discussion, if you are able to cross that 30-point marker, you are already going to be safe in the rankings. And again, with this win, Phoenix Esports get themselves that safety cushion to work with. But talking about a few other names, a big sign of concern for KARUNADU Esports. They're very close to that qualification marker, just a few more points to go. And when I say few, I mean like 4 to 5 points, and the job is going to be done.
Is it so, Johnny? Because I have some different opinions. I guess you need at least 30 above points to be assured that, yes, I'm qualifying for round 3. I'm really concerned about Insane Esports as well, because their matches are done and dusted and they only have 26 points on their board, which does raise a lot of questions that what actually happened by a team like that.
Yeah, that was something else, right? And it is going to be interesting to see how the rest of the journey pans out for them. I mean, 2 more maps to go, so there is still opportunity to strike back, to put yourself on the leaderboard. One big chicken dinner can change everything for any of these sides, right? I mean, you talk about the performances you witnessed from the teams that were quite desperate for qualification round 2 in round 1 itself. They qualified within the last few matches, and I think that might just happen in this stage of this tournament as well, considering, again, this isn't as grueling as round 1 was. Round 1 you had 12 matches, so you had to be consistent for a longer time. Over here, it's just 6 games. It's a sprint. You perform well, exceptionally well in one game, and for the rest of the matches, even if you are putting up mediocre numbers on the board, just 3 to 4 points, along with that one big game, that pushes you through the other side of that qualification marker. It will put you in a position from where you can look forward to round 3. And I think as of now, the bigger names have successfully executed this strategy. It is about that middle pack, who need to figure out how to get that one big game in. And even in that middle pack, again, Revenant Esports, LOC, these are the 2 big names that we are seeing struggling right now.
Yeah, definitely. Among them, they are struggling, but they will be looking forward how things goes well for themselves. But talking about the teams playing, again, in this map of Miramar, we see Team Cosmic, HyperRush Esports in a desperate need of a chicken dinner, I would say. One chicken dinner can change the entire tide for these 2 teams, any of that one team. If HyperRush takes it away, they are going to climb up the ladder very quickly. Even Team Cosmic does it or LOC does it, the similar thing is going to happen with them as well. But my eyes are on THW Esports.
Yeah, THW, again, a big name. They have a decent position on the leaderboard as well. So I think THW, either they just enjoy the freedom that they have and destroy the rest of the competition, or we are just going to see them move to round 3 in a very comfortable manner. This team has pretty much already made it to the other side. So not to worry about THW, Silly Esports as well in a very comfortable position. Carpediem, I think a little bit of worry. Just that extra push for Silly Esports. I think that previous performance definitely helps them move through. But for Carpediem, they are going to need to at least finish in the top 4 on this upcoming map of Miramar, and need to have at least 3 to 4 eliminations along with the top 4 finish, and then rinse and repeat on the last map of the day as well. But along with that, I think it is going to be interesting to see whether they actually do manage to pull it off. But as we said, last 2 matches, there will be a lot of pressure. And in this particular group, Group 1, we have a few names that do exceptionally well when they are put under pressure. This is a conversation me and Necro keep having about Team Cosmic, right? Every time you feel like, alright, this is going to be now too tough for this team to deal with, that is when they shine the brightest.
Yeah, exactly. We are also waiting for Team Cosmic to make an incredible comeback. That's what Team Dragons did in the previous group. The last 2 matches went incredibly well. They made a huge comeback for themselves, and maybe they're through the round 2 as well.
Yeah, maybe. That's the big maybe, right? Now it is going to be a chance for Team Cosmic, do or die, and a lot of names to fight it out as we jump into the map of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. The second last game of the day. It's right here. Well, let's see how this game is going to turn out. It is going to be an incredible one for sure. That pretty much is going to be guaranteed, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, we start off with a very interesting flight path that starts from the southeastern quadrant of the map, just south of Porto Palacio, and goes towards the northern central point. That is going to be the Oasis. So the flight path leans towards the eastern half of the map, which will make positions like El Pozo, Monte Nuevo, Ladriela, even Chumacera off limits for a lot of these teams. But because of that, we do expect those mid-rotation clashes where the teams are going to be scrambling for those early vehicle controls. And if they do not find those weapons, that is when they might have to deal with a lot of pain and misery, because that might result in an early elimination. But right off the bat, a big name that everyone is hoping to see qualify for round 3. We have Revenant Esports, and we all know where they are going to go. It is going to be the city of Los Leones, but it seems like Dragon Esports, they have this read as well. Because Dragon Esports, we see Starboy landing towards the southern hills of Los Leones. His teammates are moving towards the western edges, the western periphery of that massive city. And if they find a few vehicles, then maybe they will have a possibility of rotating early towards Chumacera. But again, are they going to run into any early fight? Apart from that, a big splash of colors towards the eastern side. We have Eye for Eye moving towards Truck Stop, La Benedita. TSW actually taking control of Truck Stop before them. And Sam is getting as close to Elazar as possible, maybe looking for a vehicle. And once he has it in his hands, he's going to try and move towards the rest of his teammates. TSW, they might have to regroup very early inside of this match. Towards the northern side, it seems like only HyperRush Esports have decided to take an exit for that northwestern quadrant, and they are going to kick off their game from the city of La Cabrera. But as we look at the map, I think no initial fights are expected. Not a lot of drop clashes. Maybe a few fights towards the Lab and Adita position goes eye for eye. They are in an open spot, and along with them, LOC as well, who have gone for the city of San Martin, might be faced with some early pressure by the players of KARUNADU Esports and Silly Esports, who are right behind them. But this is quite interesting. Carnival Gaming, on a map of Miramar, have decided to not go towards Picado. Now, Necros, that is going to be one of the most interesting drop switches I've seen today.
Carnival Gaming, they definitely have something upon their sleeves that they want to unfold. And just beside them, Johnny, it's none other than Honored Rivals. The closest competitor that they have right now in the overall standings from their group itself. If they can dethrone Honored Rivals right here, right now, it can just give a big blow to their side. But the circle is favoring the southern part, as we can see already. Revenant, Dragon Esports. This is the man, Johnny. If they don't capitalize on this, I don't know what to say.
Oh man, Revenant Esports, if they get this early fight and they are able to convert it into those finish points without losing a single player, then they're going to be in a comfortable position. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of trouble for Revenant Esports in this map of Miramar. I can't even imagine what it's going to be like for the fans if Revenant Esports actually do end up getting eliminated in round 2 itself, because no one expected it. No one even thought they were going to be in this position, to be honest. Especially me, actually. I mean, I expected big things from this team after their run in round 1.
I mean, the players that they have, like Seth, Flock, Kratos, everybody has got that raw gunpowder within themselves.
Yeah.
So, you have to use them like torrents. Because for this category, I would really like to appreciate Mavi. Because the 3 torrents that he has in his team in Global Esports, he has been utilizing them really precisely in each and every round. And when you have got players like Ninja Boy, Slug, Beast, they have done exceptionally well when it comes down to the aggression part. So I really believe Sensei needs to figure out that these players can step up and can get you the frags that you want to earn the points. So you need to go a little bit aggressive and you need to take the fight wherever you are getting the chance. So I believe if they can follow this, maybe we can see a different Revenant from the next round.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate. They just get countered very hard in every single fight, and it's the lack of proactivity in going a little bit aggressive, trying to pressure the opposing side when you have the man advantage to work with. It results in the opposing team just recovering and then retaliating against Revenant in a brilliant manner. But let's see if they found the answer to the problems they're facing right now. In the meanwhile, do or die on our screens. They are just moving from the eastern roadsides of El Azhar. PSW is actually quite close to this position, but considering how Do or Die are playing this map right now, in fact, how they're moving around this map right now, I don't think they're going to be looking for an early fight. And even if TSW choose to engage in a conflict against the side of Do or Die, I think it's just the southern rotation that the Do or Die squad are going to carry on with. But we do have the iQOO MVP on our screens of that previous game. Hydro from Silly Esports, 5 eliminations secured. 937 damage dished out.
This player is definitely the next big thing that we can see. Hydro, we have seen his name multiple times. He has been one of the most bigger torrents from the side of Silly Esports. A kind of Silly Esports that we were anticipating to see from the first 3 matches itself. They have showcased us a trailer of what they're capable of. As again, we know what they have done in round 1, right? So we do have that many expectations from them that they will do some similar stuffs in round 2. It was not there in the first 3 games, but the Vikendi that they played, the aggression that they showed, was the typical Silly Esports that we know. And I really think that in this map of Miramar, they are still looking forward to go aggressive and find a lot more finishes all to themselves. The positioning that they have, they can go for a big rotation from the west, and they can just lie low in the southern part of the map of Miramar. While I don't think they will be facing any consequences unless there's Carnival Gaming trying to gatekeep them.
Yeah, I mean, CG can definitely cause a lot of damage to a team like Silly Esports, but eye for eye, I mean, these players are moving very quickly towards the city of Los Leones. They've found themselves a safe haven towards the eastern edge of the city. And of course, we have a southeastern circle on this map of Miramar as well. So, Revenant Esports, I mean, you can be sure that they are going to survive till the mid-game stages. Not really sure about the late game. I mean, there's going to be a pressure upon them. No matter what happens, teams will figure out a way to wiggle inside those buildings of Los Leones. You can't really protect the entire city.
Revenant have failed to somehow dish the damage whenever there is a push on them.
Yeah.
They have failed to hold their position, hold their territory strongly. And that is one of the causes that they are lying low. I mean, even in the previous first 3 games, if I remember it correctly, Revenant, they did had a lot of chances to capitalize on finishes and to grab a lot more points, but the teams that pushed them literally overpowered them every time. And somehow I feel like the strategy of not engaging, of not taking fights, that has created an impact over the players to be a little underconfident when it comes to a 1v1 duel.
Yeah. I agree with that. I mean, the confidence in those firefights is definitely lacking from the side of Revenant, but this is a name that has displayed that confidence in every single fight they've faced on. HyperRush Esports, a lot of experience on these players. They used to play for different teams, but now a new band being formed. Silly Esports, here comes the slam. Uzumaki gets out with the DBS, trying to readjust the aim, fails to do so. And it's going to be iQOO from the side of Silly Esports who finds the opening, but instantly loses that front right tire on the buggy. Looking to evade any more damage from the players of HyperRush. He just found that knock and was instantly shooed away. So HyperRush do manage to save Uzumaki. This is a brilliant rescue operation, I have to say, from HyperRush Esports. I thought Uzumaki was done for as soon as he got knocked out. But that man from the side of Silly Esports was left with no other option but to run away rather than secure that finish point. Brilliantly done from HyperRush Esports.
I really even appreciate the decision making of iQOO from that position, because
yeah,
mostly you see sometimes if any player gets one knockout, he tries to capitalize it and walk away. But HyperRush, one problem evaded, another arrives at their doorstep. Jadoo, he barely survives, maybe, but for how long? So many people taking shots on them, that vehicle explosion is inevitable. But GENxFM, they're all out for a hunt right now, but oh, Jadoo, he's so lucky out there.
He's very lucky, I mean, to avoid getting taken out and to avoid getting blown up to bits over there. As you mentioned, there was smoke coming out of the engine and the vehicle could have gone into flames at any given second, but the distance from which the players of GENxFM were taking those shots upon the players of HyperRush was a little too much. So you can expect a few bullets not connecting. And those few missed opportunities are all that Jadoo needed to escape. There was one more teammate down in the valley who was completely ignored by the players of GENxFM for some reason, so that guy was extremely lucky as well. But they avoid getting taken out in one place, and over the next position, they run into the players of Carpediem. Fierce has dished out a lot of damage on one individual of the players of HyperRush. Saw another buggy in the distance, and Carpediem, are they going to choose to go for a push to force a fight against this side? And the answer is yes, as they are going to be forced into a trap, and it's going to be Gamlaboy and Max to destroy HyperRush Esports. Up, he's the last man left standing. The tire goes, the buggy goes along with it, and HyperRush, they're going to be the first team to be eliminated on this map of Miramar.
Completely unlucky, I would say, Johnny. There's no more words. HyperRush, they tried to disengage from the fight and run away as far as possible, but everywhere that they were going, it's either GENxFM, it's either Silly Esports, and the final team is Carpediem to put an end to their run. Carpediem, definitely, they're looking very confident. They will definitely not look forward to make that similar mistakes of what they did in the map of Vikendi to give away 2 finishes to their opponents. But having a recap, 3 of the players were traveling in a single Murado. That vehicle deficiency has caused this havoc and this situation for HyperRush Esports to take an early exit.
Yeah, and brilliantly done from Carpediem. First it was Fierce who baited the players of HyperRush into running into Gamlaboy and Max, and then both these two individuals not really missing an opportunity to strike. 4 eliminations picked up by Carpediem already in this map of Miramar, and if you want to secure finishes this quickly in your matches, check out the iQOO Z9S series, starting at 18,999, our official smartphone partner for the iQOO BMPS 2024.
If you're a hardcore gamer like us, this is one of the definite best choices that you can get right now in the market. It gives you a 5,500 mAh battery. I mean, you game for hours, and if the charge is down, you've got an 80-watt flash charger to quickly charge it up and again continue your gaming experience. But coming back to the game, Carnival Gaming, they're spotting the players in a distant hill. It's the players of LOC. You see even Phoenix Esports out there as well, a team who took the chicken in the previous match with 8 total finishes, 18 points in total that they acquired. Definitely going to boost their performance, boost their position in the overall standings. But I really believe, Johnny, that this one match, if they can gather at least like 9 to 10 points, it should be sufficient enough to seal the deal for themselves.
Yeah, of course. I mean, 9 to 10 points, I think, does get them in a very decent position for that last map. But KARUNADU Esports, they're going to need a few more if they want a safety cushion to work with. And as we look at the zone, center between Chumacera and Los Leones, eye for eye, they are in a decent position, but problem is that there's a big cluster of teams that are going to look to close in from that eastern side, and it will be difficult for eye to be able to handle all of that pressure. But the good thing for them is that the teams inside of the city of Los Leones are going to collide against each other, just like we see Phoenix Esports pick up one of the players from the side of Dragon Esports. Cheyenne finding that opening frag for his team, and Phoenix Esports, of course, riding the high of the momentum they had or are building, looking to build after the winner chicken dinner on the previous map of Vikendi. This could be interesting. I mean, Jim Jam, he's quite exposed from the front lines, but luckily for him, Superboy, with that high ground advantage, can definitely provide a decent amount of suppressing fire.
Dragon Esports, they've messed up fights, they've messed up matches like this, facing casualties one after another, losing the numbers till the end stage. That definitely creates an impact, right? You know you need 4 of your players surviving till the very end phase to get the better results, because man advantage always plays a vital role in your winning moments, in your qualification, and that is where I feel Dragon Esports, again, they have messed up. They've lost one of their players. But how even we talk about Team Legacy, they have been doing some similar stuffs as well from the past couple of matches that they have played.
Yeah, Legacy Esports, I think it will be interesting to see how their journey fares out, to be honest. I mean, their performance in round 1 was actually very good. But it seems like all of that momentum has faded away as soon as round 2 began. And Legacy Esports, I think one man who needs to start picking up those fights has to be Rage God. I mean, just a phenomenal performance from this individual in round 1. It's been quite reliable for his team and needs to prove that he's still reliable in round 2 as well. But let's see, TSW on our screens, and they have taken control of that eastern edge with Legacy Esports right behind them. Is there going to be a collision between these two sides? We're going to find out. In the meanwhile, though, the circle takes a very interesting shift towards the south, in fact. Team Cosmic, they're looking to push for the center, but Revenant Esports right behind them. It's not going to be easy at all.
The best decision I would think for Team Revenant would be to go down south and find a good compound for themselves. But like Do or Die, they're also down south, finding some good spots for themselves around the coastal areas. Followed by, we've also got Honored RIVALZ around the corner. I'm not a great fan of where Team Cosmic is heading, because they are literally surrounded by teams on all 4 sides. You see Revenant, you see Dragon Esports, Eye for Eye, even Honored RIVALZ coming into the question. Carpediem also entering the circle. They're still in a good distance, but I believe once a fight breaks out, Team Cosmic might be in a world of trouble.
Well, let's see though. I mean, I do agree with you on that. Team Cosmic, if they do not have cover to work with, they're going to be in a lot of trouble, to be honest. Revenant Esports, they do move towards the south side of those hills, find a decent compound to work with. Now it will be about catching those loose stragglers mid-rotation. Team Cosmic can give them a helping hand in doing so. Eye for Eye, another team with a decent position, but moving out from these buildings, it's going to be difficult for them. But when it comes to mobility in real life, it's the Hero Xtreme 125R that makes it very easy. Our official mobility partner for the iQOO BMPS 2024. Can't wait to see which player walks away with the tag of Survivor and, of course, rides back home on the Hero Xtreme 125R from the LAN finale stage.
I'm going to request that player to give me one ride. See, I'm a good driver, Johnny.
Yeah.
I love bikes. And I've also tried and tested both these 160 and 125R variants. They're extremely cool. I mean, first of all, you can just say by their looks. But again, coming back to the game, this is going to be do or dies. Palu, he has been really aggressive in the last Miramar that we saw yesterday. He had a big opportunity to capitalize a lot more finishes, and he did it. So, Team Legacy, they were just coming right in front of the players of do or die. And this could have been a fatal blow towards them, but they evaded it and rotated back to some safer place.
Very quick to turn around the players of Legacy Esports and avoid any confrontation from the front lines. Although now they have gathered a bit of information to work with as to where the players of do or die are. Not just that, where the immediate threat is for them. In the meanwhile, LOC still in the blue. Very far away from the circle, to be honest. I think LOC, they get taken out as soon as they are spotted from the edge.
Probably trying the same strategy as Team Dragons, what they did in the previous group. Playing it slow and steady, entering the circle a little late, so that they don't face any gatekeeps around the corner. But little did they knew about that there's Carpediem, there is GENxFM, there is KARUNADU Esports, waiting for them on the sidelines of the circle. So if they even enter the circle right now, they might be in a sandwich situation.
Yeah, for sure. And it's interesting to see Silly Esports as well, playing from the blue zone, just playing extremely slow in this matchup. But hey, I think all of that silent, all of the peace that was maintained in this map of Miramar for so long, it's about to come to an end. Carpediem, they get a little too close to the players of GENxFM. Information gathered by Skillful as he circles around that ridge. Just marks the players of Carpediem for his teammates to shoot at. Although the line of fire still has been avoided. But look at the radar. One of the players from the side of GENxFM did overextend, and Carpediem, they have the opportunity to go for a punish. And even the circle actually moves right on top of this hill. So Carpediem, this is their time to shine. This is their time to strike. Can they seize this opportunity and qualify for round 3 from this map of Miramar itself? They need to make sure that this is going to be a big game for them.
The quick rotations, just trying to grab a good spot, some hard covers for them. Carpediem, I would say a really decent move for them to acquire that compound. Eye for eye, they've also made their move inside the circle. GENxFM, they were very close to the players of LOC as well. The sound cue has been passed on, that's for sure, and the shots are being fired on Skillful. LOC wants to try to engage in this fight, but is it going to be sufficient enough? Because they need to enter the circle in the next shift as well, and GENxFM can be that one big obstacle that they need to take care of. If they can do so, it's fine. 55 seconds on the board. LOC, they've all prepped up. But where's the next destination going to be? Because Carpediem, they're sitting in the dead center. They don't need to care about where the circle is going to go next. They should be inside it.
Well, let's see how things are going to turn out for these teams. Look at this. Stage 4. Still, only Hyper Rush is the team to be eliminated from this match. And Dragon Esports, they lost one player. One more knocked out right now by the players of Carpediem. So Dragon Esports put under a little bit of pressure, but they should be able to recover from it. Not too difficult. The revive comes in. Dragon Esports back to a 3-man roster. But as we saw LOC a few moments ago, I was actually worried. I thought Silly Esports might show up late, breaching from the blue and cause some trouble. But Silly Esports shoot further down south. And they find themselves in an awkward position, trying to sandwich the players of KARUNADU Esports. See if they can use HRZ on RIVALZ as a distraction and pick off those points that are lying in front of them. It's not going to be as easy as it sounds, though. Especially considering KARUNADU Esports are looking to build up momentum from this map of Miramar.
Ranveer went for a flanking position that was completely denied by the players of on RIVALZ out there. But the shots being exchanged from both the sides. We are seeing a lot of multiple fights breaking up. KARUNADU Esports also facing the backlashes, but Team Cosmic, not an ideal spot to be in. Revenant, they're looking very interested to gatekeep the players, those who are still outside of the circle. And one of them, it's going to be Team Cosmic, anti-HW as well. They need to be very cautious. They can't afford any mistakes at this point. Revenant. Flock was taken down, but he will be getting the revival. But THW pushes on the players of Team Cosmic. This is a 1v1 duel. Ninja, Destiny, everybody comes into the equation, while Team Cosmic, they have completely fallen onto the grounds. As THW, they will be moving on with two beautiful finishes in their name. But Revenant, the boys, they're just exchanging nades over themselves.
Well, let's see, Revenant. It could have been their opportunity to strike. A brilliant position was there to actually third-party the fight, but Kyolamau gets a little too close. Sensei takes damage from the nade, falls down to around 20 HP, but the booster is running, so he will have an opportunity to strike back. But here's the distraction for the players of Revenant Esports as Phoenix Esports show up from the flank. Now, Revenant stuck between two very difficult teams to beat at this point. THW and Phoenix Esports, they have good momentum for themselves, so they are going to risk for this fight. Flock from the side of Revenant getting knocked out over there. It's going to be a big blunder for the players of Revenant Esports. If they can help Flock recover, then they will have a fighting chance in this game. If they can't, then the story for Revenant Esports in this entire tournament will come to an end. In the meanwhile, HRZ, finally, it's an all-out war between them and KARUNADU Esports, and they do end up securing a few extra frags from that fight. KARUNADU Esports down to their last player. But look at this, LOC, they get eliminated by the players of Dragon Esports, and I think KARUNADU Esports might just be the next team to bite the dust.
Jaragod is just trying to survive. He's trying to flee away from this position on Rivals. They've got 5 finishes in their name. But even Dragon Esports, they have been decimated with a total of 4 points. The final match will be very hectic for these boys. But Silly Esports, look at the aggression. They're using the utils to push the players of On Rivals away. And they're trying to close up as much as possible. Silly Esports have lost Hydro out of this equation from this match. Playing on a 3-man squad, it's going to be a really difficult task for them. But THW, they've also done some good job. If I'm not wrong, 2 of the players of Revenant, they have been completed by them.
Yeah, I mean, we are jumping between fights right now, but Revenant Esports, yes, 2 players lost, Sensei and Kratos picked off, and they still don't have a single finish point. They missed one opportunity to strike, and now they're going to be punished. Seth, he takes a lot of damage upon himself, has to put on that first aid, but here comes the buggy, and Seth is going to be forced to get up and take that fight. He's the last man left from the side of Revenant Esports, and while they do secure a finish point in this game, that will be it. The story comes to an end for Revenant Esports on this map of Miramar, eliminated on the 10th position with just a single finish in the back. But Phoenix Esports, it seems like their momentum from the previous game, and they are burning brighter than ever, in fact. Looking to take down the players of Carnival Gaming a few seconds ago, now getting distracted by the players of THW in the backlines. How does Phoenix Esports react to this? Goku, he just hides behind that car to force Destiny to overextend. Being in this dip can be a very bad decision from the side of Destiny. Chooses a shotgun as well, and there it is. Phoenix Esports, they wrap things up very nicely in a very nice package and send the players of THW back into the lobby. 7 finishes secured by Phoenix Esports.
Snowjord is barely surviving, but right in front of him, he's got do or die. A team who's got the numbers advantage, but in the dead center of the circle is none other than Team Cosmic, who can make an incredible comeback story for themselves, as what we were speaking just a while ago. And Crimson, he's got Inferno taking down Silly Esports. They're facing the backlashes, but that has given a big opportunity for the boys of Honored Rivals to move up front and get some good position for themselves. They can have an easy entry inside the circle if they wipe out the boys of Carpediem, which I don't think they are aware that Honored Rivals, they have closed up this much to themselves.
Oh man, Honored Rivals, they've been consistent since yesterday. And even today, not looking to slow down Carpediem. There's a little bit of punish as Max goes down to one of the players from the side of Silly Esports, and iQOO. He's looking to push forward, looking to secure that point. Utility exchange from either side. Oh, that would have been risky. Gamla Boy almost ran into that Molotov. It was overshot from iQOO. But as soon as Max gets finished off, Gamla Boy is going to fall back. Carpediem, as we spoke about them, they are looking for a big game, and they made it into the top 6 with 6 eliminations already secured. So walking away with the chicken dinner, it's not going to be too difficult unless they do get taken out by the teams around them, which is going to be Carnival Gaming just east of their position, and Team Cosmic sitting smack center of the circle right now. PS on the move. There's a difficult rotation to go for the zone entry at this point.
The main fact is that the players of Team Cosmic, they're in a very big split. No Love and Crimson, they're far from themselves. It can be a really risky move, but they're still surviving. But on RIVALZ, they're facing the backlashes, do or die from a distant area. They have literally flushed them down. But Silly Esports is the final one to put the nail in the coffin for the boys of do or die. They're still surviving out there with 6 finishes. But on RIVALZ, they end their run in this map of Miramar. Well, iQOO, his position is completely compromised. Do or die. They're going up front and taking the battle, but Silly Esports will be getting eliminated by the boys of DOD. They only have got 5 total points from this particular match, while Do or Die, they've got 7 finishes already in their name.
Yeah, and the top 4 positioning as well. So Do or Die, I mean, this is the game they wanted to recover in terms of the position on the overall leaderboard. And I think even with this performance right now, they have brought themselves into a very nice position for qualification. No Love, he gets finished off. That is the end for Team Cosmic. And we're down to the top 3 teams. Do or Die, they needed these points desperately. So did Carpediem. Carnival Gaming is the only team that has absolute freedom of ruining the day for one of these 2 sides. Depends on who they choose to fight against, to be honest.
The first one who engages with them, that's definitely for sure. Carpediem. With 2 players, they have their eyes on the players of Do or Die. Palu's position has been completely compromised though. He's closing up as quickly as possible. But Pukar, he has his eyes on the players of Carnival Gaming right now. One good nade makes a connection, and it can be really fatal for the side of Do or Die. Carnival Gaming, 2 players going up front. Shogun staying behind for the heal battle, if I'm not wrong. And his both of the players' position is compromised because Pukar knows it. He's just playing the heal battle. He will go up front and might just get 1 or 2 knocks down.
They are waiting for Carnival Gaming to kick things off. The players from Carpediem, and look at this. As soon as Carnival Gaming, they get distracted by the players of Do or Die. Pukar chooses to strike. 1 extra finish secured before he goes out of this game. And Carnival Gaming, they've been left bleeding. The chicken dinner is going to get picked up by the players of Do or Die. They have the numbers advantage to work with. And Carnival Gaming completely stuck into the open. But a nade from Neo finds the knock. And now the numbers are in an even position. It's a 2v2 between Do or Die and the players of Carnival Gaming. A lot of utility being lobbed in their direction. Even if one of these nades connect, it is all over. But Neo closes the distance beautifully with that buggy. The S12 Clay, he takes down 1. It's just a Vinash in the backlines. What is going on? Carnival Gaming, they are making the players of Do or Die look very inexperienced right now. Even with the numbers advantage, these 2 individuals have done a phenomenal job. But still are unable to wrap up the match. Do or Die walk away with a brilliant winner chicken dinner on this map of Miramar with 11 eliminations as well.
Man clutched it out against the mighty boys of Carnival. Oh my god, Avin Shopi. He did a very fantabulous job. Even being one of the most experienced players as well, they would have thought that it's impossible. It's not possible for you to go up against 2 of the best players. Hector and Neo was there. It's a 1v2.
Yeah.
He just shot 2 shots. And it was a clutch.
I think they just lined up for him over there. I mean, towards the end, especially with the shotguns, anything can happen. And as soon as they went on the other side of that shack, Avnish was prepared to take them down. Because at that point, especially point blank range, the players are just going to spam that shotgun, right? Doesn't matter which one you have, S12K, DBS, you're just going to spam that trigger button until you see the opposing player hitting the floor. And I think it just kind of luckily worked out for the players of Do or Die. And to be fair, Carnival Gaming, I don't think they're going to care about this loss. They did not need the chicken dinner. They did not need, they did not need as many points as they are able to secure. They were already pretty much moving forward to round 3. At this point, they're just taking points away from the other teams inside this lobby. And one of those names has to be the players from Revenant Esports.
Yeah, definitely.
Who got taken out pretty early, by the way. So it's their fault that they missed out on this.
They just got only 1 point from this match. And again, it all brings down to that one final game for Revenant Esports. Either they grab almost 10-15 points, or I guess it's game over.
Yeah, I don't want to say this because, Sensei is a good friend of mine, but I think the journey might be coming to an end. It's a lot of pressure to be put onto that last map of Erangel. It's going to be a tough pill to swallow, man, to be honest. But we do have the winner chicken dinner of the moments of the previous game. And, of course, Carpediem. This is a very opportunistic team because look at how Gamla Boy and Pukar were playing this entire fight. Both of them stayed in the backlines and they just waited for the players of Carnival Gaming to get exposed. And as soon as the distraction from Do or Die came in, that is when they chose to steal away that finish point. But this was that final fight. And let's see what happens. Avnish runs around the corner. And it's with a UMP as well. It wasn't a shotgun. Oh, he did not even have a shotgun.
Oh my god. Firstly, we thought it was a shotgun, IS-12K or something like that to pull this off. But with the UMP against two big shotguns in front of him, that pre-fire worked pretty well.
Necro is going to be a happy man. He gets happy every time he sees a UMP in play. He's a UMP menace as well. He's very good with that weapon. And of course, these times, not a mistake necessarily. The players from Carnival Gaming also wanted to take the fight. So they just like try to walk in, and luckily for Avnish, the crosshair lined up. I mean, his aim was very precise, right at the head level. The shots connected on their heads, and after those initial dings, not a lot they could do unless both of them shot together. Two pellets of those shotguns just connecting onto Avnish, and he instantly hit the floor. That didn't happen. The spread saved him. And do or die, I think with this performance, they definitely move into a very comfortable position in the overall leaderboard. So they should be able to qualify for round 3.
Yeah, definitely. Probably 5 to 6 more points and they should be good to go about how things will turn up for themselves. But
not even that. They can finish the last game on 0 and they will still be in round 3, I think.
Yeah, I do think, but why to take risk when you have got a safeguard opportunity? So just grab 5 points, it's done. But moving on to the point standings, 21 points is what do or die will walk away with.
Yeah, 21 from this particular game. It was an intense one, and they were able to secure a lot of eliminations towards the end. Carnival Gaming and Carpediem, of course, these teams are also walking away with a decent tally. Carnival Gaming with 15 points, Carpediem with 13, and it's quite exciting to see Carpediem secure 5 placement points in a single game. My goodness, they've changed their ways. Finally, I'm happy.
Johnny is a happy man, and I really hope Necro will be as well by seeing that UMP finish. But talking about the later part of the point standings, again, Hyper Rush, 0 points. GENxFM, Team Legacy, Eye for Eye with not a single point from this particular match. Revenant walking away with only 1, LOC with 2. Somehow I feel like LOC's run is almost done until unless they come up with a 20-pointer game for themselves, and almost similar things for Revenant as well.
Yeah, I mean, Revenant Esports, that is a heartbreak, man. LOC, I mean, we were concerned about them. Revenant, Eye for Eye, it seems like the teams that were struggling before their journey began of the day are still struggling in this particular group. It's not like Group 2, right? Where we're seeing those comebacks, where we're seeing teams make those amazing leaps from the bottom of the leaderboard and getting themselves into a fighting position. These are constantly bad matches from the side of Revenant in particular, and after the Vikendi finish points were lacking, they weren't even in a position where they could have this luxury of just having 1 point on Miramar. Now it all comes down to that last wrangle. Go big or go home, simply put.
Yeah, exactly. That one map of Erangel, that can change it or that can end it for the boys of Revenant, for the boys of LOC. And even Team Cosmic, they also pulled off some decent points, I believe. And again, the Erangel will be really crucial for them. If they can get like 10 or 11 points for themselves, it should be more than enough for them to qualify.
It should be. I mean, let's see how things are going to turn out, right? It is the last Erangel, so it's going to be exciting for sure. And what these teams deliver is totally up to them. We expected a lot more from Revenant Esports. Unfortunately, they have put us in a position where we have to wait for that last game of the day to see what fate holds in store for them. But ladies and gentlemen, as I keep saying, it's one last match remaining, and all of that is going to take place after this very short break, so don't go anywhere.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
What's up?
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move around with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Xtreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Xtreme.
मम्मी का फोन है, एक मिनट।
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63. Ouch.
I'm not doing this.
300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर। अबे बंद करो बे, आंख में छुप रहा है। कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the iQOO BMPS 2024 and the upcoming match. It's not just the last game of the day, but also the last game for Group 1 in Round 2. It's Super Johnny joined by Necro alongside with me. And Necro, I think there's just one conversation to be had for this particular group.
Yeah,
Revenant
that's going to be
Esports.
Revenant Esports,
Yep.
hands down. With the way they're playing, one thing is for sure, they're playing way too scared, man. For some reason, they're avoiding the fight still, and that's one of the main reasons why they do not have any elimination points as well in that previous game. Seth was trying his best to get something done in the final few moments, but still, that's a big dip that Revenant Esports was in. You could not really get a lot done.
Exactly, and again, I mean, they should have been a little bit more proactive. There were opportunities for them to strike, but as you mentioned, they were getting a little too scared, playing too far off from running into those fights, and because of that, they missed out on the opportunity to capitalize and secure a lot of eliminations for themselves.
Now, let's be honest, for how long have we been saying the same thing over and over again for Revenant Esports? Be a little bit aggressive.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that's gonna be something that can save the day for you inside of the entire iQOO BMPS 2024.
Exactly.
If you're just gonna be playing passive too much, it's not gonna count. That's what's been happening with the players of Revenant Esports. Once again, they're playing the same old way, passive strategy, and that's why now they're on the verge of being kicked out.
Exactly. Even now, heading into this last game of Erangel, it is either an all or nothing situation for them. Either they go big with a lot of eliminations and a top 3 finish inside of this game, like 6 to 7 eliminations and a top 3 finish, or they just get sent home packing.
I mean, the crazy part is, even the newer names now, they're starting to make that comeback, right? In the previous game, you also had a few more names making that comeback. Even Team Cosmic, one last man, was still there, surviving inside of that shack for such a long time. Maybe he got his hands on the iQOO Z9S series. That's right there on the screen, which is starting from 18,999. If you move on towards Google and search for iQOO Z9S, you might just stand a chance to win the iQOO Z9 Pro device, and 15 of those are being given away right now.
Exactly. If you're looking for reasons to go ahead and check out the iQOO Z9S, well, they're right there on your screen. Segment's fastest phone with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3, 2000 Hz of touch sampling rate, along with a 5500 mAh battery and the 80-watt flash charger that comes along with it. So overall, it's an amazing package, and as Necro said, if you want to participate in the giveaway, just go on to Google and search for the iQOO Z9S series. But we are still searching for the performance from Revenant Esports, it seems like.
Hands down, we indeed are. And we're still waiting for teams like Legacy Esports as well to step inside of the playing field, right? For Legacy Esports, first game wasn't exactly the way they wanted to go. The second game as well, meh. And now the third game, you move on forward. Legacy Esports, they started things off in the middle pack.
Yeah.
And even for Revenant Esports, now you can say they're in the middle pack. One big game is desperately needed, 15 to 20 points, somewhere around that. If that's not going to be established in the last game itself, well, then they're done for.
Exactly. Let's have a look at the overall ranking to make the picture a little bit clear. As we know, it is going to be the top 48 teams that do qualify for the next round. So far, I mean, these teams in the top 16, they are quite safe, to be honest, until the groups that start their journey tomorrow actually show up and decide to push them down into this leaderboard ranking. But I think a brilliant bounce back coming in from the players of Carpediem. They've made their way all the way towards 38 points, and I think now finally we can say that, all right, Carpediem is safe.
Yeah, hands down, they indeed are. Carpediem can easily move on forward. It's not even a question. Even GENxFM is going to move on. Even the players of DOD can easily move on. Team Dragons from that previous group as well, they've pretty much made that cut. Even Angry Swans, they've done it. So you can't say first half of the board, they're easily going to move on forward. It's not even a question.
Yeah.
It's all about the latter half of the board and the teams that are still stuck over there. And one of the big names is also going to be Revenant Esports with just 15 points under the banner. Even for Legacy Esports having 15 points, even they need somewhere around 20 points in the upcoming game.
Yeah, man, I mean, these two teams, if they get eliminated from this tournament, it is going to be such a big heartbreak. And Legacy Esports, look at how aggressive they have been. This is the opposite of Revenant Esports, right? 14 eliminations, just 1 placement point. So Legacy Esports need to tone down their aggression a bit, and Revenant Esports need to bring theirs up by a bit.
And Johnny, you know what? Yes, this is something about the previous group that I'm going to speak, but Team INS, we saw them on the overall standings with only 7 points in the span of 6 games. Now, that is a really shaky performance.
Yeah.
A bad one indeed. We know they're going to be kicked outside of the tournament no matter what. We're not going to see them in the upcoming stages, but hopefully they're going to be back with much more of a reformed mindset.
That is true. I mean, INS, hopefully once we see them in the next tournament, and maybe if it is the same lineup that sticks together, there's a lot of factors that go in. But hopefully once we see them the next time, they are going to be a little bit more refined. But can't really do anything about it, right? Now the matches are done. All of the matches that they had in round 2 are already played, and the opportunity to strike back is gone. It slipped out of their hands.
Pretty much, man. All you can do is just in the future be back in a reformed mindset and just try and perform even better than what you did right now. Now, once again, you move back the conversation towards this entire group. As we know, this is going to be the last game, which is going to be upcoming. There's a lot of teams in the middle pack. Even KARUNADU Esports themselves are still there in the middle pack. If they do not perform, they're done for. If you talk about a few teams that have already qualified, we've got teams like Honor RIVALZ, Carnival Gaming, TSW Esports, GENxFM, the usual suspects, even add on Carpediem and Silly Esports in there. So maybe there's 5 to 6 teams. They have successfully moved on forward, but still the middle pack is in a big danger.
And they have an opportunity to strike back in the upcoming game, the last map of the day, the map of Erangel, that will be there on our screens in a few short moments. And of course, there are a lot of names in the middle pack that we expect to bounce back. I mean, we spoke about Legacy Esports, we spoke about Do or Die as well, having that phenomenal performance in the previous game. But apart from that, I think Team Cosmic, I expect a little bit more aggression from them. Dragon Esports as well. They have been aggressive, Dragon Esports, but unfortunately their survival instincts aren't just clicking.
Yeah, and that's the crazy part though. Dragon Esports is supposed to be one of those teams that is supposed to have the survival instinct on point.
Yeah.
But still they're struggling with that. Especially inside the round 1. Dragon Esports was seen in the top 5 of every single game that they were playing. But now they're not even able to replicate that same performance.
You know, another big name that I'm actually concerned about, and they have a lot of experienced players as well, is going to be HyperRush Esports.
Yes. I knew you were going to speak about this team, HyperRush Esports. Quite the node banner, still struggling so much. I'm not sure what exactly the problem is, but I just think it's the same old problem once again, man. All One Blade is back over here, and they're struggling once again.
Hey man, it's just one player from the side of One Blade. They also have Uzumaki, who was one of the key players for Big Brother Esports last year when they made a name for themselves. So this team has a lot of experience to work with, but unfortunately for some reason things aren't just clicking. They are getting extremely unlucky inside of the matches and well are unable to secure those points as well. But considering it is just a 6-match playthrough round 2, they need to secure one big game, and you never know. The last match could be the match where they drop a big 30 bomb, secure a win with 30 points, and then just qualify for the next round.
Yeah, it might just be too much to ask for, though. 30 bomber from a team like HyperRush that has been struggling way too much in the standings as well. Now, you might say they're unlucky, but let's be honest. Are you really going to be unlucky for the span of 6 games every single time? And 5 games already done. You've still got 1 more to go. And with that being said, let's continue with the last game of the day. It's going to be the map of Erangel. As the plane flop pad boots up on the screen, and this time the plane flop path begins all the way from Milta towards shooting range. Once again, this plane flop path is heavily tilted on the right side of the map, a little bit on the northern side as well. If the teams do want to move in towards the extremities, like Sanhok military base, even Primorx, it's going to be a tough stretch. Pit stop is desperately needed. Now, speaking of Team C, it's one of those teams that tends to perform, especially when the pressure is right on top of them. So let's hope they're going to be able to perform once again. HyperRush Esports, a band of misfits, I like to call them. And with the way things have started off for them as well, it's quite a shaky start, I'm not going to lie. Something needs to be done. They need a good performance on the board right here, right now. 30 bomber is what Johnny said. But I genuinely think so pulling off a 30 bomber, especially in such desperate times, it's just going to get even tougher. You're going to have so many demons you're fighting inside of your head. And at the same time, you need to replicate an incredible performance inside of the playing field too. It might just be too much to ask for. So for HyperRush, they just need to be on the positive side of things. Maybe go on in with a clean mindset and try and get something done for yourself. At least go out with a bang. Dragon Esports, a team that was supposed to be the burning torch of consistency, but so far the replication of that same performance from the round 1, it's not transisted on forward towards the round 2. And that's a big problem. The transition missing, As Carpediem, they already kickstart things against the players of Dragon Esports. And this is what I'm saying. The transition is completely missing. The survival instinct's not there exactly in the game anymore, and that's why Carpediem, they start things off in a great manner for themselves. Already punishing a few names like Dragon Esports. Even LOC, they take a fight against the players of Do or Die. It's even Do or Die themselves. They're striking down a few more players of LOC. It's quite an awkward stand-up, I'm not going to lie, but even for the players of LOC, it's quite a desperately needed fight, considering they're all the way there at the bottom in the overall standings, and if LOC lose out on this fight, it's done for. It's going to be quite an unfortunate one. As LOC now finally the standstill breaks out. The MP45s and the SMGs in the hand. Who's going to be the one to come out on top? That's the real question. And Do or Die still trying their best to fight back. Clutcher with the UMP in his hand, still with his teammate, just running around in that same vicinity. What is exactly going to happen? That's my question. There are a few more teams of Do or Die. And still, with the way the players are positioned inside of this entire fight, the teammates, they do have a chance to provide that cover fire. Clutcher is at the top of this house, and the remaining players in the outskirts, they're just waiting for someone from the side of LOC to step out. But even for LOC, they're running thin on ammunition. Yeah, and it's not going to be easy for them to actually bring themselves outside of this compound, considering the exits are now marked. But over on the other side, we have RIVALZ going up against the players of Carnival Gaming, and it seems like the players of RIVALZ have found an opening for themselves. They have the numbers advantage to work with, and Bijlu and Beast, if they can find another pick from this players from the side of Carnival Gaming, they are going to have a big edge against one of the most experienced teams inside of this lobby. The jump shot comes in and it does connect. Shogun finds the trade as Beast is going to get instantly knocked and finished off. But now the players of Carnival Gaming, they have forced themselves to run indoors, so they are going to be trapped in that building for a little while. On RIVALZ, if they have those nades and Molotov, this should be an easy squad wipe for them to secure. This indeed should be. Honored RIVALZ with just getting one single finish in their hands. I'm not sure what can be done. Recovery is desperately needed. Phoenix has got his hands on one single util, and that can be the game changer. For sure. And that's what he's pulling out at this point. Keep this thing in mind. Both these teams that are duking it out against each other, they're the table toppers. Carnival Gaming as well on that second spot in the overall standings for this individual group. So once again, facing off against a formidable banner like Honored RIVALZ. This will be an interesting fight. But this fight's not going to hold any value considering both these teams have already qualified. And there's one man, Shogun, in the front. Oh, that could have been a death blow. But unfortunately, Phoenix does not find the right timing. And Shogun moves at the right nick of time. Constantly pulling the pin of the nade, trying to see if he can force the players of Carnival Gaming to reveal themselves. But look at that finish feed, Necro. It seems like Do or Die are going to be in a very precarious position. Phoenix Esports come charging forward, and Do or Die lose out on a few players over there. Man, very awkward early drop flashes, to be honest. Indeed, man. Especially for Honored RIVALZ, with the way they're positioned. Now, they're supposed to have the advantage on paper. Yeah. But considering it is a fight that's happening off the rip, the players just do not have enough utilities. Exactly. So they cannot really flush out the players of CG anymore. And that's where CG has the advantage. I don't think even CG has the advantage. They don't have enough ammunition, to be honest. Now they do. Goblin's moved out, and that's a big break free right there. If Goblin finds a flank angle even on one of the players, that can instantly break the deadlock. I mean, he needs a little bit of ammunition to work with as well. I mean, those SMGs, they're going to run out of bullets very quickly, and the shotgun from the distance isn't really going to work out. The only man with a viable weapon actually is Hector with that Scarel. Yeah, I'm not even sure why these two teams have played it so passive. Come on, you guys have already qualified. Agreed, just man. Stop with the drama. Just move up. Get it over with. I know, right? A beautiful nade. But unfortunately, capitalization wasn't exactly there. There's no 9 bullets. Yeah, 9 bullets in the magazine, but he's also got a pump shotgun up close and personal. That can be the major game changer. Honored RIVALZ still just waiting for that one single glimmer. Hector is there around the corner. Even Lucifer is just waiting for someone to step out in the occasion. And there comes the first knockout. As Bijlu is going to be the one to find Goblin. Goblin messes up big, but Lucifer himself has taken too much damage upon himself. As 12K pulled out, and this time he pushes up close and personal, but it will be the pump shotgun of Hector to come out on top, as even Shogun unleashes himself against the players with a Vector and the Uzi in the hand. He's going to go for the confirmations and the death blows. For Honored Rivals, the game is already spoiled. It's down to just Bijlu.
Yeah, and even he just has the Uzi to work with, and Shogun in the meanwhile is looking to go for a revive, but the footsteps does deny him the opportunity to do so. They do try to run indoor to try and get the player to flush out into an awkward position, but Shogun jiggling in and out has dished out a lot of damage, takes a lot in return, but still shows his back to Bijlu, and Bijlu with an incredible finish does secure the finishes for his team. Honored Rivals do walk away with 4 points, but what an awkward fight between the two sides.
Yeah, but still respect though, man.
Yeah.
Coming out on top against EG in a proper 4-on-4 collision.
I mean, you say that right now, but I think even you realize that neither of these teams do actually... Both these sides did not care who won that fight.
That is true, right?
It was just an ego battle, I guess.
Yeah. I don't even know why it was extended for such a long time. They could have just went on and pushed on against each other much more earlier. But look at what's happening on the screen. LOC, the players are moving out in the open. And that's where it's also a third party that's came into fruition. And for Legacy Esports, this is exactly what they want. Collect the scrappy points. And they've already gotten one knockout. That's a beautiful way to kickstart things inside of the game. As Rage God would definitely want to go for the confirmation as well. Sketch moves out in the open. The confirmation follows up. LOC, they messed up big. As LOC is now taken down to a two-man squad. And with this, you can't say LOC's done and dusted. They can't really make the comeback anymore.
I agree with that. I think LOC, their chances of qualifying to the next round are already down in the ditch. And of course, a few moments ago, if you remember, Necro, I mean, even Phoenix Esports were lurking around in the same position. I wonder where they went.
You asked the question, and Phoenix Esports is there around the fray.
Towards the east.
Yeah. They're just right above Severny. And they're actually moving towards Severny. I don't understand what the game plan is for Phoenix Esports, but maybe they're looking to pull something new off. I'm not sure.
They can't deny the opportunity for Legacy Esports to actually secure those points and qualify.
They indeed can, but I just want to see Revenant Esports this time around go a little bit aggressive, prioritize the fights, capitalize better. That's what I want to see Revenant Esports do. It's the last game, right? You have been trying the same thing over and over again inside of the entire tournament. It's not been working out. Maybe it's time to switch things up a little bit. At least go out with a bang.
I mean, I agree with that. I mean, they just go all in into this last match. Either you make it to the other side or you just get finished off trying. And then there's this team who will never slow down, no matter what happens. Carpediem, iQOO MVP of the previous match, is going to be Gamla Boy. 4 eliminations secured. 955 damage dished out. Incredible performance coming in from this individual. And he's always been consistent for his team, to be honest. But let's see how the rest of the journey throughout this tournament fares out for this team. Carpediem, phenomenal in terms of aggression. Absolutely horrible when it comes to their survival instincts, to be honest. But they had a lot of points from that previous game of Miramar, luckily, Necro.
Hands down, they did.
Feels very weird when you see Carpediem with those placement points, right?
Still, though, for them at this point in time, the only thing they want to do is just have the assurity of qualification. Now they got that in that previous game, so it's all good in the hood. And now they can go for the aggressive approach. They can go all aggressive if they want. Legacy Esports, this is where they're going to be a little bit threatened by the players of Phoenix Esports' presence, and that's why they need to be a little bit more careful. Phoenix Esports from the back was taking a few shots, but even Phoenix Esports themselves, once again, they back away, just showcasing their presence. That's all they wanted to do. Shake away the opponents from that spot. And Legacy Esports is on the run. Now for Revenant Esports, once again, quite a slow start. They like to move in towards Milta, by the way, but this time they've dropped in towards Kamishki. So for Revenant Esports, they're switching the drop. The only reason why they've done so is because they knew they were going to get targeted. And the funny part is TSW dropped right on top of Milta.
Again, I mean, TSW denied an opportunity to take out a big threat from this lobby. But a good call made from Revenant Esports, I guess. Understanding that everyone is going to try and take out the big name at the start of the tournament.
The only good call made by Sensei so far.
That's too harsh, man.
Hey, they're about to be eliminated. Are you saying I can't be harsh anymore?
Yeah. I mean, fair enough, Necro. I just hope, I mean, playing from Stalba Kamishki, especially with the circle leaning towards the south, it's not going to be easy unless they just charge forward, straight spree onwards, and just clear out the edges, the northern edges of the circle. You're going to need like double-digit eliminations in this one. At least 10. And the chicken dinner.
All Revenant Esports can do is pray. I'm pretty sure the management team right now, they should be in temples.
They don't
praying.
need to pray. The match is still on. They need to perform, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They need that extra bit of energy, right, off the prayers as well inside the game.
So do we ask the fans of Revenant Esports to just raise up their hands and give them the energy just like everyone did when they were a kid? You know, remember Goku building up that spirit bomb?
Now I would just say, sit in a temple and meditate. And just think about Revenant Esports and this last game. Right.
Yeah. I was having a moment of silence, just meditating.
Wow. So you're rooting for Revenant Esports?
It's going to be a heartbreak, man, to see one of the biggest dogs in the country miss out on this tournament.
Fine. Even Legacy Esports is about to be on the same
Oh,
verge.
no, yeah, true.
So, yeah, there's two. And we've already seen a few heartbreaks in the past group as well, by the way. Don't forget that.
Legacy Esports is still lucky. I mean, we saw them in Yasna, Poliana, and luckily for them, for some reason, I think Carpediem has an eye out, or maybe they have some rivalry going up against Silly Esports, because Carpediem went up all the way towards Yasna, picked off 3 players from the side of Silly Esports, and then went on to the circle. They didn't even wipe out the entire team. They just left one man, because why not?
And Johnny, I'm not going to lie, you really got to give it to the group too, though. Just imagine the amount of comebacks that we saw in that group.
Very competitive
iQOO Seoul pulled off a major comeback. Even Inferno squad pulled off a big comeback. And Team Dragons, in the last 2 games, they pulled off a insane amount of comeback. So that's something that maybe Group 1 can learn from, but it's a little bit too late. And inside of Group 1, we're barely seeing any sort of comebacks because even Dragon Esports is still struggling.
Yeah.
Even HyperRush Esports is struggling. iFry, they have been choking as well. Revenant Esports, the same thing. And even LOC Esports. This game is pretty much done and dusted for them.
Yeah, but this particular group, Necro, gives us a sign of what can happen with the other groups as well. If the teams at the tops just keep on performing, the teams at the bottom will struggle to secure those points.
Now, here's the crazy part. In Group 1, we've seen one big name already bid adieu, and that's going to be Team Insane. They do not have a lot of points. They've only gotten somewhere around 25 points in that entire group. So there's a high chance Team Insane's not going to make the cut.
Yeah.
Now, keep this thing in mind. Inside of Group 3, you've got so many known names. And from Group 3, there's definitely going to be 4 to 5 names that don't qualify. And at least 4 have to be the known names.
This is going to be an interesting overall rankings that we're going to see in front of us from tomorrow.
Yeah.
We have to wait till tomorrow to see Group 3 and 4 in action. But if you do not want to miss out on any opportunity to strike your opposing player, opposing side player, and of course securing those points in your matches, ladies and gentlemen, check out the iQOO Z9S series. Starting at 18,999, Necro has been getting a lot of practice in with this device.
No, I actually got 1 single day to play with it. That's it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I wish I had a bit more time, but then, you know, someone came in and snatched the device away, and they were like, you know what?
Who was it?
We need it back on the panel.
Who was it, man?
I can't really say the name. It's someone in the sidelines who was there. Before now, let's move on and focus in the game because that's much more important.
Hey, but since you are here, I mean, I want to talk to you about the play, the winner-winner chicken dinner moment from that previous match. You love the UMP, right?
Of course I did. It was all about chokes, right? Who chokes bigger? First, it was the opposing team that choked, and then later on, CG, both the players choked. So it's like, who chokes the biggest? And whoever chokes the biggest will lose, pretty much.
I like how you always focus on the most negative point you can come up with from every single fight.
I mean, I'm just being realistic. That's it. I'm a realist, man. We all got to be realist in lives. And that's what it was. I mean, even you can say the same thing. Just put one hand to your heart and say that wasn't a choke.
I mean, it was a joke, to be honest, but...
Getting taken down by UMP when you've got the S12K in the hand, especially 2 of the players, man. How is that even supposed to happen?
Hey, sometimes you just make the mistake of walking with your head sideways into the spray and just taking the shot.
But that's the crazy part. They knew exactly where the opponent's coming from. Even his crosshair was right on him.
Yeah.
But still, for some reason, they lost the duel.
Yeah, I can't make any more excuses for Carnival Gaming. For that
Exactly, man. It was all about who chokes the biggest and who loses.
Yeah.
And unfortunately enough, for Carnival Gaming, they were the one with the biggest choke in that previous game. But moving forward, the conversation towards this entire map, you've got Revenant Esports once again on the move from that northern side. They're moving down south. And unfortunately enough for Revenant Esports, now they're also going to be quite disappointed in themselves because the zone's formed right on top of Milta on their hometown. But this time they didn't drop there. So they're indeed going to be quite disappointed. It just blows if you're Revenant Esports, I'm not going to lie.
I mean, it does, but if you are talking about players blowing up, it seems like HyperRush Esports have found an opening against the players of GENxFM. And GENxFM, they do not want to be a part of this action. They just instantly back off. That buggy is taking a lot of fire. They do still manage to run behind some cover. HyperRush Esports denied an opportunity to go for those finishes, to be honest.
Yeah, but Skillful is out in the open. It's taking too much damage. The utils are being constantly tossed, and this nade might just be able to find the closure, and it does. That's going to be the knockout. HyperRush Esports already taking down the players of GENxFM to just 50%, and now the two surviving players in the back lines. What can you even do? There's no possible way they can get Skillful back on his feet, and he's done for. He's been eliminated from the game too. GENxFM now taken down to just a two-man squad. And once again, focusing back towards the zone, as the zone forms right on top of Milta. It feels like the god of BGMI. They just want to play with the hearts of Revenant Esports and tease him.
Oh man, this is going to be such a tough game for Revenant Esports. But now we have TSW going up against Carpediem. Both the teams at the top of the leaderboard, so not really a lot of worry for either of these two sides. This is just a flex fight at this point.
Yeah, first we saw two known names duke it out against each other. It was Honored Rivals against CG, and now it's Carpediem against TSW. And both these teams, they've already made the cut.
Oh, I can't imagine. I mean, Necro, think about this. Top teams taking each other out in this last game. That's going to leave the teams at the bottom of the leaderboard just scrambling for points towards the end.
Ooh, maybe Cutoff rising up? Is that what we're going to see? I would love to see that. At least no names that are not there to create that vacuum, right? And here we go. Carpediem. Fierce wanted to pan that guy, by the way. But unfortunately, the pan could not really come into fruition because one man came from the back and got the confirmation. So his own teammate denied that pin.
Keeping the BM to a bare minimum.
Keep this thing in mind, by the way, guys. Still, the grand finals are pretty far away. If you're targeting someone and panning someone, the karma's going to hit you back in the later stages. And we have seen a prime example of that in BJAS 2024 when Carnival Gaming eliminated Entity.
Oh, yeah. Why do you have to bring that up right now?
Of course, man. We got to bring in the highlights, right? We got to bring in the best moments. Because some of the known names were not seen in the grand finals. But
a lot of the known names weren't seen.
Something that's going to be seen in the grand finals, though, that's going to be the Hero Xtreme 160R4V. And I'm pretty sure I would take a test drive. I'm not even lying.
Yeah, me too. I mean, that was the plan to begin with, right?
Yeah. I would want to see how smooth the vehicle is. I would want a nice test drive.
Yeah, see how far it goes. Can it go all the way back to my place?
Now, that's what you call a heist. That's what you call stealing, Johnny.
No, it's just a long test drive, Necro.
And then just never return it back to the showroom.
I mean, let's see.
That's a daylight robbery. Be like, yes, guys, I'm taking a test drive, and then the vehicle just never returns back to the showroom.
We will have a conversation, see how that goes out, and whether they allow us to sit on the bikes now.
Jokes apart, though, with how Revenant Esports is rotating, one thing is for sure, they're having the big advantage and still avoiding the fights, by the way. They're not really a part of any firefight so far. 0 finish points in the game. And Phoenix Esports is rotating right next to him. Even Dragon Esports is still alive, by the way, outside of the blue. And for Dragon Esports to find a proper breaching point, it's next to impossible because all the good spots are taken away by the teams. And there's way too many Guardian Angels.
You know, as you have been saying, like the gods of BGMI just pranking the players of Revenant Esports, a circle moving towards the city of Milta. There's another prank. I mean, they decided to play this game extremely slow, but look at this. We are all the way in stage 4. It's still 13 teams surviving, so not a lot of competition has been taken off the board. And Revenant Esports, I think the plan was to let everyone else fight among themselves, so by the time they breach this circle, there are going to be just a few teams remaining for them to pick up. But hey, this is going to be a big one. Flock, he is going to try to evade the players of Team Cosmic, but Revenant Esports, they need to win this fight.
For some reason, I've got a feeling in the next 5 minutes, Revenant Esports is going to be eliminated.
It's not just you, man.
I've got a really bad feeling and an itch. With the way the game is forming up, with the way the zone's forming up too, there's a big cluster of teams approaching the spot of Revenant Esports. Even Dragon Esports is approaching the same way. You've also got Team Chosen moving the same side, or Team Cosmic, my bad. So yeah, these two teams move in the same direction. This is now going to be way too deadly.
Oh, for sure. But Revenant Esports, if they manage to convert those fights, then it's going to be a different deal. But we'll come back to that in a bit. We have Hyper Rush Esports, another team looking to qualify for round 3, but the struggles continue. Rishi and Jadu knocked out. Tapata barely managed to avoid that nade. Secures the finish of Akshu as quickly as possible. And it's down to him and Uzumaki to drag their team out of this very precarious position.
Yeah, still one man in the front, and they're just looking to claim this elimination point as Uzumaki prones back once again. And Inferno from Silly Esports, this one single guy has been an absolute menace in the foot of Hyper Rush Esports. And Inferno is once again striking down the second player too. How is Hyper Rush choking this fight? That's my question. Where's the team play? No team synergy being showcased inside of this fight, as Hyper Rush now is down to just Dadu in the front. And for Silly Esports, it feels like this is going to be easy confirmation as they wipe out the entirety of Hyper Rush. And this is also going to be the denial of the upcoming stages. They are not going to be seen in the iQOO BMPS 2024 anymore.
What a big play coming in from Silly Esports in their final moments in GENxFM. They might have shut down Silly Esports, but had they showed up a second earlier, Hyper Rush could have still stood a chance to qualify. But Necro, as you said, I don't think we're going to see them move any further.
He took down 3 players all by himself. It was a 1-on-3.
Yeah.
Single-handedly dismantling the team. Hyper Rush, they choked up big. Where was the team play? I do understand the man in the back was going for the revival, but still, you should have helped the man who was pinned, which was Uzumaki. Man, the team communication was really bad.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as Uzumaki would have called for the threat for the player from the side of Silly Esports charging towards him, there should have been some cover fire provided, or maybe just a piece of utility lobbed out to deny the access point, to deny the exit through the door. That was the most basic move they could have done. Just lob a Molotov towards the door. He wasn't able to run forward, but let's see. Legacy Esports on our screens now. Another team that is looking to qualify for the later stages. They have 4 elimination points from this game, and Dragon Esports right in front of them.
That's not even the problem. The zones move out in the open. All the good spots are taken away. Revenant Esports is still outside of the circle. They need to move in. And as soon as they move out in the open, it's also going to be Team Cosmic striking them constantly, and even Phoenix Esports. Revenant Esports now is in a big deadlock. The only way they can break through is by prioritizing a fight.
Yeah, they have to take those fights. First clear out Phoenix or maybe Team Cosmic, but one way or the other, they need to charge.
Are they going to take a fight, though? This is where Revenant Esports has been lacking for a long time. They haven't been taking the fights. They have been avoiding the fights for a long time. And if they avoid the fight over here, too, it's going to be done for. They won't be able to break through this deadlock. Survival's on the line. The only way they can break through is by taking fights.
Oh, no, I see the players of Eye for Eye shooting up north. Are they shooting towards Revenant or Team Cosmic? Now, that is a big question.
Can be Team Cosmic as well. And Cosmic's on the run, by the way, so that's a lucky thing for Revenant Esports. Cosmic, they sat inside of their vehicles, and they do want to rotate inside of the zone.
Necro, but the problem is that Revenant does need those finished numbers in order to qualify as well. The total tally isn't looking too good.
Exactly my point. And Revenant Esports, they've been evading all the tracks. They've been evading all the fights. They do not want to be part of that. And that's a major problem. Wall of Death is going to start to move, and keep this thing in mind. This time, the Wall of Death is going to be taking out major chunks of your HP. Revenant Esports rotating right next to Team Cosmic. And for Team Cosmic, they're looking to get this smoke. Are they going to continue the fight? That's my question. And they actually do want to as well. They're right behind the tracks of Revenant Esports. As all the 4 players, they're on the run towards the safety lines. They do find themselves a bit of that safety ground to play with, but it's also Phoenix Esports now who wants to step inside of the playing field. It's going to be a complete trifecta of death as Revenant Esports. There's a high chance they can strike down the players of Team Cosmic, but even for Team Cosmic, they want to evade the tracks. They want to move in somewhere safe.
Yeah, and look at the chaos, because even Legacy Esports are lurking in the backlines. Phoenix Esports, Shayan looks to move in. He's the last surviving player, I believe, for his side, and he stepped into the open. But Revenant Esports, how do they survive, especially with Legacy Esports closing in from the rear? This is going to be too much pressure to deal with. They need to finish off the players of Team Cosmic as quickly as possible, but the nade close to Sensei. Somehow he does manage to avoid getting knocked out. Now Flock put under a lot of pressure. Revenant Esports, was this a big mistake? the late rotation from the northern side. They have to deal with 3 different teams all at the same time.
Revenant's cracking under that pressure. That's what's happening. Revenant Esports is not able to keep up with the pace of the lobby. Even Legacy Esports is there on the back lines and wants to capitalize. And even for Legacy Esports, the survival's on the line. So many teams desperate for points. And how was Pash able to drive around for such a long time around the players of Revenant Esports? Why did we not see Revenant Esports take shots against Pash? Pash was still surviving, by the way.
Legacy is allowing them an opportunity to just even stand up on top of that hill, and they can't really get to Pash unless they try and commit for a fight beyond the ridge. And Legacy Esports, out of nowhere, have just become the saving grace for Team Cosmic. They need to be grateful for Legacy Esports being exactly where they are right now inside of this game. As long as this team sticks around this house, there's no way Revenant get to the players of Team Cosmic. But Legacy Esports, they get a little distracted, Necro, by the players of THW in the distance towards the left. Yeah. And now it all comes down to this team. The qualification of the other squads depends on Legacy Esports and which fights they choose to pick.
There's too much going on the playing field at the same time. It's tough to keep track of what to do and what not to. And Revenant Esports, they're going to make the desperate attempt to make the push inside of the safety line. Seth wanted to go for the confirmation. And he actually does run the man over too. He will be able to get that elimination point, but is that really enough for Revenant Esports to keep moving forward? And Kratos chokes that fight. How are you supposed to choke that duel? You do not have any other options. You need to win the fight. But still, Team Cosmic somehow is keeping themselves in the race. As even Legacy Esports and iMPRNT, they're now going to step in the playing field. And with that being said, that's going to be it for Revenant Esports. Revenant Esports, let's be honest, with the way they were playing, we never thought that this team is going to be able to be the grand finalists, but at least they could have qualified to the semifinals, but their run has been shortened up even more. They're not going to be seen in the upcoming rounds anymore, Johnny.
But Necro, this opens the door for Legacy Esports now. If they can have a big game right here, right now, close this match with a chicken dinner, then instead of Revenant, Legacy Esports get an opportunity to move to the next round. And this is their opportunity to strike. Same goes for Team Cosmic as well. They also need a lot of eliminations from here, from this game, and the chicken dinner to qualify. And luckily for them as well, there are 2 distractions that have pinned down the players of Legacy Esports outside of the play zone. The distractions are THW and the players from I4I. And even Team Cosmic from the center of the circle are choosing to strike. They've just knocked out 1 player from the side of THW, so they are looking to secure those finished numbers.
But this is how the fight really came into fruition for Revenant Esports. Even Pash was facing off against Kratos, and Kratos choked up big time. For Revenant Esports, as they faced off against I4I, they completely collapsed as well. What a bad fight that was.
Yeah.
A lot of those shaky decisions were made. And keep this thing in mind. I said this as well. Revenant Esports needs to prioritize fights, but they still did not go for a fight against Team Cosmic.
And you're talking about a bad fight. It was a much worse rotation.
A lot of these decisions that were being made by the IGL are really bad and rookie. And that's why it costed Revenant Esports their run with the iQOO BMPS 2024. It's done for. The Revenant fans are definitely going to be disappointed with the way things were for this entire tournament, but they were playing it way too passive. They were evading the tracks of a lot of these teams. They were trying to avoid a lot of the fights that they should have taken in the first place, and that's why later on Team Cosmic came from the back and bite them.
And talking about Team Cosmic, it was that delay from Team Cosmic as well that held them back towards the northern side for so long, but hey, we can continue that discussion after this game is done. I want to see if Legacy Esports actually secure this chicken dinner.
I think so. It is Legacy Esports' game. I don't think so anyone's going to be stopping this team from claiming
Cosmic
the chicken
has a circle,
dinner.
bro.
Yeah, Cosmic, they've got the zone for now. That's actually a great point. There's a lot of the smokes tossed in the front, too. There's even THW that can play a major spoiler. Now, just Legacy Esports, they need to make sure that they're not going to be under fire from THW. But as I say so, it's an aid from Team Cosmic, just sailing right next to Legacy Esports. And keep this thing in mind, Team Cosmic performs when the pressure is on top of them, when their head's on the swivel. And once again, the same thing's happening.
Yeah, why is this team like this, though? I mean, it's always in the last few matches that they show up. Although they do play very well in those last few matches.
Exactly, man.
Yeah.
For some reason, it's like when the head's on the swivel, they just perform. Just really good under pressure.
Yeah.
It's some sort of an instinct. It's some sort of a hidden instinct that just ignites in them.
It's the Ultra Instinct from Dragon Ball Z.
Maybe.
But also, you know what? This is a very rare trait for new players and newer teams to have to perform under pressure. Majority of the teams choke in a position like this. But let's see TSW now in front of Cosmic, and TSW are looking to make that push inside of the circle as well. The position of the players of Team Cosmic are compromised. Zod and Crimson, they've taken a lot of damage upon themselves, and as they look to hide behind these haystacks, they aren't going to be protected from all the utility that's being lobbed towards them.
Oh my god, this nade's going to find the opener. Or maybe not. As he just patches himself up. For a moment, I thought this is indeed going to be the nade that THW is looking for. And I also thought Legacy Esports might just be the one to come out on top, but then a nade sails in from Cosmic, and it just finds the beautiful opener. Crimson still in the back lines as Zato P's caught on fire, literally. And he's going to patch himself up as well, but here comes the spoiler from i4i, and this is going to be table turning. And as soon as the first knock is found, you can see the remaining players as well just stepping back up in the playing field and trying to conquer it. But even that's not going to matter, because i4i's remaining man is going to spoil the day for THW, and he's also going to gift the chicken dinner to the players of Team Cosmic. Oh my god, what a gift that was.
Yeah, it was intense, it was very awkward, but Necro, I think he just not, that last man from i4i did not just ruin the day for THW, he might have ruined the day for Team Cosmic as well. Because even they needed those finishes, he just took 2 away from them.
I think so. Team Cosmic, they had decent amount of points in the previous game in Miramar, and now you move on forward towards this game. I think so. Team Cosmic's made the cut.
All right, my maths is not mathing right now. I'm going to wait for the overall leaderboard to see how many points they have.
Team Cosmic started things off with 12 points in today's day.
Yeah.
I think so. They've made the cut, Johnny. They've qualified.
Oh yeah, this game gives them 17 points. So just based off those, this particular match, they do get very close to 30. And I think the first 2 games were kind of decent. So yes, they are going to be able to cross that 30-point marker. But still, it all depends on how the matches for Group 3 and Group 4 are going to go.
Yeah, it's all about the cutoff, man. We still do not know how the cutoff is going to be lining up. And knowing the fact that how even things went for Revenant Esports, still, I'm going to say the same thing. Avoiding fights every single time is not something you're supposed to do. Revenant Esports, some of the fights you're supposed to take. And that's what happened. They avoided the fight against Team Cosmic. Later on, it was Team Cosmic who came from the back and bite them.
Yeah, you can't avoid every single fight. As you mentioned, sometimes you have to stand your ground. Sometimes you have to try and prioritize those finishes. And Revenant Esports, I don't think there was a single moment in round 2 where we saw them be proactive. Try and find those openings for themselves. It was always all about playing for placements. It was always all about playing for survival. And in a short format like this, where you only have 6 matches to qualify, this is a sprint. It's not a marathon just like round 1. This is going to be a sprint. You need to secure those points as quickly as possible. Look at the first 2 groups, right? Group 1, Group 2, let's compare them. The teams that did well were so comfortable today. Why? Because they secured all of the qualification points yesterday within the first 3 games.
Exactly. For Revenant Esports, just relying on the final 3 games too much, it's something that also costed them, and also playing it way too passive. Let's be honest, even if they had, like, what, 5 to 6 points per game, they could have easily qualified, man.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what you need to be consistent on the board. And those 5 to 6 points can be easily accumulated by a banner like Revenant Esports just by being aggressive in the lobby.
Exactly. 5 points per match, you still have a total tally of 30 by the end of the stage.
Exactly. You still have a big chance of qualifying. But still, Revenant Esports played for the chicken dinners, avoiding all the fights, and now look at where they are, outside of the lobby, outside of the tournament, actually.
But you know what, Team Cosmic, now that we have a replay of the winner chicken dinner moment, this is quite impressive. So they had everything going right for them. They got extremely lucky, and they were doing pretty decent in those team fights as well.
Yeah, and then the last man, Ninze, was taken down. Yeah, they do get that 1 single point, by the way. But still, for THW, the game was ruined, but even that does not matter to THW because they already had qualified. Now, this game being gifted to the players that were there right in the opposition side from the side of E4E, now i4i. As we know, this was desperately needed even for the team. Now, for i4i as well, qualification was still on the line, and I don't think so they have made the cut.
I agree with that. I don't think i4i... I think they're going to be very close to that qualification marker, but they aren't going to be able to push through to the next side. Again, everything depends on how the journey for the next 2 groups go, because this stage is very interesting. Like in the previous stage, from 128, we cut down the competition in half, right? Over here, that's not what's happening. It's just 1/3 of the total groups that are playing right now, the total number of teams that are playing right now that are being chipped off. So you can't really calculate the cutoff based on, all right, if the teams secure like 30 points in the first 3 days, they go over 60 in the next 3 matches that they have, then you can expect the cutoff to be 30. It could be much lower than that. So again, it all comes down to how bad the worst performing teams from the other groups play, and of course, how many teams are struggling in the other 2 groups. Again, if there is like 2-3 teams from both the groups, Group 3 and Group 4, that just create a vacuum of points like every single game in all the 6 matches, they just outperform everyone and secure the chicken dinner within the 3 of them every single time, then we are going to have a very interesting situation where we can see the middle pack teams from here qualify as well.
Maybe, man. There's a lot of the possibilities that can happen, but one possibility that's never going to happen is Revenant Esports qualifying. So, yeah. It does not matter even if the cutoff is low, because Revenant Esports just had the least amount of points. You move on towards the point standings. If Revenant Esports is getting 5 points, but for Team Cosmic, what a clutch that was. A big comeback indeed on the points table. You've also got Legacy Esports with 14 points. Now, do Legacy Esports qualify? They started the day off with 15 points in the overall standings. And Legacy Esports getting these 14 points, they're somewhere around 30-point marker. They should be having somewhere around 34 points in total.
Yeah, I think they might be able to push through. I think, again, for them, for Team Cosmic, for teams like i4i as well, it all comes down to how the journey for the remaining groups is going to be. Like Phoenix Esports, I think Phoenix is also going to be in a very precarious position where they're going to be waiting for the results of the upcoming group to come out as well. LOC, I think LOC is pretty much done for, just like the players of Revenant Esports. Hyper Rush as well, not really having a fun time today.
I think so Phoenix is qualified easily because they started the day off with a chicken dinner.
Oh yeah, Phoenix
is easily moved on forward, and they also got the average of 3 to 4 points per game, so that's easily going to make the cut for Phoenix Esports anyways. It's not a question. The teams that have confirmed made the exit from the tournament, it's going to be Hyper Rush, LOC. And Hyper Rush, we saw how big they messed up against that one man of Silly Esports. What was going through their head? Uzumaki was pinned in that spot, but still there was no cover fire available from the back.
Exactly. I mean, no help given to that one man. And again, it wasn't even about just committing everything. You just buy him enough time, be a distraction. Uzumaki could have won that duel as well, because he did dish out some damage to the opposing player over there. But again, a big blunder, and you can't do anything to recover from that. You're just going to take an early exit.
I mean, seeing these type of rookie mistakes from no names is really disappointing. I'm not going to lie. And yeah, it's out of the Pro Series. We know it's an official tournament. It's dream for so many. But these teams, they've gotten a chance to move on forward with their dreams, but they still mess up by making rookie mistakes like that. But let's move on towards the overall standings. That's where things are going to be revealed in a better fashion, so we can have an idea who's qualified and who's going to be eliminated. So let's move on towards the overall standings. One thing is for sure, we've already gotten a few known names that have not made the cut, but still as the overall standings pop up, look at Phoenix Esports, 46 points, they've moved up.
Yeah, they are going to move up for sure. But Nick, I have to say one thing, right? Instead of sulking on the losses of the teams that have not made it through, I think we should be celebrating for the newer names that have showed up quite nicely and have stepped up with their performance. I mean, Phoenix Esports, you talk about them, you talk about On and RIVALZ, right? Played phenomenally well. Team Lolzzz, they had a brilliant journey and they have improved so much. Last time we saw Lolzzz playing with a different team. This time shows up with the players of MICI Esports. And even the individuals from MICI Esports have leveled up their gameplay so much. I'm very happy seeing these players.
Yeah, I'm loving that, right? Inside of the round one, it was just smooth striking over and over again. But now this time, it's like a well-oiled unit. Even Lolzzz himself was able to step up by margin, so we're loving to see that. You flip the page and you still see a few disappointments over here. You've got Team Captain not performing, LOC not performing, INS as well. But if you talk about the brighter side of things, maybe RTGxIND has made the cut, even WSB maybe has made the cut. WSB getting 31 points. That's a big shocker, by the way, Johnny.
It is a big shocker indeed, considering they started the day with like 23 points.
Oh my God, Johnny! Did WSB make the cut now?
I don't know, man.
That's my question.
There's
so many teams barely on the verge of making that qualification marker. Even Legacy Esports just getting 29 points.
But yeah, I think the cutoff is going to be going over 30. I think it's going to be 31, 32 points, and WSB might just miss out on that cutoff.
No, I don't think so. I think so WSB going to make it. I think so the cutoff is going to be somewhere around 26 to either 28.
All right. Let's see. I mean, I can't say anything, man.
I think so the cutoff is going to be somewhere around 26 to 28, man. I'm telling you, it's going to be somewhere near that.
I mean, hey, if it's 26 to 28, then, I mean, Legacy Esports are going to be able to push through IMPRNT as well. But I think whatever happens, RIVALZ Ape, now that is going to be a surprising exit from this stage of the tournament. RIVALZ Ape performed super well in the previous stage. Round one, they were just dominating.
They indeed were. For Rival Apes, this is quite a big disappointment, I'm not going to lie, because we had so many expectations from a banner like Rival Apes. We saw them performing for the first time in the round one. They were doing so good, winning our hearts.
Yeah.
But now it's a big dip in the performance. It's not just for Rival Apes. Even you can't say the same thing for Team Insane. They were playing so great, but now look at the performance in the round two. It's a complete big dip in the performance. You move on towards the iQOO MVP contenders. You're going to find Goblin at the top. DeVay from Angry Swans is right there with 43 finishes. You've also got Knuckle from iQOO Soul with 43, even Admino from Godlike with 42, and Hector with 40.
Yeah, I mean, Carnival Gaming, they weren't really having a good day, and Hector was under a lot of pressure leading the team being their IGL. But it is nice to see Knuckle from the side of iQOO Soul step up. I mean, it is an interesting performance being brought on the board from iQOO Soul. They are still, it seems like, adjusting to that new addition that they have had in the recent days into that lineup, Ninja joining the team. And of course, while the firepower has gone up, they need to figure out how to utilize that firepower. Because iQOO Soul, they face the same problem as Mogo Esports, right? You have 3 brilliant assaulters in your team. Every single one of your players has the capability of like clutching out 1v3s, 1v4s in the most awkward positions. But how do you put them into a game and get all of them to play together? That's a big challenge for Manya to execute.
Indeed it is, and so far iQOO Soul, once again, you can't say they have been on the positive marker. They have been playing pretty great. Yeah, the first 3 games wasn't really a great start, but at the start of the day, we made our predictions. I went with WSB. I thought WSB can perform better, but...
Why do you do this, Necros, with them?
I don't know, man. These days, predictions are really not my thing, I'm not gonna lie. But talk about that, an Ankybot.
Oh.
He just eliminated the entire Revenant Esports.
How are you blaming him for the exit? And also, as you were talking about Team Insane, right? Insane qualifies if the cutoff is 25. If it's 26, then I think even Insane's slot is up for grabs, man.
Now, let's be honest, right? You, Necros, went with the safer pick. Even Gamezo went with the safer pick because these teams already qualified in the first 3 games itself. So that's really not going to count.
You went for WSB thinking they were a safer option, don't lie.
No, not really. I knew WSB's in the middle pack, man. So I still knew there's going to be that sword on their necks.
Yeah.
But maybe if they perform good in one game, they can move on forward. But it's not really my fault that
Look
they
at
did
that
not
smile
do
and
great.
tell me he's telling the truth.
Of course I am telling the truth, guys. Just look at me. Look at my eyes.
They tell me you're lying, Necro. You thought WSB was doing well. To be honest, I mean, I get it. They had 23 points to kick things off at the start of the day. But turns out they got, what, like 8 points throughout the entire day?
Pretty much, man. With the way the day kicked off as well, we saw some insane amount of comebacks, right? iQOO Soul making the comeback, Inferno squad as well, establishing quite a major comeback. Even Dragon Esports, the newer face on the block, just blowing our minds.
Yeah, I mean, it was an impressive performance. But as you said during the last game itself, Group 3 and Group 4, they're going to have a lot of interesting names in them. And for sure, some of the biggest ones are going to get kicked out.
Group 3 is supposed to be the group of death. Before now, the Group 1 and 2, their games come to an end. We have seen a lot of the known names take an exit from the lobby, but you never know. Maybe tomorrow, we're going to see a lot more surprises. With that being said, it's also a big thanks to our sponsor, iQOO Z9S Series. Move on towards Google and search iQOO Z9S. You might just stand a chance to win the iQOO Z9 Pro device. And also our mobility partner, Hero Xtreme 160R4V and 125R. With that being said, the day comes to an end. We'll see you guys tomorrow itself with new sets of group.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. Amply loaded, go the ammo. Keep getting bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
What's up? Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for mega taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
मम्मी का फोन है, एक मिनट।
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63. Ouch.
I'm not doing this.
300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर। अबे बंद करो बे, आंख में छुप रहा है। कट, शूट कैंसिल।
यार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे, तो मेरी मान बस स्पिन कर दे जा।
अरे मिल गया।
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।